is senior Congress leader, former Delhi MP Sandeep Dixit joins me amidst these confusing signals over the possibility of a Congress Aam Aadmi Party alliance. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Dixit. Do you believe, Sandeep, that a Congress AAP alliance is feasible for next year's Vidhan Sabha elections or next year's Lok Sabha and the Vidhan Sabha elections of 2025?
If you can increase the audio. Rajdeep ji has asked something, I'm not hearing it. Okay.
Sandeep, can you hear me? Sandeep, can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay,
yes.
Joining us now is Sandeep Dixit, the senior... Yeah, okay, great. Joining us now is Sandeep Dixit, the senior Congress leader and former Delhi MP. Sandeep Dixit, big question mark over a Congress AAP alliance in next year's Lok Sabha elections and possibly even Vidhan Sabha 2025. What is your view? Do you believe such an alliance is feasible?
Well, first of all, maybe all this is coming because of yesterday's Congress meeting on the policy and programs that Congress should have over the next few years. I don't think the Congress, I can't really say much about the High Command, but I don't really think the High Command has really got down to brass tacks about discussing whether they should have an alliance in Delhi. If yes, with Aam Aadmi or with whichever else group that there is. And if yes to that also, then what would be the kind of decision? So I think your question is a little premature. Unfortunately, some, I think rather, I said unthought of statements came on behalf of Aam Aadmi and others to unnecessarily muddy the waters. You know my opinion as far as what I think of the Aam Aadmi and the Chief Minister and others are concerned. But let me tell you, as far as yesterday's meeting is concerned, there was hardly any discussion on the or a possible alliance. We spoke much about how to strengthen the party. So I think once time comes, or maybe a few other meetings are held of the India alliance, maybe that's when they really go down to state by state analysis. It is then that I think this question will come up.
But what is your view? Let's get it clear. What is your view on the Aam Aadmi Party alliance? The reason I ask you is the fact is that the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress are part of this grand India alliance that was forged last month in Bengaluru. So what is your view? Do you believe that the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, is it a desirable alliance for 2024 or not?
See, as far as if you take my personal opinion, and this is not the Congress Party's official position, my personal thing is that I don't see any difference in either the secular politics or in the right-wing politics or in the economic style or in their attitude towards corruption or towards truth or towards the constitution, in which I find Aam Aadmi Party to be any different from the BJP. So as far as I am concerned, I believe that both are equally the same. And if we oppose the BJP, then there is, according to me, no reason why we should have any truck with a party like the Aam Aadmi. However, I mean, all parties change, all parties reform, and this I'm only saying as a matter of hope. I'm quite sure this won't happen, and we'll see when the time comes. There have been parties or people who've kind of reformed themselves. The Shiv Sena has done that. There was a time, if you remember, the DMK and the Congress were the biggest loggerheads. Now we are the greatest of friends. So maybe if the Aam Aadmi Party, however unreliable I believe they are, if they truly give indications to the contrary, if they stop being a B team of the BJP, if they stop being what BJP always wants them to be, then maybe the Congress High Command can think of an alliance. And maybe, even a person like me would soften at least our personal stand. But that is my personal stand, and I don't think we should really go in for this alliance. However, as I said, if they think a change is happening in the Aam Aadmi Party and they do show some signs of that, then maybe we can consider it.
But the thinking seems to be, at least within a section of your leadership, that AAP plus Congress would pose a formidable challenge to what the Congress seems to believe is their prime goal in 2024, ousting the Modi-led BJP. Now you are saying you see no difference between AAP and BJP, and that is where the problem lies. Who is the Congress's enemy number one at the moment? What is your target number one? Removing Prime Minister Modi, fighting against him as a joint alliance, or in your view strengthening the Congress party? The fact is, Sandeep Dixit, in recent elections, the AAP has done much better than the Congress in Delhi.
So what? It doesn't mean you sleep with the enemy. If you remember in the year 1977, when everybody wanted to forge an alliance against Mrs. Gandhi, that is when the then Janata Party gave a kind of legitimacy to the BJP, then Jan Sangh. The Jan Sangh, which was supposed to be, I'm sorry, I don't want to use this word. It's not a, very nice word, but almost like an untouchable party for many, became one. The people came into prominence, and you gave a place to a party which should never have got a national position. So according to me, are we doing something like that to a party that in the future will become dangerous to India's polity and its constitution? That's my biggest worry. I mean, otherwise, you can always say that in any case, 5 or 6 or 7 seats of Delhi, ultimately, if it's a matter of 2 or 3 seats in election, even these seats would matter. But my firm conviction is that in this kind of a thing, if we compromise in a state like Delhi with the Aam Aadmi Party, we may be doing a long-term damage, in fact, more damage to the Congress than would otherwise happen. This party has consciously, its leader has consciously, very clearly damaged the Congress and its reputation. The kind of filth and vile allegations, and remember, not a single one, forget being proved, is even been taken to the courts for investigation, or even an investigation has been put against them. The vile number of allegations Kejriwal put against thousands and hundreds of our leaders, not single one. So for a person who's come from a background like this, should we succumb to the fact that immediately we may need him in a marginal position somewhere? I personally don't think so.
But the fact again, Sandeep Dixit, I repeat this, is that the Aam Aadmi Party today has a government in Punjab. The Aam Aadmi Party has dominated Delhi politics, at least at the Vidhan Sabha level. The Aam Aadmi Party showed that it could grow in some areas of Gujarat as well. When they seem to be part of your India alliance, and they've made it very clear that their prime target is to fight the BJP, on what basis are you calling them the B team of the BJP, or suggesting that the Aam Aadmi Party will eventually end up destroying the Congress? I mean, that's really the question. Where is your animus against the AAP coming from when they claim they are ready to join the India alliance and take on the BJP?
Well, they claimed everybody in the opposition was correct. Did any of that charge come true? So what they claim, according to me, is scrap. I mean, so don't give me the fact what they claim. They've claimed thousands of things. They claim that they would have transformed Delhi. So forget that. Just because they claim something, it doesn't mean it becomes the truth. While to many, they may be the epitome of truth. So I don't care a damn about what they say. In Gujarat, I was there for almost the entire period. There was hardly any statement of Arvind Kejriwal or his people against the BJP. They were constantly attacking the Congress. So in BJP, in Gujarat, if you really look at it, their only target was to reduce Congress's vote, not reduce the BJP's vote. Similarly in Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh. Look at Karnataka. The day our government comes, it comes up with some reforms or some subsidy issues on electricity. The very next day, the Aam Aadmi Party in Karnataka and their chief minister here attacks the Congress. So have you seen this kind of attack, against the BJP governments in Madhya Pradesh or against the BJP governments in other states? No, it has always been targeted. It has always been carefully done. It has always been strategized. So as far as I am concerned, their only role and only single role is to weaken and ultimately destroy the Congress wherever it is possible for the Aam Aadmi Party to do so.
So I come back to my original question then. Is it feasible or desirable, according to you, that in 2024 the AAP and the Congress should fight together as part of a grand India alliance? Or do you believe that the Congress is making a mistake by trusting the Aam Aadmi Party?
Rajit, feasible, yes. I mean, feasible is a word that's easy. Anything is feasible. So I think if you want to have an alliance will happen. Whether Aam Aadmi Party votes get transferred to the Congress or Congress's votes get transferred to the Aam Aadmi Party, that is how, it depends on the chemistry between the leaders and what is the kind of primacy you give to different parties and what is the overall agenda you build in. Whether it is desirable, that is the question. as far as I am personally concerned, it is not desirable. I think we are doing fairly well in most of the states. Punjab, for example, I don't think anybody will call for an alliance because Aam Aadmi Party is today in the assembly the number one party, Congress is the number two, and therefore the seats in the 13 seats in the Lok Sabha will be divided between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. And if one of us doesn't fight in any of the seats and there's alliance, you'll automatically give space to BJP to become the number two party in the state. So I think it'll fairly be politically naive and stupid for either of these parties to have any alliance in Punjab, because in any case, those 13 seats would be mostly, maybe maximum 1 or 2 seats may be taken by the BJP or Akali Dal. It will go to the India alliance. So the only question comes is Delhi. And as I said, it's feasible in Delhi. Whether it will have desirable results, I'm not very sure. Obviously, 1 plus 1 hopefully will make 3 and not just 2. But as far as I'm personally concerned, I don't think it is desirable. It's not desirable for the Congress's strengthening itself in India or the northern India. And in the long run, it could be problematic for us.
So, in conclusion, is your view a minority view? Do you believe that a majority of the Congress party, especially at the leadership level, shares your concern? Or is Sandeep Dixit a bit of an outlier when he says, let's not have anything to do with the Aam Aadmi Party, no difference between BJP and AAP?
Okay, let me be honest. I'm not really in touch with many of the Delhi leaders, and I've not been very active in Delhi Congress for a long period of time. So I can't really say with confidence. I know the leaders I have spoken to. There are only 1 or 2 who are active on the social media world and have conveyed their viewpoint that they are not for this alliance. Generally, when I speak to leaders and the leaders that I know I've been in touch with, and whenever we have our personal thing, I find, I won't even say a majority, a near unanimous belief that no, we must not have anything to do with the Aam Aadmi Party. But I think what the High Command will decide, what equations they will have in front of them, what will be the pressure of other partner parties in the India alliance, all that will have to be seen. But all I can say, and I can say with a lot of confidence, is that the leaders I know in Delhi, the people I am in touch with and who converse with me with a sense of confidence and a kind of a personal trust, I haven't seen anybody who advocates for an alliance.
So, how much of this, though, Sandeep Dixit, is because Arvind Kejriwal took on your late mother, Sheila Dixit, and in a way toppled her government or defeated her in elections and formed the government first in 2013 and of course then 2015 onwards? How much of this animus, if I may use the word, against Arvind Kejriwal is because of what happened in that period? We are now in 2023. Are you still living with the scars of what happened between 2013 and 15?
Look, everybody lives with whatever scars they have. So if I deny that, I don't want to lie, and I normally don't make these, politically correct, sweet statements all the time. Everybody has their scars. But my problem in Aam Aadmi is not the fact that they just defeated us. It's the kind of politics that they exercise, of untruth, of wrong, of cheating, of vile words. They are really the first people who cheapened, Rashtrawadi politics and brought it onto the field. They were the first people who started using the tricolor to divide people politically. They are the first people who started using the slogan of Bharat Mata on the streets to make it a political slogan, like that, the slogan of pride for all Indians. So there's hardly any wrong that is there in politics today that does not have its roots in either the India Against Corruption movement or in the way and manner in which they did so. They are the first people. Many of us, I've seen sometimes some of you also saying so, that often the Prime Minister makes claims without facts. The Prime Minister derides his opponents without any merit in his things, and he makes claims to things that he is not really his. Who's really almost a kind of a grandfather of his in almost everything of this? It is Arvind Kejriwal. So if you look at the politics of Kejriwal, the style of the Aam Aadmi Party, then I think it's a very, very big problem. We cannot encourage politics of this kind. And as far as I'm concerned, obviously there will be a personal baggage also that I carry. There's a personal baggage that everybody carries. Okay? But apart from that, if you want a serious opinion, I think they are far more dangerous to India's polity than any other party or any other person is. And the kind of traditions they put on ground are going to be dangerous.
So therefore, if eventually the India alliance does take off and Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi share a platform and Delhi does see seat sharing between Congress and AAP, will you continue to remain in the Congress, or is this an issue where you will break with the party that you have been part of?
No, I'm a congressman. I'm a congressman, more a congressperson than I think most of the other congressperson I meet. Okay? And it is my sworn duty and my belief that I tell the party whatever I feel is right. Ultimately, whatever the party decides, obviously we'll follow that. I mean, there's no issue about that. Is concerned, but I'm not somebody who will not say things in public or to my party leaders whether it suits them or not. I've been known to say my things. I may have suffered because of that. In fact, remain on the margins of my party because often I'm supposed to be even irresponsibly open with my views. That's not my concern. I say what I feel like. Let me give you an example, Aditi. You know that I was for this ordinance that came across, right? And I'd been saying that this ordinance should be passed. But as I always said, that suppose I were a member of the Raj Sabha or a member of the Lok Sabha, right? And while the fact that I support the ordinance, okay, if it had come to vote for it, my vote belongs to my party. I would not have been a member of parliament if I have not been a member of the Congress party. So I would have voted for whatever is the three-line whip my party would have given that. In that sense, in the ultimate analysis, I will follow what my party leaders tell me, because I sometimes feel that maybe, because they are in a senior position, maybe they have a slightly greater wisdom or a hindsight that I may not be having at that particular point of time.
Right.
As far as leaving the Congress is concerned, there is no way. You might find me the last man standing in the party, and so it will be.
So what you are telling us, that if you had to advise Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, you would advise them it is not desirable in your view to go ahead with an alliance with AAP in the 2024 elections. Am I correct?
Yes, if I'm ever asked. Let me also put, in yesterday's meeting, no such question was asked, and this topic was not even discussed. But if I'm ever asked, whether by them or anybody senior in the party, that's I will give my reasons for it. There are many more reasons for it. I mean, we can't really put all of them across to you in this TV interview. I'll put my reasons across to them.
Okay. I think you've been very candid as always, Sandeep Dixit, given us your perspective. I appreciate your joining us and telling us what apparently many privately within the Delhi Congress believe at the moment. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
You are watching India Today.
Message went across that Congress is preparing itself to contest alone in 2024 elections as far as Delhi is concerned, despite they are in talk with Aam Aadmi parties as a part of India alliance. So how do you look at this, how this message percolated after this particular meeting?
Well, you ask those who percolated this message, and you ask Aam Aadmi, who jumps at every occasion. The problem with Aam Aadmi party is they neither verify truth, nor do they know the difference between total lies and truth, because they themselves have lived lies all their life. And I'm saying this openly. I mean, it's the most untrustworthy bunch of people, including their supreme leader. What is the condition? There are 7 seats in Delhi, right? Congress has to be strong in all 7. And we have to prepare for all 7. That does not mean in case there is an alliance, we fight all 7. Suppose we suddenly get new, we believe we want New Delhi and South Delhi seats, and we prepare here. In the alliance, we get Chandni Chowk and West Delhi. And if we have not prepared there, how will we fight an election? Obviously, any self-respecting party, in case there is an alliance and before details of the alliance are worked out, will try and strengthen itself in the entire state. I mean, it's absolute. I think it's a no-brainer for anybody to think that. Only people who want to distort the truth, or kind of bring out things to kind of muddy the whole picture, or basically people who have no idea what truth and untruth is. Only those people will believe in these rumors.
If you look the hindsight of it, it is very clear that the Congress government in Karnataka wants to please their ally, who is part of India, the so-called India, INDIA, DMK, and they have yielded to the pressure of DMK against the interest of the people of Karnataka. This is what is going to happen if INDA comes to power. So the interest of Karnataka will be jeopardized 100%, and people of Karnataka, more so Kaveri Basin people, will fight for it.
ರೈತರು ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೀಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯ ಬೀಗ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಬೀಗ ಇದೆ. ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಾವು ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಯಾರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಈಗ ನೀರು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ ಬೇಡ.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಕೊರತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಡೀ 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷನೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak wears his Hindu faith with pride. He did so again when he attended a Ram Katha by Morari Bapu at Cambridge. Sunak declared that his Hindu faith guides him and gives him courage to do his best.
Jai Sri Ram.
UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visited the renowned Hindu spiritual leader Morari Bapu in Cambridge on Tuesday.
It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here.
Sunak said he was not there as a Prime Minister but as a proud Hindu.
It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Morari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
The event was to mark Morari Bapu's 921st recital titled Manas Vishwavidyalaya.
इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है. जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है ये उसका बहुत अच्छा पहलू है.
Sunak addressed a gathering of people of Indian origin. He said his faith guides him in every aspect of his life.
He's very humble, apart from serving prasad and speaking to everybody, was the fact that he went and said hello to, and greeted every musician that has come with Bapu from India. Yeah. He sort of went to the front of the stage and he met all of them individually, which was really nice of him, and I think it says a lot about him.
At Morari Bapu's Ram Katha, the University.
Although Sunak rarely speaks about his faith publicly, he has never shied away from declaring his Hindu identity.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
After the 2017 general elections, he swore his oath to Parliament upon the sacred Hindu text, the Bhagavad Gita. As per British media reports, Sunak always keeps an idol of Sri Ganesh on his table. He earlier made an appeal to give up eating beef and claimed he has consumed it. Sunak was also seen performing Gau Puja in London. The video, which went viral, was shot when the 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshita Murthy, the daughter of Infosys founder N.R. Narayana Murthy, a practitioner of Hinduism and the first British Prime Minister of Indian descent. Sunak is not leaving his culture and values behind. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Kaveri water row escalates in adjoining southern states of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu a day after the Stalin government knocked on the Supreme Court's door over Karnataka not releasing due share of water to the state. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar is now all set to release water to Tamil Nadu. Karnataka farmers have hit the streets protesting against the Siddaramaiah government's move. Farmers allege that there isn't sufficient water for crops in the state as they raised anti-Siddaramaiah government slogans. Even Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar earlier had said that there is no sufficient water for Karnataka, but they're going to release 2,831 crore litres of Kaveri water to neighbouring Tamil Nadu. Hitting back at the Siddaramaiah government, former Chief Minister of the state of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai, alleged that the Congress is releasing water to please its India ally DMK.
Protests have erupted in 3 districts across Karnataka in terms of Kaveri water. The Deputy Chief Minister is saying it's a legal compulsion that we have to give water.
See, I've been Water Resource Minister and I know about it. The CWMA directions, our Honorable Deputy CM is quoting that. The issue is, in CWMA meeting, Government of Karnataka didn't protest the additional use of water to Kurvai crop in Tamil Nadu. They are supposed to use 32 TMC and 1.80 lakh hectares. Yes. But actually they have used 60 TMC of water and they have covered more than 4 lakh hectares. Instead of making their case very strong in CWMA, they have kept quiet. The second mistake is that they would have released the water to our farmers quite early. They slept over it. And now they are trying to release water. And whatever the storage which was meant for Karnataka farmers, now that is a claim of Tamil Nadu. So Government of Karnataka has failed to protect its interest, its water interest, its interest of the farmers, its interest of the drinking water, especially Bangalore and other towns in Kaveri Basin. They have slept over. Now, in the garb of legal thing, they are trying to release water. CM said categorically they are not going to release. Yes. But Deputy CM is saying that it is compulsion. I don't see any compulsions in that. The only compulsion might be the political compulsion of making the INDA partner DMK happy at the cost of our farmers' interest, at the cost of state interest, at the cost of our common man drinking water interest. So this government is not really serious about it. Neither they know the nemesis of the issue, the tribunal orders and thing. And they are very busy in their own world, transferring and fighting with the contractors and all those things. Therefore, the state is neglected. For the first time, we are feeling sorry. And over and above that, irrigation minister says that farmers should only go to the court.
Supreme Court, yes.
No minister has said this. If farmers are out to go to court, then why the hell the government should be here?
ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೀಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯ ಬೀಗ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀಗ ಇದೆ. ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿನವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಾವು ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಯಾರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಈಗ ನೀರು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ ಬೇಡ.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಕೊರತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಡೀ 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷನೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
Kaveri is a very emotional issue for the people of Karnataka as well as Tamil Nadu, and this is the water we depend on. For us, the farmers depend on this water. Drinking water is used from this Kaveri basin. So this is a very emotional issue. Mr. Bommai is trying to figure out politics inside this issue. That is very unfortunate. BJP has no responsibility. They can only do politics on Kaveri. But we have responsibility. Our government will ensure that justice will be done to the people of Karnataka, for the farmers of Karnataka. So nobody needs to panic. Our government is more than capable to handle the situation. And we don't depend on what Mr. Bommai says or not says.
ನಾವು ಸುಮಾರು ಸಾರಿ ಬಂದು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾವು ತಕ್ಷಣ ನೀರು ಎತ್ತ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಮದ್ದೂರು ಬ್ರಾಂಚ್ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಬೆಳೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಳಗೋಗದೆ. ಇವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪೂರ್ತಿ ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ನೀರನ್ನ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಮದ್ದೂರು ಬ್ರಾಂಚ್ಗೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತ ಸಂಘ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಈ ಮದ್ದೂರು ರೈತ ಸಂಘ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Actually, today I am really surprised about the Karnataka government decision, because the Tamil Nadu government, when they approached Supreme Court to give direction to Karnataka government to release 37 TMC of water in this month, but we are facing severe problem of water here, our farmers, even for drinking also. In future days, drinking water also severe problem will be there for even Bangalore city. Without applying proper mind, or without taking any consultation with any technical persons, our irrigation minister, the farmers who are protesting in Karnataka, this is not the question of Mandya farmers. This is the question of Kannadigas, Karnataka farmers. Here, this minister, what the farmers protesting about the decision taken by the government, he advising the farming community, go before the Supreme Court. This is not the responsibility of farmers. This is the responsibility of the government.
BRS MLC K. Kavita lambasted Rahul Gandhi. She took potshots at the Congress leader's Bharat Jodo Yatra, describing it as the 1000 chuhe khake billi Hajj ko chali, 1000 chuhe khake billi Hajj ko chali, meaning a cat undertaking Hajj after killing 1000 mice. She also criticized the Congress party's 62-year-old rule and questioned its governance record, especially for the poor class. Also, she asked BRS workers to go to Muslim homes, mosques and make people aware about the Congress's alleged betrayal of their community. Kavita's remarks drew sharp criticism from the Congress party. Congress, in fact, branded the BRS as BJP Rishtedar Samiti and also called it a B team of the ruling BJP. Meanwhile, BJP called the criticism an eyewash and said that both Congress and BRS are alike.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप. लेकिन तेलंगाना में 10 साल में जो इंकलाब केसीआर साहब लेके आए, देश में कहीं और नहीं हुआ. तो क्यों जाना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों वोट देना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट? कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज्य में 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स. उनकी नानी थी, पापा थे, दादा थे, परदादा थे, सभी लोग थे। क्या हुआ? बदलाव आया? नहीं आया। फिर क्यों मौका देना है उनको? आज हमारे माइनॉरिटी भाई सोचना चाहिए। घर घर आप जाओ, हर एक मौलाना को पकड़ो, हर एक मस्जिद में जाओ, आप उनको समझाओ क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट, कितने साल और मौका देते। बहुत लोग बोल रहे हैदराबाद में बैठ के, दिल्ली में बैठ के, तेलंगाना में मुसलमान इधर सोच रहे उधर सोच रहे। मैं एक ही बात बोले, कुछ भी नहीं सोच रहे, कार और सरकार सोच रहे और कुछ नहीं सोच रहे।
Even in Telangana, our father came into power promising 12% reservation. It is Congress who has given 4% reservation. It is Congress who has given free education, free higher education to the minorities. They haven't done anything. They only talk. They themselves, in the last few days, are very much in panic about the surveys what they are seeing. And now they are behind minority votes.
Srimati Kavita's statement that the Congress has not done anything for the Muslims shows that both of them are trying to woo the Muslim votes for their group. The BRS party is going further in order to appease the minority communities more than the Congress. However, the criticism of Srimati Kavita on Congress party with regard to the minorities is only an eyewash, and both are one and the same.
Massive protests erupted outside the campus of Jadavpur University in West Bengal. This in connection with the suicide of a student who died after he allegedly fell from the second-floor balcony of his hostel on August 9. The family of the victim continues to allege that the student died by suicide after constant ragging at the university. SFI and other student-led organizations have started a huge march around the university campus demanding justice for the victim. The BJP also set up a dharna outside Jadavpur University campus. BJP Shubhendu Adhikari is also likely to join the protest.
খুব অবাক লাগে যে যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটির মতো একটা প্রিমিয়াম অর্গানাইজেশন তাদের ওখানে যে এইরকম র্যাগিং হতো সেটা মুখ্যমন্ত্রী জানতেন না, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় জানতেন না, উনি তো পুলিশ মন্ত্রী। যাদবপুর পুলিশ স্টেশন কিছু জানতো না, কলকাতা পুলিশ কিছু জানতো না। আপনি তো গেছিলেন, আপনি তো কয়েক বছর আগে ভিসিকে সরাতে গেছিলেন। আজকে যে ছেলেটি মারা গেল তার দায় আপনারও।
The Indian Space Research Organisation has achieved a new milestone. Vikram, the lander, and Pragyan, the rover, have successfully separated from their propulsion system. Post-separation, landing module is set to descend to a slightly lower orbit tomorrow at 4 p.m. in a de-boosting operation. Remember, Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft is set for a scheduled moon landing on August 23rd, aiming to become the fourth nation to achieve this milestone after the US, Russia and China. Now, the Vikram lander has been named after Vikram Sarabhai, father of the Indian space program, and designed to function for 14 days. It will be engaged in exploring the lunar south pole. And the Pragyan rover, a six-wheeled vehicle which has instruments configured with payloads, will roll out to conduct experiments on the moon's surface for 14 days.
हमें पूरा विश्वास है 100% बल्कि 110%, और सारी दुनिया की निगाहें इस समय चंद्रयान पर है। और 23 तारीख को लगभग सायंकाल 5:30-35 पर चंद्रयान की लैंडिंग भी उसी प्रकार से शेड्यूल की गई है।
तो आप लगातार उन वैज्ञानिकों से टच में हैं जो इस मिशन से जुड़े हुए हैं?
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। और ये मिशन चूंकि श्रीहरिकोटा और इसरो की एक परंपरा है कि यदि कोई वहां से वैज्ञानिक या चेयरमैन अथवा कोई अधिकारी सेवानिवृत्त हो जाता है तो फिर भी वो उस मिशन से अपना संबंध नहीं तोड़ता। और एक बड़ी सुखद बात यह कि जितने हमारे पूर्व चेयरमैन हैं, डॉक्टर के राधाकृष्णन, डॉक्टर किरण कुमार, सभी लोग इसमें एकजुट होकर के इसका फॉलोअप भी कर रहे हैं, अपने अपने इनपुट्स भी दे रहे हैं। और इसकी मॉनिटरिंग भी कर रहे हैं।
और शुरुआत से ही लग रहा था कि ये मिशन सक्सेसफुल होगा, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से इसका प्रक्षेपण हुआ अब तक, जिस तरीके से ये आगे बढ़ा है, कामयाब रहा है, आज भी कामयाबी का एक स्टेप इसने हासिल किया। हमेशा से ही लग रहा था कि सब कुछ पॉजिटिव रहेगा। जितेंद्र जी,
निश्चय, क्योंकि बहुत सारी इसमें इस तरह की भी कुछ एक इस तरह से भी कुछ एक चीजें विकसित की गई हैं जो शायद दूसरे देशों को की तरफ से नहीं हो पाई थी, और उस तरह से कहा जा सकता है कि एक तरह से ये एक मिशन कई और मिशन की तुलना में ज्यादा सुपीरियर भी रहा है।
We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
You've got a new alliance in the making, the India Party, and all of a sudden there's a lot of action in the opposition. But on the other hand, the Prime Minister says that this is actually a majboori ka alliance. How do you respond?
I don't want to comment on what the Prime Minister is saying, but I would say this is going to be a battle between idea of India, Gandhi's India, Nehru's India, Sardar Patel's India, and Godse's India, which the BJP wants to create. It's not about Hindu Rashtra, it's BJP Rashtra, Godse Rashtra that they want to create, because you can see the amount of hatred they are spreading everywhere from Manipur to know what's happening at this point of time. I mean, ordinary people are ready to take up guns to kill each other. This is something we have seen in Pakistan in Ziaul Haq's time, what is happening in India. This is something that is happening in Syria, where people say Allahu Akbar and then kill. Here they say Jai Shri Ram and lynch people. What's the difference now?
I'm sure it must be very demoralizing, and I cannot even begin to imagine the circumstances in which they live. And Salman Taseer Shaheed, he was the governor of Punjab of my province, and he raised his voice for Asia Bibi, and he had to pay the price with his life. And as you mentioned, that not many commentators or politicians vocally condemn such incidents. I think if you look at Pakistan's recent history, whether it's the murder of Shahbaz Bhatti, who was the Minister of Minorities from the Christian community, or Salman Taseer, or others who have dared to venture in this path of defending minorities, they have paid a very heavy price. And even when I speak about this issue on Indian media in particular, I try to be very careful, and even I am fearful of the reaction from certain quarters, the organizations which you mentioned. But there is another factor which I'd like to add in, is that the Pakistani population is not extreme, and it does not echo such narratives. And the proof lies in the fact that Pakistanis have never elected these extremists into power. So in the history of Pakistan, in the 70 plus decades since we have come into existence, Pakistan has never elected an extremist party into power. We have never paid heed to the ideologies of TTP or TLP, which are not representative of the Pakistani populace. So I think that these extremists, because they are loud and they are violent, they have gathered more space in our ecosystem, but they do not represent the majority, and which I think sadly the majority also now lives in fear, and the state is also wary of acting against such elements, because perhaps there is an apprehension.
You are watching India Today.
The Indian Space Research Organisation has achieved a new milestone. Vikram, the lander, and Pragyan, the rover, have successfully separated from their propulsion system. Post-separation, the landing module is set to descend to a slightly lower orbit tomorrow at 4 p.m. in a de-boosting operation. Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft is set for a scheduled moon landing on August 23rd. Kaveri water row escalates in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu a day after the Stalin government knocked on the Supreme Court's door over Karnataka not releasing their due share of water to Tamil Nadu. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar is now all set to release 2,831 crore litres of water to Tamil Nadu. Hitting back at the Siddaramaiah government, former Chief Minister of the state of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai, alleged that the Congress is releasing water to please its India ally DMK. Monsoon continues to wreak havoc across Himachal Pradesh. Heavy rains continue to lash Himachal, triggering landslides and flash floods. About 800 roads are blocked in the state. People stuck in flood-hit areas were airlifted by the Indian Air Force helicopter. Water from Pong Dam entered Himachal's Kangra after a huge quantity of water was released from the dam. Meanwhile, IMD has predicted heavy to very heavy rainfall in several parts of Himachal. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti compares India with Pakistan and Syria. Former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir launched a scathing attack on Prime Minister Modi and the ruling BJP and said that the government is spreading lies about normalcy in Kashmir. She slammed BJP for pushing Hindu Rashtra and hatred in the country. She once again fired the Jumle Baaz Sarkar jibe at the BJP government.
You are watching India Today.
Massive landslides, swirling floods, swollen rivers, and spate of deaths. Monsoon wreaks havoc across Himachal Pradesh. The hill state has been receiving incessant rains, causing massive destruction. Forces and rescue workers are racing against time to save lives. Flood hit are being rescued using choppers. Bodies are being pulled out from debris of collapsed houses. Himachal's Mandi has been completely cut off due to blocking of connecting highway. Swollen Beas River continues to flow in spate. Two major hydropower projects, Natpa Jhakri and Rampur on Satluj River, have also been hit. This could eventually hit power availability in North India. Himachal CM Sukhu did an aerial survey to review the flood situation.
8 जून को हमने पहले डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की बैठक की थी। सभी प्रकार के एहतियात के कदम हमने उठा रखे हैं और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जहां-जहां एहतियात के कदम उठाए हैं, सब जगह एहतियात के कदम उठाए हैं, लेकिन कई जगह यहाँ क्लाउड बर्स्ट हो जाता है, वो ना प्रशासन के हाथ में होता है और ना ही मेट्रोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट ये प्रिडिक्ट कर सकता है कि यहाँ क्लाउड बर्स्ट होगा।
The Weather Office has predicted isolated but heavy rainfall in Himachal Pradesh in the next 2 days. With Satyendra Chauhan in Shimla, Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi and Amit Bharadwaj in Devprayag, Bureau Report, India Today.
before India block Mumbai meet. AAP and Congress quarrel over Delhi seats. Fissures erupt in Team India.
Whether we fight in Delhi with them or with somebody else, or there is an alliance or not, those details will be worked out. If they are worked out or they are not worked out, then what Aam Aadmi Party does is their business.
AAP says Congress must consult top brass.
सभी लोग मिल करके एक कैंडिडेट जो है वो खड़ा करें, इसी मकसद से ही गठबंधन बनाए.
BJP takes jibe at India alliance. Can India survive these spats? Top focus on 5 Live.
Good evening and welcome. It's a brand new episode of 5 Live with me, Shiv Arur. The political battlefield is buzzing with one of the most familiar fights. We saw it in the 2019 campaign as well, and there is a very strong sense of deja vu that it's happening again. I'm going to tell you all about it and debate it here on 5 Live. Thanks as always for tuning in. I'm Shiv. These are the headlines. India achieves a big, very, very crucial milestone on its journey to the moon. Chandrayaan-3 lander Vikram separates successfully from its mothership, the propulsion module. Moon landing scheduled for August the 23rd. The Delhi dangal escalates after BJP demands discussion on Chief Minister's house renovation issue. 4 MLAs marshalled out of the assembly. Chief Minister Kejriwal hits out at Modi government over Manipur. Battle for Kaveri river water on the boil again. Karnataka to release water to Tamil Nadu despite DK Shivakumar admitting to insufficient water for Karnataka. BJP calls it DMK appeasement. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy after comparing India with Pakistan and Syria. Also claims normalcy in Kashmir is propaganda.
What is happening in India? This is something that is happening in Syria, where people say Allahu Akbar and then kill. Here they say Jai Shri Ram and lynch people.
Samajwadi Party Congress tug of war over Muslim votes. Congress UP minority cell chief claims Babri verdict based on emotion and not just facts. SP retort says Congress hindered the growth of Muslims. It's a flashback of the worst political kind. Deja vus are things where you're reminded of an earlier instance, but you can't really figure out where. In this particular case, we know exactly what we're talking about. Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal in 2019 had engaged in a very bitter and very public feud over who would fight which seats in the Delhi Lok Sabha. There are 7 seats in Delhi, and it became a very acrimonious public war that resulted in advantage BJP, which swept all 7 seats in 2019 in Delhi. Well, ahead of that very crucial Mumbai meeting of the Team India alliance, the opposition umbrella, there are visible cracks in the alliance, nowhere greater perhaps than the Congress Aam Aadmi Party ugliness and animosity. It's the Aam Aadmi Party versus the Congress once again in the national capital, if you can believe it. Even after 5 years, they haven't been able to get their affairs in order. After a statement by Congress leader Alka Lamba yesterday, that basically set the cat among the pigeons when she claimed that her party, the Congress, will contest all 7 Lok Sabha seats. The exact issue on which the two parties had handed the advantage to the BJP in 2019. Well, further worsening this situation, Congressman Sandeep Dixit, Sheila Dixit's son, lashed out at the Aam Aadmi Party government saying that Kejriwal cannot be trusted. Reacting to this, the Aam Aadmi Party said that the Congress should take action against such comments, adding that clarity on seat sharing will be reached after a Mumbai meeting of the alliance. So taking a jibe, however, at the India alliance, obviously, the BJP says that the alliance will not last long with all these contradictions.
The problem with Aam Aadmi Party is they neither verify truth, nor do they know the difference between total lies and truth, because they themselves have lived lies all their life. And I'm saying this openly. I mean, it's the most untrustworthy bunch of people, including their supreme leader. What is the condition? There are 7 seats in Delhi, right? Congress has to be strong in all 7. And we have to prepare for all 7. That does not mean in case there is an alliance, we fight all 7. Suppose we suddenly get new, we believe we want New Delhi and South Delhi seats, and we prepare here. In the alliance, we get Chandni Chowk and West Delhi. And if we have not prepared there, how will we fight an election? Obviously, any self-respecting party, in case there is an alliance and before details of the alliance are worked out, will try and strengthen itself in the entire state.
कल शाम तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का आधिकारिक बयान आया है कि कल जो कांग्रेस के कुछ नेताओं ने जो बयान दिए उनके व्यक्तिगत बयान थे, पार्टी का ये स्टैंड नहीं है, और उसके बाद चीजें स्पष्ट हो गई हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि सभी पार्टी के नेताओं को मुंबई की बैठक का इंतजार करना चाहिए। मुझे उम्मीद है कि मुंबई की बैठक के बाद जो चाहे वो मैनिफेस्टो की बात हो, चाहे वो सीट शेयरिंग की बात हो, आगे के एजेंडे की बात हो, वो चीजें और स्पष्ट होंगी।
Yesterday was Shriman Arvind Kejriwal's birthday, and therefore I think Congress party has given him a very beautiful gift in the form of the statement made by Alka Lambaji. And it only shows that Grah Mantri Amit Shah ji, whatever he said on the floor of Rajya Sabha, has been proven to be absolutely correct. Parties who have been born and who have been giving since birth 2 tons of abusers to each other, when they come together, even if they do a political nikah, their instant triple talaq is due in very short duration of time after their motives are over.
So in 2019, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party were similarly fighting in public over how many seats each would fight among the 7 Lok Sabha seats in the national capital of Delhi, and everyone knows what happened there. I want to quote now from the best-selling book 2019 by India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai about precisely how it went down at that time. What followed that spat was an even more inexplicable and only reveals the mutual mistrust and complete disorder in the opposition ranks. Instead of quietly attempting to resolve the impasse, Rahul and Kejriwal engaged in an acrimonious Twitter war in 2019, each side blaming the other for the breakdown. 2 leaders who hours before were negotiating an alliance were now warring publicly with each other on social media like adolescents. The contrast with the flexibility shown by the BJP in its poll tie-ups could not have been more stark. Like in Mumbai, the BJP took all of Delhi's 7 seats. The collapse of the Congress-Aam Aadmi Party alliance in Delhi might not have made a difference to the eventual result, since the BJP won more than 50% of the votes in all 7 seats, but it is a pointer to the scrambled state of mind of Team Rahul. The leadership was clearly divided between strengthening the Congress's base and ceding space to potential allies. Just moments ago, my colleague Rajdeep Sardesai spoke to the Congress's Sandeep Dikshit on this very issue, who said, in his opinion, the Congress should not trust the Aam Aadmi Party. It's a flashback to the same ugliness and distrust that existed in 2019 as well.
The thinking seems to be, at least within a section of your leadership, that AAP plus Congress would pose a formidable challenge to what the Congress seems to believe is their prime goal in 2024, ousting the Modi-led BJP. Now you are saying you see no difference between AAP and BJP, and that is where the problem lies. Who is the Congress's enemy number 1 at the moment? What is your target number 1? Removing Prime Minister Modi, fighting against him as a joint alliance, or in your view, strengthening the Congress party? The fact is, Sandeep Dikshit, in recent elections, the AAP has done much better than the Congress in Delhi.
So what?
It doesn't mean you sleep with the enemy. If you remember in the year 1977, when everybody wanted to forge an alliance against Mrs. Gandhi, that is when the then Janata Party gave a kind of legitimacy to the BJP, then Jan Sangh. The Jan Sangh, which was supposed to be, I'm sorry, I don't want to use this word. It's not a very nice word, but almost like an untouched.
And there is breaking news, because what you're seeing happen between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress is just one aspect of it. There are more cracks in the opposition alliance that we're looking at with just 10 months to go for elections. Now it's the Trinamool versus the Congress in West Bengal. The Trinamool claims it will fight the polls in West Bengal by itself. All the seats in West Bengal in the Lok Sabha will be fought by the Trinamool all by itself. They say they will win 40 seats with or without the Congress party. So that animosity in Bengal is now becoming public as well. Take a look.
That there are some rift or problem is some kind of exaggeration of small items, small statements of small leaders. So about Bengal, we are very confident that Trinamool Congress will reach 40 mark out of 42.
Okay, that's a big statement. With or without left and Congress?
Without left Congress. Without left or Congress.
Spotlight focus remains the apparent divisions and cracks between the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi Party. This is not a creation of the media. These are public comments that have been made by representatives of the Congress party. I'm sure both sides have asked their leaders and spokespersons to exercise caution. But remember, as I've demonstrated, through what happened in 2019, this is not something that is beyond the realm of imagination. These are crucial. Every seat is going to count. The Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in 2019 handed the advantage to the BJP by a very similar kind of public bickering. Joining me live, Reena Gupta, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, Mahima Singh, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Welcome to you both. Thank you very much for your time here on 5 Live. Reena, can I come to you first? There's a sense of deja vu over this seat share issue. It seems like the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party, well, in this case, the Congress Party, haven't learnt any lessons about keeping these discussions private, having them behind closed doors, not going public before everything is set. The last time we saw this deteriorate into a very unseemly Twitter battle between Arvind Kejriwal and Rahul Gandhi. What do you make of it now, Reena?
Shiv, the senior leadership of Congress and Aam Aadmi Party is very much in sync, and it is leaders who've lost their deposits, leaders that nobody knows of, who are giving these sort of statements. The senior Congress leadership has come out very categorically and said that these were not authorized people to speak of. Who is Sandeep Dikshit? Is he a Congress spokesperson? Is he an MLA? Is he an MP? Besides being Sheila Dikshit's son, who is he? So he can have his own opinion. But has anybody in the senior leadership of Congress come out and said anything? Whereas it is the Bharatiya Janata Party that is getting scared. You can see the Prime Minister was fumbling in his speech in the Parliament because the India alliance is a formidable alliance, and we know that as we move closer to the elections and as more and more scams are coming out of Bharatiya Janata Party, the CAG report talks about several scams.
We were the only channel to debate it yesterday, by the way. Only channel.
Yes, I know. I'm aware of that, Shiv. Really, congratulations that India Today did that. But as we see that BJP is going to be more and more rattled, and there are certain media channels who are actually supporting BJP by trying to stake up this controversy. As far as Congress and Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, our senior leadership is in conversation with each other. When the time comes, there will be conversation on seat sharing and all of that. As of now, the India Alliance stands strongly. The people of India are looking forward to voting for the India Alliance because everybody is tired of the corrupt Bharatiya Janata Party.
Because the reason I've taken this up on my show today is because there's the big Mumbai meeting of the India Alliance that's going to happen very soon, and every little crack, every little chink, every little difference is going to be amplified. You know, let me categorically say that I am one journalist who doesn't cut corners when it talks about how the media views these things. You can always count on me to be honest about it. And yes, the media tends to over-amplify these differences, especially before an election. However, Reena, like I said, given what happened in 2019, that was not a media creation. We have those tweets of Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, you know, taking it completely public. That acrimony was completely public, and there was a sense of the theatre of the absurd that two senior respected leaders can have this discussion, which is supposed to happen behind closed doors on Twitter of all places. But Mahima, Reena says, forget about Alka Lamba and Sandeep Dikshit, washed out leaders. They are not important in the grander scheme of things. The senior leaders are the guys who are really calling all the shots. Let's wait and listen to them. Mahima.
Jai Hind. You see, Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, India as we call it, Shiv, has a word called inclusive. And I believe this is a word that was much awaited in political discourse, and it is here in our name, you see. And there are two other eyes which I identify the two eyes in India with: ideology and issues. And at the core of our functioning is ideology and issues. The third eye, individual, which of course the individuals come together to form a party, and then the parties form an alliance together. But that individual, I think, must fade away when such alliances are formed in the interest of democracy and country. And that is what it is for us. I think our in charge for Delhi, Mr. Deepak Babaria, made it clear very shortly after that statement came out, which was, which turned out to be a fabricated canard also later. Because I was hearing Alka Lama, I'm not trying to justify or defend anybody or anything here, but I was hearing her out very carefully. What she said was that we have been asked to prepare for all 7 seats. And I think each key player in the India has their own attributes, and they will play on it, and they must play on it. And I think Congress, if we are preparing on seats, everybody should be preparing on every seat everywhere. And then at the end of the day, it is to be decided what is going to be the permutation combination of the ultimate, game. So I think till then, yes, we are in an election mode. The country is in an election mode right now. 2024 is fast approaching. And what Alka Lama said, I did not hear her clearly say कि हम 7 सीटों पे चुनाव लड़ेंगे. She said हमें कहा गया है 7 सीटों पे तैयारी रखिए. So,
I hear what you're saying. But, you know, the thing is that the history of the relationship between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party has been laced with distrust for obvious reasons. They both compete in many ways for the same kind of space. The last time, Reena, when things actually broke down, it was literally an argument over 1 seat. You know, the Congress had said it needs to be 4-3. Your party had said it needs to be 5-2. We're not going to, get any more because the Congress is in no way in a position to, to win any of this. So there is that acrimony has always existed between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. Are you saying that all of that has given way to a culture of much more accommodation and deft adjustment this time? Because it doesn't seem like it in public.
Shiv, 1 year is a very long time in politics, and a lot of water has flown under the bridge.
In this case, 4 years.
Yes, 4 years is a very long time, and a lot of water has flown under the bridge. Right now, the idea is that how do we save our country from unemployment, from inflation, from divisive politics, from hate speech. And as far as that is concerned, we are all together. There will be small differences here and there, but for the greater common good of the country, we have all decided that we will work together and we will make sure that the country has good governance and has good leadership. And that is why we all agreed to come together on the larger issue of saving the idea of India. So we are not rattled with these small speeches here and there of some leaders. Because the senior leadership is in conversation, the senior leadership is together.
But does the senior leadership get along, Reena?
Of course,
I don't subscribe.
leadership gets along.
I usually don't subscribe to political gossip because I'm not a political reporter. But one hears, through the rumor mills that Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal don't interact. They don't even look at each other at these India meetings, and that distrust is very prevalent. Do they get along at all?
They do, Shiv, and look at what happened to the erstwhile NDA partners. How many of them are still with them? Let's talk about cracks in NDA, and let's talk about, how many of their partners, Shiv Sela, all of these people who were with them have left them and gone. And what they're doing is looking for all corrupt leaders from all parties and, doing a washing machine and making them join Bharatiya Janata Party. The Prime Minister called NCP the most corrupt party, and lo and behold, 48 hours after that, they joined the alliance and they are given plum positions, and all of them are given a character certificate.
Okay.
So clearly, it's the Bharatiya Janata Party that is rattled. The India alliance is very much together, and we have real issues that we are talking about. We have a real agenda for the country.
Okay.
And we are very sure that we'll make it through, and we will win the next Lok Sabha election.
So has there been, in that case, Mahima, my final question to you then is, does the Congress see the Aam Aadmi Party in new light? Is the past, all those suspicions, etc., in light of a common cause against the BJP and the Modi government, all that distrust is now water under the bridge, as Reena says?
I think, Shiv, today there's one key factor that unites us all against this anarchical rule. It is the misuse of constitutional agencies and institutions. It is the misuse of power, and I think we are all standing unanimously against that, and very strongly and very firmly so. And I would resonate the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson's view here that all the differences are kept aside and will be kept aside until such time that we resume, we are hearing talks of a new constitution nowadays. I mean, that's what we are fighting about. That's what we have been warning the country for the past 10 years. And it is here to haunt us already. Official authorities in the government writing that we might have a new constitution.
You're not answering my question, Mahima. That's fine.
To fight for India's constitutional values and for the largest democracy that has stood the test of time for the past 76 years, and we will not let it go just like that.
I hear you, and I hear what Reena said. I accept that completely. And on India Today, whenever there have been dislocations within the NDA, we're the ones to report them first. But let's all be very, clear and pragmatic about one thing. The cracks or, alleged cracks in the coalition as they are reported are going to have a bigger effect in whatever political fight Team India is mounting against the Modi government, because in many ways the Team India alliance, let's face it, let's accept it because it's a reality, is like a delicate house of cards. There are many competing interests. There are many parties that have been erstwhile, enemies. We're seeing that play out in West Bengal right now, like we just saw in the breaking news. We've seen what's happened in Punjab as well. And that's the reason why each of these small cracks takes up a greater deal of significance. It's not just a small thing. Yes, final word, 10 seconds to you,
10
Reena.
seconds.
Yeah. Yes.
Shiv, all I want to say is that we love India way too much. We love our country way too much. Small differences here and there, I am very sure we'll be able to talk through them.
Okay, brilliant. I think everyone wants a good...
worry because MNF is on the verge of breaking away in Manipur already. MNF is on the verge of breaking away, and all the other partners also. So BJP must worry. India is impeccably strong and firm.
I think the both of you sending out a united message of this kind is a very refreshing change from the sound bites one normally hears. And I wish you both the very best for both your parties as well. As a democracy, a good fight is the only thing that the public always wants to see. Thank you, Reena, and thank you, Mahima, for being with me here on 5 Live. I want to go across now to India Today's executive editor, Preeti Chaudhary, who looks very, very closely at, all the big political stories in the country. Preeti, am I wrong in feeling a sense of deja vu? All the right notes are being struck now, saying, the senior leaders will decide, forget about Alka Lamba and Sandeep Dixit, and there is some truth to that as well. What are you hearing from the inside? Are things hunky-dory or are there problems?
Shiv, the fact is there are problems and nobody can deny that. Your leaders might, at maybe not at that senior level, but they might be echoing what is being played out in the background. I just want to come down to the brass tacks of it all, Shiv. If it comes down where the Aam Aadmi Party and the conflict where Congress is concerned, it's not an organic alliance. This is a political party that has built its bones on the capital it has stolen from the Congress party. Let's look at going ahead. When it comes down to seat sharing, because ultimately the true test of the India alliance will be that 7 seats where Delhi is concerned, and that is possibly where Alka Lamba quered the pitch. But there's more. There are going to be 14 seats in Punjab plus Chandigarh. There are 10 seats in Haryana. Aam Aadmi Party right now ruling, taking the mandate away from the Congress, occupying the space of the Congress in Punjab, in Delhi, especially where Punjab is concerned, because they've come out, won their first Lok Sabha in Punjab, and they'll be hoping to capitalize, going ahead. So therefore, wouldn't the Congress want an equal number of seats where Punjab is concerned? Will the Aam Aadmi Party be okay to seat share where Punjab is concerned? Leave alone the 7 here, which has already caused rancor. The Aam Aadmi Party is going to go all in where the Haryana elections are concerned. 10 seats there, Shiv. Will the Congress even give them one where the Huddas, as well as the entire might of the Congress wants to come back to power where Haryana is concerned? Absolutely not. But, one can safely say that our leaders will decide and it will all come together. But with certain parties, it cannot come together because it's not us or them. It's us or you. It's either or in certain states.
Very, very interesting perspective. Preeti, I also wanted to ask you, how does the senior leadership get along? We saw the very senior leadership of the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party indulging in that famous Twitter war, if I remember, in 2019, over the seat share issue, Kejriwal and Rahul Gandhi. What is that relationship looking like now? Because now you've got the spokesperson saying, don't worry, junior leaders can say whatever they want, but the senior leaders get along and they'll sort it all out. How do they see each other?
Well, where the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress is concerned, Shiv, away from all the bluster, the Aam Aadmi Party will have to accept that it's a junior partner where this alliance is concerned, where the Congress comes into question. The whole grandeur of possibly taking that space and occupying the space of the Congress, at least for now, is not there. At somewhere down the level, and Arvind Kejriwal does understand and accept whether, the party projects it or not, that this election, it's not his election. It's an election he has to fight in the shadows of the Congress taking the lead. So there will be a bit of give and take there. In terms of the body language, a lot we can read onto it, and especially what we're getting to understand. There have been 2 meetings where both party leaders have been face to face. Meeting 1 didn't go down well at all, where Arvind Kejriwal staged a walkout, if you remember, in Patna. That was the first meeting of the India Alliance. And he staged that walkout primarily because Congress refused to, submit to supporting the Aam Aadmi Party when it came down to the Delhi Services Bill in Parliament. Having said that, it came around before meeting 2. And what we have been given to understand now of what was, a very, very cold vibes in the first meeting, where even not very pleasant words were exchanged, coming down to the second meeting, there seems to be a sense of not warmth, definitely not, but an acceptance that both these parties need each other going ahead. For the Congress as well, it is a step down, and they need to understand they need to take the Aam Aadmi Party along, despite accepting and knowing that this is the party that has stolen its mandate in not 1 but 2 states and eyeing Haryana now.
Incredible. The political reality really comes at you hard. And like, both our guests just said, 4 years is a very long time. How much of that adjustment is going to translate into, realpolitik on the road to 2024? We'll have to wait and see. Preeti, appreciate it. Thank you so much for that perspective on this developing story here on 5 Live. We're taking a very quick break, but more politics coming up on the other side. Because remember, Telangana is one of the big states going to the polls at the end of this year. But the fight has gotten very, very personal now. The Chief Minister's daughter taken a straight pot shot at who else but Rahul Gandhi.
politics, everyone has an opinion. But I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप। लेकिन तेलंगाना में 10 साल में जो इंकलाब केसीआर साहब लेके आए, देश में कहीं और नहीं हुआ। तो क्यों जाना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों वोट देना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट? कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज में 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स। उनकी नानी थी, पप्पा थे, दादा थे, परदादा थे, सभी लोग थे। क्या हुआ? बदलाव आया? नहीं आया। फिर क्यों मौका देना है उनको?
If you look the hindsight of it, it is very clear that the Congress government in Karnataka wants to please their ally, who is part of India, the so-called India, INDIA, DMK, and they have yielded to the pressure of DMK against the interest of the people of Karnataka. This is what is going to happen if INDA comes to power. So the interest of Karnataka will be jeopardized 100%, and people of Karnataka, more so Kaveri Basin people, will fight for it.
ರೈತರು ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೀಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯ ಬೀಗ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಬೀಗ ಇದೆ. ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಾವು ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಯಾರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಈಗ ನೀರು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ ಬೇಡ.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಕೊರತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಡೀ 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷನೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
सर, विपक्षी एकता की बात हुई, पार्लियामेंट में बड़ा एकजुटता दिखा दिल्ली सर्विसेज बिल को लेके, लेकिन कल कांग्रेस के नेताओं के बयानबाजी के बाद आपकी तरफ से भी बयानबाजी हो रही थी, तकरार है?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि कल शाम तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का आधिकारिक बयान आया है कि कल जो कांग्रेस के कुछ नेताओं ने जो बयान दिए उनके व्यक्तिगत बयान थे, पार्टी का ये स्टैंड नहीं है, और उसके बाद चीजें स्पष्ट हो गई हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि सभी पार्टी के नेताओं को मुंबई की बैठक का इंतजार करना चाहिए। उससे पहले इस तरह के कोई बयान नहीं करना चाहिए कि जिससे गलतफहमी पैदा हो। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि मुंबई की बैठक के बाद जो चाहे वो मैनिफेस्टो की बात हो, चाहे वो सीट शेयरिंग की बात हो, आगे के एजेंडे की बात हो, वो चीजें और स्पष्ट होंगी और मुझे लगता है कि उससे चीजें और स्मूथ होंगी।
तो फिलहाल आप गठबंधन के साथ हैं, 7 सीटों पे एकजुट होकर चुनाव लड़ने की तैयारी?
नहीं, गठबंधन में आम आदमी पार्टी और पूरे देश में अलग अलग पार्टियां इसीलिए शामिल हुई हैं उस लोकसभा चुनाव में कि सभी लोग मिल करके एक कैंडिडेट जो है वो खड़ा करें, इसी मकसद से ही गठबंधन बना है। उसका जो डिटेल है मुझे लगता है कि एक एक करके स्पष्ट हो रहा है और मुंबई की बैठक में और स्पष्ट होगा।
If you look the hindsight of it, it is very clear that the Congress government in Karnataka wants to please their ally, who is part of India, the so-called India, INDIA, DMK, and they have yielded to the pressure of DMK against the interest of the people of Karnataka. This is what is going to happen if INDA comes to power. So the interest of Karnataka will be jeopardized 100%, and people of Karnataka, more so Kaveri Basin people, will fight for it.
ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೀಗ ನಮ್ಮ ತೆಗಿಯ ಬೀಗ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಬೀಗ ಇದೆ. ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಾವು ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಯಾರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಈಗ ನೀರು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ ಬೇಡ.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಕೊರತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಡೀ 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷನೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
Quality today. In Delhi, 133. In Mumbai, 61. In Kolkata, 132. In Bangalore, 40. In Chennai, 52. In Hyderabad, 111.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The battle for Telangana has well and truly begun this November, December. Telangana is one of 5 states that goes to the elections. And this election, like many we've seen recently, but unlike many we've seen over the last few years, is going to be a really big fight between the incumbent BRS of KCR, who is the current Chief Minister of Telangana, and the Congress party, which has poured unusual energy into this campaign. The BJP is seen as a third wheel, not quite a triangular fight, but Telangana being built up to be a big BRS versus Congress fight. And that's the reason why a sharp barb thrown by the Chief Minister's daughter, K. Kavita, directly at Rahul Gandhi and the Bharat Jodo Yatra has lit a political fire, the intensity of which hasn't been seen so far between the principals of these two big parties in Telangana. Take a look at this report. It tells you what Kavita has said about Rahul Gandhi that's gotten everyone really hecked up.
राहुल गांधी जी है, उन्होंने नया यात्रा निकाले, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा. मुझे क्या लग रहा मालूम, जो 1000 चूहों को मार के एक बिल्ली हज यात्रा को निकलती.
The political war is simmering ahead of the Telangana Assembly elections slated by the end of this year. Ruling BRS has launched an all-out attack against the Congress with its scathing jibe at Rahul Gandhi. Taking a massive dig at Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra, Kavita claimed that it is absolute depth of hypocrisy by the Congress.
राहुल गांधी जी है, उन्होंने नया यात्रा निकाले, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा. मुझे क्या लग रहा मालूम, जो 1000 चूहों को मार के एक बिल्ली हज यात्रा को निकलती, वैसा है राहुल गांधी जी का.
BRS MLC and daughter of Chief Minister KCR, K. Kavita questioned Congress's governance record accusing the Gandhi family of betraying Muslims.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप. कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज में 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स. हमारे सारे
Kavita asked BRS workers to reach out to Muslims and mosques to educate the community.
साहब ने आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट किया था. आज हमारे माइनॉरिटी भाई सोचना चाहिए. घर घर आप जाओ, हर एक मौलाना को पकड़ो, हर एक मस्जिद में जाओ, आप उनको समझाओ क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट, कितने साल और मौका देते.
The attacks marked Kavita's first visit to the Nizamabad Lok Sabha constituency, where she aims to contest from in 2024. Kavita's remarks drew sharp criticism from the Congress party, which branded BRS the B team of BJP.
आप लोग बीआरएस समझ रहे, हम लोग बीजेपी रिश्तेदार समिति बोल के राहुल जी ने साफ साफ कह दिए. जब बीजेपी रिश्तेदार समिति से इससे बेहतर कुछ स्टेटमेंट हम एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं कर सकते.
Even in Telangana, our father came into power promising 12% reservation. It is Congress who has given 4% reservation. It is Congress who has given free education, free higher education to the minorities. They haven't done anything. They only talk. They themselves, in the last few days, are very much in panic about the surveys what they are seeing. And now they are behind minority votes.
Meanwhile, BJP called Kavita Rahul Gandhi war an eyewash, branding them same sides of a coin.
Srimati Kavita's statement that the Congress has not done anything for the Muslims shows that both of them are trying to woo the Muslim votes for their group. The BRS party is going further in order to appease the minority communities more than the Congress. However, the criticism of Srimati Kavita on Congress party with regard to the minorities is only an eyewash, and both are one and the same.
With Apurva Jayachandran and Abdul Bashir, Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to go across to India Today's Abdul Bashir, who's been breaking all of these stories from Telangana. The war has clearly begun, Abdul. Kavita taking a shot, not just at the Congress party, but at the one spot in the Congress which it is most emotional and sensitive about. That is Rahul Gandhi and the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Yeah, absolutely. As the ball is ticking, Telangana is heading towards elections, and now the political war has begun in Telangana between BRS, Congress and BJP. Now, Kavita, who has already announced that she's contesting Lok Sabha from Nizamabad, has lashed out at Rahul Gandhi, stating that the Bharat Jodo Yatra is just like killing 1,000 rats and going to a Hajj pilgrim. This is a statement that has come out from Kalvakuntla Kavita at a time when the Congress party is seeing its graph a little growing in the state of Telangana. It is to be seen what this statement and this issue brings for the Congress and BRS, including the BJP in the Telangana state in the coming days.
Where does the BJP fit into all this? Very quickly, Abdul.
See, BJP, until the recent leadership change, the BJP had been seen very aggressive when it comes to attacking the BRS on all fronts. But after the leadership change, the BJP is seen a little silent on several issues which are coming up in the state. However, the Congress had been taking its position where the graph is seen increasing when it comes to attacking the BRS on all fronts, be it the policies, be it the schemes that the BRS had been announcing one by one with the elections approaching in the coming days. So this graph that we see is where BJP has have to counter the BRS at the pace that they had been maintaining earlier.
Very interesting, and this is going to be one of the most hard-fought elections. India Today's Abdul and his team are going to be reporting extensively. We'll be giving you coverage of all aspects of the Telangana battle, which is all positioned to be one of the most exciting elections, perhaps, of 2023 before the big one in 2024. You can depend on our coverage. Abdul, thank you for that breaking story here on India Today. Now I want to show you another big India Today exclusive today that's set all the tongues wagging amidst the Team India alliance as well as the BJP. PDP chief and former J&K chief minister Mehbooba Mufti has stirred controversy over her comments to India Today's Mosmi Singh in an exclusive interview where she has compared India with Pakistan and Syria. Mehbooba has launched a scathing attack on the ruling BJP, who were once her partner, and said that the government at the centre is spreading lies about normalcy in Kashmir. She went on to also say that Rahul Gandhi would make a far better Prime Minister. Take a look at this exclusive excerpt in this interview to Mosmi Singh.
You've got a new alliance in the making, the India Party, and all of a sudden there's a lot of action in the opposition. But on the other hand, the Prime Minister says that this is actually a majboori ka alliance. How do you respond?
I don't want to comment on what the Prime Minister is saying, but I would say this is going to be a battle between idea of India, Gandhi's India, Nehru's India, Sardar Patel's India, and Godse's India, which the BJP wants to create. It's not about Hindu Rashtra, it's BJP Rashtra, Godse Rashtra that they want to create, because you can see the amount of hatred they are spreading everywhere from Manipur to know what's happening at this point of time. I mean, ordinary people are ready to take up guns to kill each other. This is something we had seen in Pakistan in Ziaul Haq's time, what is happening in India. This is something that is happening in Syria, where people say Allahu Akbar and then kill. Here they say Jai Shri Ram and lynch people. What's the difference now? What the, Britishers did to us, they divided us between Muslims and Hindus. Now this BJP is doing the same thing. They are dividing the people. Britishers carved two countries out of us. They cut us into two pieces, with Hindu Mahasabha asking for Hindu India and Muslim League asking for Pakistan. But now the same BJP is trying to cut us into two pieces. The human beings they are trying to cut up into two pieces.
With the greatest of respect, could Mehbooba Mufti be one of the biggest hypocrites in our political class? Not an easy question to ask, I admit, given that there are no politicians in India who aren't hypocrites at some level or the other. No politician whatsoever. But I wanted to talk about Miss Mufti because she gave my colleague Mosmi Singh an interview today that's making waves across the media and the political spectrum. In this interview, like you just heard, an impassioned Mehbooba makes several claims that I think deserve a little examination. One, Mehbooba says propaganda is on in Kashmir as if a film is being directed. To me, this sounds like the frustrated hand-wringing of someone who cannot digest that things are quantifiably better in Kashmir since the abrogation of Article 370. Is it propaganda, Ms. Mufti, that Kashmir has been experiencing record-breaking tourism this year? Is it propaganda that Kashmir saw 1.2 lakh visitors arrive in February 2023, giving a paralyzed hospitality industry a new lease of life? Is it propaganda that the number of visitors visiting Kashmir in a single year reached a record 25 lakh last year, significantly more than the previous 40 years average, as reported by my colleague Ashraf Wani, who you, Ms. Mufti, know so well? Is it propaganda that crowds of local visitors and visitors from outside thronged the Lal Chowk in Srinagar on August the 15th as the famous clock tower was adorned with the tricolour? Is it propaganda that grenade attacks have reduced by 15% after the abrogation of Article 370? Is it propaganda that casualties from IED blasts have dropped 77%? Is it filmy nonsense that fire and run cases have declined by 42%? Is it pure lies, Ms. Mufti, that weapon snatching cases have dropped by 60%? Is it just make-believe rubbish that stone pelting incidents have dropped by an incredible 92% thanks to better security measures and the Army's Operation Sadbhavna among local communities? Have terror encounters decreased by 32%, or is that also propaganda? There are many more such indicators, all showing small or big decreases. Is that all nonsense and propaganda? Post the killing of Burhan Wani, when mobs attacked army installations, a journalist asked Mehbooba Mufti about the deaths of civilians, at which time she had famously said, "वो बच्चे आर्मी कैंप के बाहर क्या करने गए थे? क्या टॉफी खरीदने गए थे या दूध लेने गए थे?" or something to that effect. Was she molding her words because she was a partner of the BJP? Mehbooba talks about Hindutva and Jai Shri Ram killings now. Yet it was this same BJP with which Mehbooba Mufti not only partnered to be Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, but also fulsomely praised in 2017 after the BJP had won Uttar Pradesh at that time. This was the same BJP. So is she saying she was more accommodating of hate crimes and Hindutva then than now? Ms. Mufti had once said, if Article 370 is touched, there will be no shoulder in J&K to carry the tricolour on. After her release from detention post Article 370's abrogation, Ms. Mufti addressed a press conference and said that she won't hold the tricolour till a separate flag of J&K is restored. Now she says she respects the tricolour. So which one is it? Or has that also changed? Is that also propaganda? I don't subscribe to phrases like Gupkar gang because I believe there are good, committed politicians in Kashmir who can help its future. But by crying propaganda when things are visibly better in Kashmir, Ms. Mufti obliquely admits, perhaps, that her politics benefits when the people of Kashmir are under siege, that conflict is her power, that peace removes all leverage for netas who've drawn all their strength from the assurance that suffering of the people in Kashmir will continue. I wonder if it's this frustration that compels netas like Mehbooba Mufti to declare, with no sense of irony whatsoever, that India is becoming like Zia's Pakistan or even Syria. What does it tell you when a politician in Kashmir isn't happy about things literally, visibly and demonstrably getting better? I won't for a moment, viewer, pretend to suggest that Kashmir isn't a complex issue with no easy fixes. Even the improvements I've mentioned here are tentative and slow in the making, but they are real. And if Ms. Mufti wants us to believe that lakhs of tourists from around the country and world thronging Kashmir are part of a grand propaganda plan, then it says more about her own politics than anything else. And before we end 5 Live today, the best news of the day, the Indian Space Research Organization has achieved a marvelous new milestone on India's voyage to the moon. The Vikram lander separated successfully from the propulsion module, and a 6-day countdown has now begun for the spacecraft to land on the moon. We're going to be counting down to it. And on the other side of this very short break, we have a full special broadcast with our in-house Chandrayaan expert, Akshita Nandagopal, who's going to be taking you through everything that happened 163 kilometers above the surface of the moon and how it's going to go till D-Day, August the 23rd. All of that coming next.
If you look the hindsight of it, it is very clear that the Congress government in Karnataka wants to please their ally, who is part of India, the so-called India, INDIA, DMK, and they have yielded to the pressure of DMK against the interest of the people of Karnataka. This is what is going to happen if INDA comes to power. So the interest of Karnataka will be jeopardized 100%. And people of Karnataka, more so Kaveri Basin people, will fight for it.
ರೈತರು ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೀಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯ ಬೀಗ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಬೀಗ ಇದೆ. ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಾವು ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಯಾರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಈಗ ನೀರು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ ಬೇಡ.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಕೊರತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಡೀ 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷನೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
A message went across that Congress is preparing itself to contest alone in 2024 elections as far as Delhi is concerned, despite they are in talk with Aam Aadmi parties as a part of India alliance. So how do you look at this, how this message percolated after this particular meeting?
Well, you ask those who percolated this message, and you ask Aam Aadmi, who jumps at every occasion. The problem with Aam Aadmi party is they neither verify truth, nor do they know the difference between total lies and truth, because they themselves have lived lies all their life. And I'm saying this openly. I mean, it's the most untrustworthy bunch of people, including their supreme leader. What is the condition? There are 7 seats in Delhi, right? Congress has to be strong in all 7. And we have to prepare for all 7. That does not mean in case there is an alliance, we fight all 7. Suppose we suddenly get new, we believe we want New Delhi and South Delhi seats, and we prepare here. In the alliance, we get Chandni Chowk and West Delhi. And if we have not prepared there, how will we fight an election? Obviously, any self-respecting party, in case there is an alliance and before details of the alliance are worked out, will try and strengthen itself in the entire state. I mean, it's absolute. I think it's a no-brainer for anybody to think that. Only people who want to distort the truth or kind of bring out things to kind of muddy the whole picture, or basically people who have no idea what truth and untruth is. Only those people will believe in these rumors.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
अभी हालात कंट्रोल में है। जहां डैम से पानी छोड़ा गया है मैं उस जिले का, कांगड़ा जिले का वैली का दौरा करने जा रहा हूं। वहां हमने कल प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों की ड्यूटी लगाई थी और हमारे चीफ सेक्रेटरी महोदय यहाँ पूरे सचिवालय में बैठ के मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं और फील्ड में जाकर मैं खुद फीडबैक भी ले रहा हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि स्थिति कंट्रोल में है।
यहाँ परिस्थिति यह है कि इस सारे एरिया में ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये बहुत सुरक्षित नहीं है, क्योंकि स्लाइडिंग जोन है ये, और स्ट्रक्चर जो बने हैं वो स्ट्रक्चर ऐसे हैं कि वो इतने मजबूत नहीं है, कभी भी इस तरह की घटना हो सकती है। मेरा तो यही है सरकार से इस बात की आग्रह कि तुरंत एक बात को लेकर के पहले प्रयास किया जाए, जो अनसेफ स्ट्रक्चर यहाँ हैं इस तरफ से उनको, मुझे लगता है कि फॉर द टाइम बीइंग जो है उनको इवैक्यूएट करना चाहिए, सुरक्षित स्थान पर लोगों को ले जाना चाहिए। जिंदगी है तो सब कुछ है।
It's always fun to see one of your favorite celebrities become a showstopper for these couturiers, and a lot of Bollywood made its way to the Couture Week this year in Delhi. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Bhumi Pednekar, Ananya Pandey, Kiara Advani, Vani Kapoor, you name it, and the grace surrounding. Here is all the celebrity action.
The 16th edition of India Couture Week, organized by FTCI, saw Bollywood celebrities turn showstoppers. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Kiara Advani, one saw a plethora of celebrities spruce up the runway.
I feel like a golden girl. I feel very glamorous, but I also feel very comfortable, and I always have a great time working with Rimzim. And it's always there's lots of chaotic energy at Fashion Week, but somehow I managed to keep my calm, I think.
It's a beautiful, beautiful embroidered jacket, and they decided to go without the shirt with this really interesting tie. They have a nice little emblem on it, and I think it's elegant and cool and suave and new all at once.
It feels like it's just growing on my body, the textile, the fabric. It's so sexy. I love the way it hugs my curves. It just makes me feel strong, like I can conquer anything.
It's about imagination coming to life. Literally about imagination coming to life. And for that, I mean, just look at this. We can literally sit here and stare at it.
While the focus is never on the celebrities, but the celebration of art and craft in India, it never really hurts to see celebrities glam up the runway. Indian influencers spruced up the front rows. Bahar Dhawan to Sukhneet Vadhva, there were plenty of them adding glamour.
So, I mean, I was like literally like, oh my God, what a moment for us. Such great designs, the intricate work, absolutely stunning collection.
In New Delhi with Ria Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
India achieves mega moon milestone. No turning back for Chandrayaan. 7-day nail-biting countdown is on. Slow and steady, Vikram for victory. ISRO scientist, India salutes you. Mega India's moonshot. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening, over the next 1 hour, we're kicking off the final countdown for Chandrayaan 3 to officially touch down on the moon in just about 6 days from now. As of now, it's 23rd August, 5:45 p.m. So next week, this time, we'll be talking about Chandrayaan 3 already being on the moon after accomplishing that soft landing. Today was an instrumental day on that front because you had a successful separation of the Vikram lander from the propulsion module. And now Vikram lander on his own is making his way around the moon. We're getting you all the details of what's next, what happened today, and much, much more. A look at the headlines first. Delhi dangal escalates after BJP demands discussion on CM house renovation issue. 4 MLAs marshalled out of the assembly. Chief Minister Kejriwal hits out at Modi government breaking up Manipur in the Delhi assembly. Battle for Kaveri water boils over again. Karnataka to release water to Tamil Nadu despite DK Shivkumar admitting that there's insufficient water in Karnataka. BJP says this is DMK appeasement. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy after comparing India with Pakistan and Syria, claims normalcy in Kashmir is complete propaganda. Big India Today expose impact. Noor riots provocateur Bittu Bajrangi sent to 14-day judicial custody. Cops also recover 8 swords from the Noor riot accused. Himachal Pradesh death toll mounts to nearly 71 after incessant rains and landslides. IAF deployed as relief and rescue operations continue. And Samajwadi Party Congress tug of war over Muslim votes. Congress UP Minority Cell Chief claims Babri verdict was based on emotion and not just facts. SP retorts saying Congress has hindered Muslims' growth. We're now just 163 kilometers away from the surface of the moon, and that has been accomplished because the Chandrayaan-3 lander Vikram and Pragyan are currently on their way. Pragyan is the rover that's inside the lander Vikram. They've completely separated from the propulsion system, from what's referred to as the mothership of Chandrayaan-3, and which means that ISRO says we're right up on schedule, that the landing, the soft landing on the south pole of the moon could happen on August 23rd, which makes us the fourth nation to achieve that milestone after US, the Soviet Union and China.
It's the final countdown. In 6 days from now, India will be at the moon's south pole. In one of the most crucial maneuvers yet by Chandrayaan-3, lander Vikram separated from the mothership, the propulsion module, to set up a date with the moon. The Vikram lander, with its rover Pragyan inside, is on its journey now to the moon's south pole, expected to touch down for that historic soft landing on August the 23rd at 5:45 p.m. Our ISRO heroes have done it again. A picture-perfect launch, followed by a super smooth journey into the moon's orbit, but the true test will now come in 6 days.
So whatever the mistakes happened in the Chandrayaan-2 have been corrected in Chandrayaan-3. Also, that additional design margins have been improved. Also, that wherever the redundancy is not there, now it's put it. That way, we have more confidence on Chandrayaan-3 to be successful.
Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons each, Vikram is designed for a soft landing on the moon. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. 1 billion Indians are now rooting for Chandrayaan-3, and congratulations are pouring in for our ISRO heroes who continue to work day in and out to ensure a 100% successful mission.
The heartening piece of news that I wish to share is that Chandrayaan-3 has finally completed its last lunar maneuver. It's entered into an orbit of 143 kilometers by 153 kilometers. And now the next important milestone would be the coming out of the lander module from the propulsion module, which we expect to happen on the 17th of August.
It is also a symbol of India's growing capability and capacity, and I hope Chandrayaan-3 works out to be a very successful mission.
With lander Vikram making the difficult journey now to the moon's surface on its own, what happens to the propulsion module that helped Chandrayaan travel so far? Well, ISRO has confirmed that the propulsion module will continue its journey in its current orbit around the moon.
Now, the propulsion module will continue its research with the sensor, shape sensor, gathering data about cloud polarization, which can be used to find signatures on exoplanets for habitability. The lander module, after deboosting, will go ahead and in the next 5 days will start the procedure of soft landing on the moon's surface.
Vikram is on its final lap now, and 1 billion hopes are pinned on this 1,778 kilogram lander and rover to fulfill our Chandrama dreams. Onward and upward, Chandrayaan. With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
So far it's been a picture-perfect launch and everything has been going as per schedule in Chandrayaan-3's journey to the moon. What played out today? Why was it such a big deal? Let me explain it to you as simplified as I can. So you had, in fact, the entire the propulsion module along with the lander rover, all of it making its way so far in the tedious journey from the Earth to the moon. It's now attained a 153 kilometer by 163 kilometer orbit around the moon, which quite simply means that right now it's 163 kilometers away from the moon's surface. It's in the moon's orbit already. What you see right here is the separation that happened, and that took place earlier today. At about 1 p.m. is when we got the confirmation that the lander Vikram has separated from the propulsion module. Remember that within the lander Vikram is the Pragyan rover as well. So now Vikram lander is on a journey of his own. He is now going to be carrying the rover all the way around the orbit of the moon, and in about 6 days from now, on August 23rd, it is hopeful, and we're all hopeful, that the Vikram lander will touch down on the south pole of the moon. The propulsion module, what happens to that? ISRO has confirmed that it will remain in the moon's orbit, and this will mean that we have now 3 satellites around the moon. So we're showing you also what essentially ISRO has achieved so far, what they're going to be looking at doing in the next few days. It doesn't mean that any of their hard work has come to an end just yet. They have a lot more to accomplish, and that is, of course, the soft landing of the moon, which is where we kind of failed with Chandrayaan 2. That will be the moment of high stress, high tension. It'll be a matter of few minutes, and that's when the soft landing will happen. Here, the role of the Vikram lander is crucial to ensure that it's a soft landing and it doesn't crash down into the surface of the moon. Why is it called the Vikram lander? It's named after Vikram Sarabhai, who is known as the father of India's space program. So very fittingly, one of the most crucial parts of Chandrayaan 3 is named after Vikram Sarabhai. It's designed to function for 14 days. Those 14 days, it will be extremely active, will continue sending across data also from the stationary position that it's in. It's got a number of sensors. Now, here's what's changed from Chandrayaan 2 to Chandrayaan 3. It's got a number of sensors put in place to ensure that even if manually something fails, automatically it can sense the distance and then slow down and land softly. It can generate a huge amount of power, 738 watts of power. The reason for that is because right now, as we speak, it's a Vikram lander that's fueling the movement around the moon with the rover inside it. Now, the Vikram lander is also going to be engaged in exploring the lunar south pole, because remember that ISRO's put that very ambitious target of directly ensuring a soft landing on the south pole of the moon. What about the Pragyan rover? The Pragyan rover currently is inside the Vikram lander and will be let out, will be released as soon as the Vikram lander makes that soft landing. We're showing you also a version of how exactly it will look like on the moon's surface. Now, this particular part is crucial. The rover is going to be going around the surface of the moon. It carries instruments to study the surface of the moon, and that's extremely crucial because the South Pole has craters which they believe has frozen water. It provides data related to the moon's surface, which is very crucial, and besides that, for 14 days it's going to be conducting experiments on the surface of the moon, which the ISRO scientists will decide based on what they find as well. It's going to be gathering crucial data on the elemental composition of the atmosphere as well. So it's not just the ground, the craters of the lunar surface that it's going to be looking into, but also atmospheric data that it's going to be shooting back to ISRO scientists seated in Bengaluru. So remember that Chandrayaan 3 is the third installment of the Chandrayaan mission, all of which is of course focused on the moon. As ISRO has pointed out, we've got now 3 satellites, and that's a result of Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2 and now Chandrayaan 3. Let's recap for you the journey that we've witnessed so far. What happened in Chandrayaan 1? What was the mission objective then? We all remember 2019, what happened in Chandrayaan 2, and now we're counting down to Chandrayaan 3 touching down on the moon.
Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft and propulsion module, having spent 34 days together, parted ways and embarked on their respective journeys on 17th August. The propulsion module separated from the lander while in lunar orbit. A day before, on 16th August, the spacecraft had successfully completed a crucial firing operation, placing it into an orbit of 153 kilometers by 163 kilometers around the moon. This marked the completion of the lunar-bound maneuvers and brought the spacecraft one step closer to its ultimate goal of landing on the south pole of the moon.
This is really a vital element, because now you look at your Chandrayaan 3 mission basically consists of 3 plus 1 4 modules type of thing. First is LVM-3, which has taken the composite of Vikram lander, propulsion module and the Pragyan, the rover, to the 36,000 kilometer highly elliptical orbit. From there, using a 5 earthbound maneuvers, propulsion module has taken the composite of Vikram lander and the Pragyan to the lunar orbit. Again, the lunar orbit also from the elliptical orbit, it has now brought to the near circular, close to the moon, around 153 kilometer orbit, it has brought 153 by 163 kilometer. So now, the important thing is, final thing is softly and securely landing on the moon.
The propulsion module is a box-like structure with a large solar panel and a cylinder on top. It is responsible for carrying the lander and rover configuration until the spacecraft reaches 100 kilometers lunar orbit. The propulsion module will now continue its role as a communication relay satellite.
Now Vikram has to take its own course of action. Further, it has to separate. So even after separating, then the major event comes. The major event is 4 800 Newton thrusters. They have to fire to take it to the lower orbit. That also will be done in 2 steps, and ensuring that all the 3 systems are working properly. These 2 steps, it will go down, put 100 kilometer orbit, then from 100 to go to the 30 kilometer orbit. 100 by 30 kilometer orbit. That's a very, very vital. But when it's going very closer to the Earth, so the position of the module has to be ascertained properly.
Carrying hopes of billions of Indians, Bahubali rocket LVM-3 lifted off from Sriharikota on 14th of July, with Chandrayaan-3 aiming to land a rover on the moon's surface. The takeoff was picture perfect. More than a month later, it's now on its last leg to make history, an Indian space dream come true.
So from the perfect takeoff to today, to the separation that's happened in the lunar orbit, here's how the Chandrayaan's journey has looked like. There are a lot of questions right now about what the mission objectives are, how Chandrayaan-3 is different from Chandrayaan-2. Shivarur breaks all that down and much more.
It's the pride of the Indian space program and the most ambitious space mission ever embarked upon by India. Much to be proud of as far as the Chandrayaan-3 is concerned. This space mission is a follow-up to 2019's Chandrayaan-2. The rocket that's going to be taking the Chandrayaan-3 into space and towards the moon, of course, is India's very powerful GSLV Mark III rocket. The total cost of this program, the Chandrayaan-3, is about 615 crore, which might sound like a lot, but compare it with similar missions by other countries and it's absolutely nothing. Compares very, very favorably, making it one of the most economical space missions of its kind. Now, 3,900 kilograms is the net weight of the spacecraft, the Chandrayaan-3, and it carries up to 7 payloads. Now, the Chandrayaan-3 program is going to be very busy after blast-off. There's much to do on the journey to the moon and also once it reaches there. But broadly speaking, the 3 main mission objectives include: 1, of course, demonstrate a safe and soft landing on the lunar surface. The second, of course, is to demonstrate a rover roving on the moon. That rover will, of course, come out from the lander vehicle. And finally, to conduct in-situ experiments on the lunar surface. So these are the 3 basic mission objectives of Chandrayaan-3. There's a good reason why the Chandrayaan-3 program is aiming for the moon's south pole. Never before done as far as a moon mission is concerned. And here are some of the key reasons for that. Number 1, the south pole of the moon offers an undisturbed record of space's origins. Now, this is very essential to some of the experiments that will be conducted. Reason number 2, it is an untapped source of essential resources, which could mean something for humankind's future. It is said to hold ice molecules in substantial amounts, very crucial to the in-situ experiments that will be conducted by Chandrayaan-3. The craters are cold traps and could contain certain fossil records, which of course will be of great interest to research and scientists. it's got a different geology than equatorial origin, which of course is important because a large part of the equator, which has seen many moon missions before, has been quite extensively studied. This will be a rare one to the moon's south pole. So many new things to look out for.
I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we're going to be talking about how there is currently an ongoing race for the moon because Russia's Luna 25 is also taken off for the moon. I know a lot of you are wondering why it's taken 40 days for Chandrayaan 3 to get there and just 10 days for Luna 25. I'll answer that question on the other side of the short break.
From the biggest conflict zones
we are at the Hostel Air Base and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
सन्नी पाजी के साथ it was amazing working with him. He becomes a different person जब he start camera action. मैं बोलता हूँ आपको धाड़ एक तरफ बाकी सब एक तरफ ले. ऐसा यूज किया कि यूज भी नहीं किया, यूज भी कर दिया. वेडनेसडे को जाके देखूंगा.
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
Hello, नमस्कार जी.
Firstly, very good morning आपको. Thank you हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए आज.
Thank you, it is my pleasure. आप लोग.
आज स्पेशली हम मिले हैं बहुत सारी चीज़ों के बारे में बात करने के लिए आपसे. So first, let me begin by asking you. It's been 43 years for you. हमने वो छोटा सा आपका क्लिप भी देखा ऑनलाइन जो आपने डाला था, and it really touched me. So I want to start by asking, how has been your journey this 43 years? What were the highlights of this journey?
मतलब ऐसा मैं देखूं तो सिर्फ एक ही बोल सकता हूं, भगवान का जितना शुक्रिया अदा करूं कम है, क्योंकि 43 इयर्स पहले जब भी मैं गांव से आके पहले 1 साल जॉब किया, जॉब में कुछ नहीं कर पाया, तो फिर मैं स्टंटमैन बना तो मेरे को मालूम नहीं था जर्नी कहाँ पे लेके जाएगी. मैं तो सर्वाइवल के लिए स्टंटमैन बन गया था, पैसे मिलेंगे, रोटी मिलेगी, तो रहने की कोई जगह नहीं थी. पर आगे ऐसे जैसा भगवान ने डेस्टिनी चाहा तो अच्छे लोग मिलते गए, रास्ता दिखता गया, थोड़ा सीखने को मिला. फिर करते करते 90 में एक्शन डायरेक्टर बन गया, फिर अच्छे लोग मिले, अच्छे लोगों के साथ काम करने का मौका मिला, सीखने का मौका मिला.
1990 में आपने पहली साउथ मलयालम फिल्म की थी, उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए. एंड देन नाउ यू स्टिल कंटिन्यू डूइंग साउथ फिल्म्स, जैसे अभी रिसेंटली पोनी सेल्वन भी आपने किया था, 1 and 2 बोथ आई थिंक. तो प्लीज उसके बारे में बताइए, वो साउथ जर्नी आपकी.
जैसे मैं डेस्टिनी पे बहुत विश्वास करता हूँ कि ना, जैसा मैं स्टंटमैन भी बना, इट वाज डेस्टिनी. कुछ लोग जहाँ पे पेइंग गेस्ट रहता था मिल गए, लड़के पंजाबी, उन्होंने स्टंटमैन बना दिया. फिर ये एक्शन डायरेक्टर भी 90 में, मैं तो एज ए स्टंटमैन शूटिंग कर रहा था एक दिन, तो एक प्रोडक्शन मैनेजर थे, पहचानते थे, फिर फ़ोन होते नहीं थे. मैं उधर चौल में रहता था, आदर्श नगर में, तो वहाँ पे मेरे घर पे जाके मालूम किया मैं कहाँ पे शूटिंग कर रहा हूँ. तो फिल्मस्तान में था, तो रात को तंबी कनाथम डायरेक्टर जो थे इंद्रजालम के, उनको लेके आ गए मेरे पास. तो उनको क्या था, उनके एक्शन डायरेक्टर आने वाले थे केरला से, वो बीमार पड़ गए, तो उनको नेक्स्ट डे एक्शन शूट करना था. तो तंबी कनाथम जी क्या थे, उनको मलयाली यूनिट था, तो उनको हिंदी नहीं आती थी, उनको चाहिए था जो आदमी इंग्लिश जिसको आती हो. तो मेरी उस टाइम पहली बार पढ़ाई काम आई कि मैं इंग्लिश लिटरेचर में MA किया था. तो
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back to the special broadcast where we're counting down now to Chandrayaan 3's soft landing on the moon, which is expected to happen on August 23rd. But it's when, in fact, the Chandrayaan 3's journey had kicked off that Russia also set to sail for the moon. Russia's Lunar 25 is expected to reach the moon's south pole a day before Chandrayaan 3, despite taking off just 10 days ago. So why is it that Chandrayaan 3 is taking 40 days to reach the moon, whereas Russia's Lunar 25 is just about taking 10 days? We explain in our next report.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3.
It's a race to the moon now. As Chandrayaan 3 heads to the moon and will land on August 23rd, there is another country aiming to land at the exact same place, the moon's south pole. Russia's Luna 25 took off for the moon on August 10, a whole 35 days after Chandrayaan 3 was launched into space, and yet is expected to reach the moon a day before Chandrayaan does. So Luna 25 is taking just 12 days to reach the moon, whereas Chandrayaan is taking 40 days. But why is that? While Chandrayaan 3 weighs a whopping 3,900 kgs, the Luna 25 is much lighter, weighing just 1,750 kgs. That has made the biggest difference for the Russian moon mission. There are several other differences as well between the two missions, including the duration of the mission, which is 1 year for Russia versus 14 days for India. But does it really matter who gets to the moon first?
It does not matter. It does not matter. And the competition is all in the mind of the media. So imagine, I think Luna 25 probably started development in 2012 or 11. And Chandrayaan started development maybe, 2-3 years ago at least. So, and on that day, do you think both the scientists on both these teams knew that the other person is also going and we are going to land the same day and we're going to beat them? It is not possible. These things take a lot of time.
The reality is India will join an elite league of just 3 nations, which included the Soviet Union, to make a soft landing on the moon. ISRO even congratulated Luna 25 soon after their successful takeoff and quipped about having another meeting point in our space journeys. So let's be clear, Luna 25's moon mission most definitely does not take the sheen away from the Chandrayaan mission. Bureau Report, India Today.
So all of this so-called competition to get to the moon, quite simply, doesn't matter. Each mission has a very clear directive, objective in place, which is very different in each circumstance. So don't get disheartened if Luna 25 reaches before us. It quite simply doesn't matter. I'm slipping into a very short break. On the other side, I'm getting an exclusive conversation that I had with a NASA scientist who was part of the Mars rover mission, and he explains in great detail about how challenging the Chandrayaan 3 mission truly is.
British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak wears his Hindu faith with pride. He did so again when he attended a Ram Katha by Morari Bapu at Cambridge. Sunak declared that his Hindu faith guides him and gives him courage to do his best.
Jai Siya Ram.
UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visited the renowned Hindu spiritual leader Murari Bapu in Cambridge on Tuesday.
It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here.
Sunak said he was not there as a Prime Minister, but as a proud Hindu.
It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Murari Bapu's Ramkatha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
The event was to mark Murari Bapu's 921st recital titled Manas Vishwavidyalaya.
इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है ये उसका बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
Sunak addressed a gathering of people of Indian origin. He said his faith guides him in every aspect of his life.
He's very humble, apart from serving prasad and speaking to everybody, was the fact that he went and said hello to, and greeted every musician that has come with Bapu from India.
Yeah.
He sort of went to the front of the stage and he met all of them individually, which was really nice of him, and I think it says a lot about him.
At Murari Bapu's Ramkatha at the University.
Although Sunak rarely speaks about his faith publicly, he has never shied away from declaring his Hindu identity.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
After the 2017 general elections, he swore his oath to Parliament upon the sacred Hindu text, the Bhagavad Gita. As per British media reports, Sunak always keeps an idol of Sri Ganesh on his table. He earlier made an appeal to give up eating beef and claimed he has consumed it. Sunak was also seen performing Gau Puja in London. The video, which went viral, was shot when the 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshata Murthy, the daughter of Infosys founder N.R. Narayana Murthy, a practitioner of Hinduism and the first British Prime Minister of Indian descent. Sunak is not leaving his culture and values behind. Bureau Report, India Today.
If you look the hindsight of it, it is very clear that the Congress government in Karnataka wants to please their ally, who is part of India, the so-called India, INDIA, DMK, and they have yielded to the pressure of DMK against the interest of the people of Karnataka. This is what is going to happen if INDA comes to power. So the interest of Karnataka will be jeopardized 100%, and people of Karnataka, more so Kaveri Basin people, will fight for it.
ರೈತರು ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೀಗ ನಮ್ಮ ತೆಗಿಯ ಬೀಗ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಬೀಗ ಇದೆ. ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಾವು ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಯಾರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಈಗ ನೀರು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ ಬೇಡ.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಡೀ 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷನೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
Welcome back. As we get you the latest updates coming in on Chandrayaan 3's journey to the moon, let's get you a conversation that I had with Dr. Amitabh Ghosh, a space scientist working on NASA's Mars mission since 1997. As we count down to the soft landing on the moon by Chandrayaan 3, we've been getting you a number of experts' voices. And here on India Today, it's my pleasure to be joined by NASA scientist who's also a part of the Mars rover mission, Dr. Amitabh Ghosh. Dr. Ghosh, thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. Here in India, we've all got our fingers crossed, sir, for Chandrayaan 3's safe, soft landing on the moon. It is hugely challenging and it's going to be a historic mission for India, and one I'm sure that the world is also watching out for. But as someone, sir, who tracks space journeys so closely, you know the technicality of what's involved in a soft landing on the moon. How challenging really is this mission?
Well, it is a very challenging. Soft landing is very difficult. See, for the Mars missions, we call it 7 minutes of terror. The battle here is you have to slow the spacecraft down from a very high velocity to something where it can survive, the delicate electronics can survive the landing. So for the Apollo mission, I think it was like the velocity was a few feet per second. So here, that is the challenge. Imagine you're dropping a suitcase from a building, and then when it touches the ground, if it's above a certain velocity, all the camera inside that suitcase will break. So it's a very challenging thing, and this is done mostly. It's an automated thing. You can have a response system, but you cannot manually change a lot of parameters during the descent if something was off. So it is reasonably challenging. So of course it's a hard thing to do.
I'm sure you saw what happened with Chandrayaan 2, which is that it very successfully reached to the moon, which is why we don't really call it a failure here. It was partially a success, partially a failure, because only the soft landing, Dr. Ghosh, wasn't accomplished.
Right.
Do you believe that, whatever went wrong there has been fixed in this particular case in Chandrayaan 3?
It's very difficult to say that. See here the game is, if you're 99% successful and 1% not successful, you don't get the data, right? So it kind of has to be 100% successful. So whether the problems have been fixed, it is like if your car was not working and you took it to the garage, and you hope that the problems are addressed.
Sure.
And it's a little more difficult in the garage because you are into this unknown parameter set. So you don't know a lot of parameters, right? So so the reason these spacecraft missions are so hard that you have to make a very judicious choice of parameters, and then if it was outside that envelope, you have to have an automated system which corrects and still keeps the spacecraft safe. So I would assume that things have been taken care of, but there is no way to 100% know, and particularly being outside the mission team, right?
Understandable. But like I said, we're keeping our fingers crossed. Dr. Ghosh, there's a lot of focus right now on where Chandrayaan 3 is going to land, which is the south pole of the moon. Why is that important? Why is that location something that so much is being spoken of?
So, we are in a very different era of space exploration. Neil Armstrong went to the moon as an explorer. And right now, the world is going back to the moon, which includes India, which includes NASA, which includes China, to not just visit. They're sending astronauts back to actually set up a base. And for humans to stay. So what would you need in a base? You would need what we call in situ resources. So you would need, for humans, you need water, oxygen, and for the return journey, you need to manufacture rocket fuel. All this can happen if water can be successfully extracted. The South Pole has some craters which are permanently shaded. That is, they never see sunlight. And so those craters have ice in them. So the thought is somehow if you could extract that ice and extract water, and from that water get oxygen and water for human use and manufacture rocket fuel, then you have a standing chance. So that is why everybody is fixating on the South Pole and the ice.
There's a lot of competition also over who gets to the moon first, who's been to the moon and all of that. I'm sure you're aware of Russia also sending across their own mission, Luna, to the moon. There's a lot of talk about who will get there first. Do you think it really matters, Dr. Ghosh?
It does not matter. It does not matter, and the competition is all in the mind of the media. So imagine, I think Luna 25 probably started development in 2012 or 11. And Chandrayaan started development maybe, I don't know, 2-3 years ago at least.
Yes.
So, and on that day, do you think both the scientists on both these teams knew that the other person is also going and we are going to land the same day and we're going to beat them? It is not possible. These things take a lot of time, resources, and then money, right? So there's a budget process. Nobody can tell and plan this. And why would you compete? They're going to a separate place. It's not like they have to land in the same spot. So while it makes for an interesting, I don't know, TV bite, but it is not a competition, I think.
Well, whichever way it goes, whether we're first or second, it doesn't matter. What matters is making that soft landing on the moon. In course of India's space journey, Dr. Ghosh, how do you see this Chandrayaan 3 and the entire mission being really a monumental moment in our space journey and in our growth towards the next mission?
Right, it's an incredible step. See, if you're able to soft land on the moon, you can soft land perhaps on Mars. You can go to an asteroid and soft land there. It brings in a whole different level of capability. With the orbiter, you're studying the whole planet or the moon from an altitude. Here, like at NASA, we have rovers on the ground and we have mass spectrometers, which kind of can measure composition to the 1 millionth part, not only the element, but also the isotopes of the elements. So you can do all sorts of things once you're it throws open a whole new capability, which India, I'm sure, is going to use in future.
Very interesting. It's been wonderful chatting with you, Dr. Ghosh, and I hope that the next time we have this conversation, it will be once the soft landing has been completed successfully by ISRO. But thank you so much for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure.
And needless to say, here on India Today, we're going to keep you abreast on every update that comes in from Chandrayaan 3. And just a few days from now, I'll be there in Bengaluru reporting live on the moment when Chandrayaan 3 is expected to make that soft landing on the moon. I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we'll quickly shift focus to another big story coming in from Karnataka. The battle for Kaveri water has reignited. Karnataka has announced they will release water to Tamil Nadu. This despite the state also being rather parched. It's led to politics. We'll tell you more in just a bit.
The thinking seems to be, at least within a section of your leadership, that AAP plus Congress would pose a formidable challenge to what the Congress seems to believe is their prime goal in 2024, ousting the Modi-led BJP. Now you are saying you see no difference between AAP and BJP, and that is where the problem lies. Who is the Congress's enemy number one at the moment? What is your target number one? Removing Prime Minister Modi, fighting against him as a joint alliance, or in your view, strengthening the Congress party? The fact is, Sandeep Dixit, in recent elections, the AAP has done much better than the Congress in Delhi.
So what? It doesn't mean you sleep with the enemy. If you remember in the year 1977, when everybody wanted to forge an alliance against Mrs. Gandhi, that is when the then Janata Party gave a kind of legitimacy to the BJP, then Jan Sangh. The Jan Sangh, which was supposed to be, I'm sorry, I don't want to use this word. It's not a, very nice word, but almost like an untouchable party for many, became one. The people came into prominence, and you gave a place to a party which should never have got a national position. So, according to me, are we doing something like that to a party that in the future will become dangerous to India's polity and its constitution? That's my biggest worry. I mean, otherwise, you can always say that in any case, 5 or 6 or 7 seats of Delhi, Ultimately, if it's a matter of 2-3 seats in election, even these seats would matter. But my firm conviction is that in this kind of a thing, if we compromise in a state like Delhi with the Aam Aadmi Party, we may be doing a long-term damage, in fact, more damage to the Congress than would otherwise happen. This party has consciously, its leader has consciously, very clearly damaged the Congress and its reputation. The kind of filth and vile allegations, and remember, not a single one, forget being proved, is even been taken to the courts for investigation, or even an investigation has been put against them. The vile number of allegations Kejriwal put against thousands and hundreds of our leaders. Not single one. So for a person who's come from a background like this, should we succumb to the fact that immediately we may need him in a marginal position somewhere? I personally don't think so.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप. लेकिन तेलंगाना में 10 साल में जो इंकलाब केसीआर साहब लेके आए, देश में कहीं और नहीं हुआ. तो क्यों जाना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों वोट देना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट? कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज में? 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स. उनकी नानी थी, पप्पा थे, दादा थे, परदादा थे, सभी लोग थे. क्या हुआ? बदलाव आया? नहीं आया. फिर क्यों मौका देना है उनको?
Quality today. In Delhi, 133. In Mumbai, 61. In Kolkata, 132. In Bangalore, 40. In Chennai, 52. In Hyderabad, 111.
Welcome back. If you're someone who's tracked Karnataka and Tamil Nadu politics, you know that the Kaveri river water dispute has been a long-standing one. And once again, this issue has boiled over. This time with Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar saying that yes, we'll release water to Tamil Nadu. So it looks like as far as interstate dispute is concerned, that's died down. But in Karnataka, it's led to a political war of words as the BJP, the JDS, they've all questioned why Karnataka is being so lenient, so generous with Kaveri water when the conditions in Karnataka too are dire and there isn't enough water supply in the state.
Battle for Kaveri water heats up. After dithering for a long time, Karnataka is now all set to release water to Tamil Nadu.
ರೈತರು ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೀಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬೀಗ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಬೀಗ ಇದೆ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ.
The move comes after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin knocked on the doors of the Supreme Court demanding the state's share of water. The Karnataka BJP has upped the ante against the Siddaramaiah government, branding the decision to release water as a crime.
So government of Karnataka has failed to protect its interest It's water interest, it's interest of the farmers, it's interest of the drinking water, especially Bangalore and other towns in Kaveri Basin. They are slept over. Now, in the garb of legal thing, they are trying to release water. CM said categorically they are not going to release. Yes. But Deputy CM is saying that it is compulsion. I don't see any compulsions in that. The only compulsion might be the political compulsion.
JDS leader HD Kumaraswamy called it betrayal of farmers.
Actually, today I am really surprised about the Karnataka government decision, because the Tamil Nadu government, when they approached Supreme Court to give direction to Karnataka government to release 37 TMC of water in this month. But we are facing severe problem of water here, our farmers, even for drinking also. In future days, drinking water also severe problem will be there for even Bangalore city.
Meanwhile, Karnataka farmers are on the warpath against release of Kaveri water, claiming there isn't sufficient water for them.
ನಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
As the decades-old Kaveri water dispute reignites, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu are at the loggerheads once again. Bureau Report, India Today.
Sagai Raj is joining us live with more details on this story. Sagai, good evening. You know, inevitably, you see almost every year this dispute between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu over water. Now you've got the Karnataka government saying we'll give it to them, and that's got them under fire, because we understand that the situation in Karnataka right now is also extremely dire, that you don't have the water to give it.
Absolutely, Akshita. And if you notice, from last 5 years, this particular issue was not there between these two states, apart from the Mekedatu was a reservoir. But the sharing of water was not an issue, because there was enough rain in the state of Karnataka. But this time, there is huge rainfall deficit in the state of Karnataka. Remember that the Karnataka government have to release around 177.25 TMCs of water every single year. That cycle starts from June to May. And accordingly, this particular month, they have to release close to 48.25 TMCs of water to Tamil Nadu. And the Tamil Nadu has already written to central government saying that they have to release the remaining TMCs of water, where they have asked close to 27 TMCs of water, according to DK Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. But DK Shivakumar said that they have released only 10 TMC, but still the farmers are saying that when there is no enough water for the state of Karnataka, why the government have gone ahead and released the water. Remember, when it comes to language, river and the identity, the southern states never get compromised. They get into politics. The opposition was trying to get mileage out of the situation, and even the ruling party was trying to take a precautionary measure, but end of the day they had to comply according to the Supreme Court order, and the Supreme Court
so they've cited legal precedent. They've said that legally we're bound to go ahead and release this water. The BJP is saying this is political appeasement, a result of the India alliance, that the Congress now is having to bow down to the demands of the DMK in neighbouring Tamil Nadu. Thanks, Sagai, for getting us those details. We'll track all the latest that comes in on this. I'm wrapping up this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. Coming up on the other side, Preeti Chaudhary runs you through the visible cracks in the India alliance, particularly in Delhi, where the AAP and Congress are squaring off.
दिन की कस्टडी जेसी के लिए भेज दिया गया है, और 148, 149, 323, 353, 395, 397 और 506, 25 आर्म्स एक्ट की जो धाराएं लगाई गई है, उसमें से 395 और 97 जो दो धाराएं हैं डाउटफुल है, क्योंकि लहराते हुए तलवार भाले वगैरह लेकर के आए। इनमें ये बनती नहीं है, क्योंकि ये धाराएं जो है रॉबरी की और डकैती की है, इसलिए इनको पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन में चार्ज के टाइम पर हम इसको डिलीट कराएंगे, चाहे हमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक क्यों ना जाना पड़े। रिकवरी दिखाई है सर, इसमें 8 तलवारें दिखाई है रिकवरी की।
सर इनको कहाँ कौन सी जेल में भेजा जाएगा?
अब इनको जो है नीम का जेल के लिए आदेश करें कोर्ट ने, और आज इनको नीम का जेल के लिए भेज दिया है।
Massive landslides, swirling floods, swollen rivers, and spate of deaths. Monsoon wreaks havoc across Himachal Pradesh. The hill state has been receiving incessant rains, causing massive destruction. Forces and rescue workers are racing against time to save lives. Flood hit are being rescued using choppers. Bodies are being pulled out from debris of collapsed houses. Himachal's Mandi has been completely cut off due to blocking of connecting highway. Swollen Bears River continues to flow in spate. Two major hydropower projects, Natpa Jakri and Rampur on Satluj River, have also been hit. This could eventually hit power availability in North India. Himachal CM Sukhu did an aerial survey to review the flood situation.
8 जून को हमने पहले डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की बैठक की थी। सभी प्रकार के एहतियात के कदम हमने उठा रखे हैं और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जहां-जहां एहतियात के कदम उठाए हैं, सब जगह एहतियात के कदम उठाए हैं, लेकिन कई जगह यहाँ क्लाउड बर्स्ट हो जाता है, वो ना प्रशासन के हाथ में होता है और ना ही मेट्रोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट ये प्रिडिक्ट कर सकता है कि यहाँ क्लाउड बर्स्ट होगा।
The Weather Office has predicted isolated but heavy rainfall in Himachal Pradesh in the next 2 days. With Satyendra Chauhan in Shimla, Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi and Amit Bharadwaj in Devprayag, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by New Hero Zoom. Go big, go Zoom. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. Har family hogi insured. Gee, there's only one.
Chaudhary, lots of political news that is coming in, viewers, especially where the Alliance India is concerned. A cracked mirror where the fissures are bubbling over, where the Alliance India comes into question. All of that with the fact, how is it that the Bharatiya Janata Party has now, even before poll dates are announced, come out and announced candidates for Chhattisgarh and the state of Madhya Pradesh. We're going to get you the details. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, and these are the headlines. India achieves mega moon milestone. Chandrayaan-3 lander Vikram separates from mothership. Moon landing scheduled for August 23rd. Delhi dangal escalates after BJP demands discussion on Chief Minister House renovation issue. 4 MLAs marshalled out of Assembly. Chief Minister Kejriwal hits out at Modi government over Manipur. Battle for Kaveri waters boil again. Karnataka to release water to Tamil Nadu despite DK Shiv Kumar admitting to insufficient water in Karnataka. BJP calls it DMK appeasement. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy after comparing India with Pakistan and Syria. Claims normalcy in Kashmir is propaganda. This is a big India Today expose. Impact. New riots provocateur. Bittu Bajrangi sent to 14-day judicial custody. Finally, cops also recover 8 swords from the riot accused. Tragedy in the hill state of Himachal Pradesh. Death toll now mounts to 71 after incessant rains and landslides. Indian Air Force deployed as relief and rescue operations continue. Party Congress tug of war over Muslim votes. Congress UP minority cell chief claims Babri verdict based on emotion and not facts. SP retort says Congress hindered Muslim growth. Well, if the last headline was anything to go by, where there's a tug of war between the Congress and the Samajwadi Party, it's seeming to play out across members of the India Alliance. Let's focus now to the national capital, Delhi. Something was said by a leader from the Congress which created a huge fissure with an alliance which is already resting very uneasy, where Congress and Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. When Alka Lamba said that the seniors in the party have told the party cadre, the Delhi unit, to prepare to contest all 7 seats. If there is an alliance, even before seat sharing, the Congress claiming all 7 seats didn't go down too well with the Aam Aadmi Party. But however, through the course of the morning, there was damage control to paper over any such controversies.
United, they stand with the aim of taking on Narendra Modi in 2024. But they are divided by political and electoral interests. Team India may be padding up for the general elections next year, but internal differences of seat sharing appear to be the biggest sticking point. In the latest, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress are in a tug of war for 7 Delhi Lok Sabha seats. It all started with Delhi Congress leader Alka Lamba's surprise declaration.
दिल्ली 19वां राज्य था, 24 कैसे जीतना है, और बिल्कुल आदेश हुआ है कि हमें 7 सीटों पर मजबूत संगठन के साथ हर नेता को आज से अभी से निकलना है। 7 महीने 7 सीटें हैं। ये बात हुई कि जिसकी दिल्ली उसका देश होता है। ये दिल्ली का इतिहास बताता है।
This set of cat among the pigeons, the Aam Aadmi Party threatened to boycott the upcoming India meet in Mumbai.
मैंने उनका वो बयान सुना, और अगर कांग्रेस ने मन बना लिया है कि वो दिल्ली में अलायंस नहीं करेंगे हमारे साथ, तो इंडिया अलायंस वाली मीटिंग को अटेंड करने का कोई मतलब नहीं, अपना टाइम वेस्ट करने का कोई मतलब नहीं। हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व डिसाइड करेगा कि अगली इंडिया अलायंस की मीटिंग हम अटेंड करेंगे या नहीं।
देखिए, इस तरीके की बातें तो आती रहेंगी। जब इंडिया के सभी घटक दल बैठेंगे, सीट शेयरिंग पे चर्चा करेंगे, सब पार्टियों के राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व आमने सामने बैठ के इस पे चर्चा करेंगे, तब पता चलेगा कौन सी पार्टी को कौन सी सीटें मिलती हैं। ये तो बहुत आगे की बात है।
Both parties went into separate huddle as confusion and chaos continued.
आम आदमी पार्टी को जो है मैं समझ रहा हूं कि बहुत इमेच्योर लोग वहां बैठे हुए लगते हैं मुझको। किसी प्रकार का मीडिया के बयान से वो इतने बड़े डिसीजन लेना चाहते हैं तो शायद ईश्वर भी उसको नहीं बचा पाएंगे। जो है इफ एनीबडी इज गिविंग, हमारे कोई जो है रूटीन में जो आपकी डिबेट में आते हैं कोई प्रवक्ता है तो आप मीडिया के साथियों को भी समझना चाहिए कि दे आर नॉट द कॉम्पिटेंट पीपल टू मेक कॉमेंट ऑन सच अ बिग इश्यू।
But the Aam Aadmi Party versus Congress Delhi dangle seems to be far from over. Several Delhi Congress netas are now openly snipping at Arvind Kejriwal and his party.
3.5 साल से मैं सड़कों पर हूँ, पोल खोल रहा हूँ अरविंद केजरीवाल की। शराब के खिलाफ कांग्रेस ने ही आंदोलन किया और आज शराब मंत्री जेल में, सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में, अभी तो डीटीसी घोटाला भी सामने कांग्रेस की वजह से आने वाला है। कोविड काल में यदि फेलियर इस सरकार का होगा तो सवाल पूछने वाला कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता था। मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूँ कि 2024 में कांग्रेस की सरकार केंद्र में बनेगी और 2025 में अरविंद केजरीवाल चुनाव हारेंगे।
The political drama gave BJP enough opportunity to target the India alliance.
वास्तविकता जो ये है कि जो विपक्षी एकता के नाम पे जो गठबंधन, महागठबंधन, महाठगबंधन का ये बनाया गया है वो पूरा फेल होगा और उसकी शुरुआत हो गई है। कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी के ये बयान इस बात को दर्शाते हैं कि ये गठबंधन चलने वाला नहीं है किसी भी रूप में।
All eyes are now on the Mumbai meeting. Will opposition allies be able to put their differences aside? Bureau Report, India Today.
So the conflict between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress is just a small example of a larger malaise that plagues the India alliance, which is what's going on right now in the state of Maharashtra. Somewhere down the line, the Congress unit there, you had Mr. Nana Patole, very clear, apprehensive about the meetings that are going on between the nephew and his uncle, Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. Not very happy with that. On the other hand, what's playing down in the state of West Bengal, very clearly today Adhiranjan Chaudhary blamed the TMC of what all had gone down at the Jadavpur University. The acrimony there quite out on the fore as well. So the India alliance battling multiple inadequacies within its own alliance. However, the larger picture where ultimately the alliance claims is it's for the benefit of India. But is the brick and mortar of this alliance intact or cohesive? That's the question we're going to put to our panelists this evening. Joining me is Priyanka Chaturvedi, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Shiv Sena, UBT. I have Jasmine Shah, National Spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party, Dr. Seema Malik, spokesperson NCP, Sanju Verma, national spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, Sujata Paul, national spokesperson Congress. In just about a while, we'll also be joined by our consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai. Jasmine Shah, I'd like to bring you in on this. You know, there might be attempts to paper over of possibly what went down yesterday with a leader and not a junior leader. Alka Lamba is no junior leader of the Congress, coming out openly stating that the Congress has told them, the top leadership, to prepare on all 7 seats. Now, there might be many excuses to paper over a possible slip-up, but it's quite out in the open, Jasmine Shah, because you have 10 seats in Delhi, 7 seats in Delhi, which you contend with. 10 in Haryana, which you'd want to share in, which is again up with the Congress, and then 14 in Punjab plus Chandigarh.
Preeti, I think as far as yesterday's comment was concerned, the Congress has very categorically said at the top leadership level that the person concerned was not authorized to make any such statement, and there is absolutely no difference in terms of what the association of Aam Aadmi Party and Congress is. So I think we should put that to rest. But I can understand why BJP and certain sections of BJP sponsored media are out to destabilize the India coalition. Nobody from within the India coalition wants to destabilize. These are the forces outside who stand to lose if India coalition comes to power, who are trying to destabilize. And the reality today in front of the people is very clear that today if there is any one opposition or one alliance that can give future and a direction to India, it is the India coalition. They know, BJP knows that today in Mr. Modi, it has one of the most weakest and corrupt Prime Minister India has ever seen. Why weak? Because Manipur crisis, Prime Minister stays silent. Be it the issue of women wrestlers who are protesting in Jantar Mantar, Prime Minister stays silent. China crisis, Prime Minister stays silent. Haryana crisis, Prime Minister stays silent. And look at the levels of corruption, Preeti. 70,000 crores Prime Minister is accusing NCP of corruption, but 3 days after he makes sure that all these corrupt leaders are in his party. The most corrupt people today from all the parties have found space in
Jasmine,
BJP, which has become a washing machine.
Okay.
So no wonder.
I'm going to take it off from what you said, that there is a conglomerate of sorts of an anti-India alliance. But I want to bring in Sujata Paul into this conversation. Sujata Paul, the last I heard, Alka Lamba, not the BJP, but Congress. The last I heard, you have Mr. Sandeep Dixit, who was on our show just about 20 minutes ago, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party is as good or bad as the BJP. He's from the Congress, not the BJP. Very short while, a very senior leader of yours, Madam Ajay Makan, tweeted out a complete explanation on why the Congress should never go with the Aam Aadmi Party. Once again, madam, nobody who's an anti-India alliance, but very much from your own, and a very senior leader at that.
We are a democracy, and like you mentioned in the beginning only, united we stand, but with diverse views and with one single objective as far as 2024 is concerned. Now, we are not the BJP that wants to divide people, divide parties, bring down government. Who are we? We believe in the democracy of this country, and we established this democracy. And we are very proud of all the parties that exist in this country. We're not like the BJP that says that we want a Congress Mukta Bharat. We don't want anyone disappearing from India. If they are there, and we'll handle them electorally. Now, as far as what happened yesterday is concerned, we must remember that we believe in the federal structure, and when it comes to the federal structure, we will do all it takes as far as elections are concerned. But when it comes to 2024, we are united and we are fighting for this country. We have to save this country from imemyself.com, and that is Mr. Modi. And Mr. Modi is the only person who does not get removed anywhere, right? He's the one who appoints chief ministers, removes chief ministers, but he cannot be removed. So what kind of politics is this? This country is plagued today by this kind of parivarvad.
But Sujata Paul, usually one would suggest there's a party whip that goes down, especially in an alliance. You can't have multiple people speaking on different tunes, especially senior leadership like Mr. Ajay Makan, who is as senior as it gets where your party is concerned, ma'am. But stay with me. Sanju Verma, I know you want to come in. I just want to bring in, I'm coming to you. Just give me about 2 minutes. Let me bring in the Shiv Sena UBT faction, Priyanka Chaturvedi as well, because there are multiple counts where this alliance is facing issues, which is not just Delhi, Sanju Verma. It's happening very much where you come from, Maharashtra. And Priyanka Chaturvedi, the question I want to ask you is, your own alliance partners, where the Mahavikas Aghadi is concerned, the Congress's Mr. Nana Patole has made it very clear that he is uncomfortable where it comes down to the bonhomie, some behind secret doors between the uncle and the nephew, which is Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. Does your political outfit also share the same apprehensions of your own alliance in Maharashtra?
With the Mahavikas Aghadi, and all is also well with the India Alliance. Yes, every political parties which come together could have a difference of opinion. That does not necessarily mean it is leading to a breakup. So having said that, I think media focus should be more on how the alliance is shaping up, what are the questions that we are asking of the government, what are the issues that we are taking to the people of this country, and we are all very committed to the idea of ensuring that Maharashtra, which is seeing an unconstitutional government, Maharashtra, which is seeing one of the most opportunistic kind of politics where political parties, where MLAs are being bought and sold, where Election Commission, ED, IT, CBI, all are playing an active role. We will continue to stay united and give a tough battle to the BJP and its minions, and ensure that we come up victorious and form a government again whenever elections happen next.
All right. You know, that question of the unease with Mr. Pawar hasn't still been answered. I'm going to come back with that question. Ms. Chaturvedi, I want to cut across right now to the Bharatiya Janata Party national spokesperson Sanju Verma. Sanju Verma, there might be many fissures, and understandably there are, and right out in the open. But if you look at it, what has gone down today? You had an Arvind Kejriwal mount a fierce attack against the Prime Minister and against the BJP and the government from Delhi. You had it echoed by Mr. Sharad Pawar in Bid, who's made out publicly saying that your government and the Prime Minister is not going to come back in 2024.
You know, Preeti, I would like to reinforce what Prime Minister Modi said on the floor of the Lok Sabha a couple of months back. He summed it up so well when he said, and this was meant for the opposition, and I'm sure the opposition panelists are listening very intently. तुम्हारे पाँव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, तुम्हारे पाँव के नीचे जमीन नहीं है, लेकिन कमाल तो ये है कि तुम्हें यकीन नहीं है, लेकिन कमाल तो ये है कि तुम्हें यकीन नहीं है. Let's be very clear. Even if you look at the India Today Mood of the Nation polls, I'm taking an average of the last two polls. Between the last two polls, the number of people who said that they think that the Modi government has done either well or exceedingly well rose from 54% to 72%. 61% people continue to believe that Narendra Modi will come back as Prime Minister, and 43% of the sample that you surveyed, they said that the Bharatiya Janata Party in 2024 will come back with a thumping majority with at least a 40% vote share. This is the Janta and the sample survey done by no less than India Today. Now, point number two. Somebody, I think it was Alka Lamba, before you started the show, I recall her saying कि बिना दिल्ली के जो दिल्ली जीतता है वही सिंहासन जीतता है. I would just like to make a small correction there, and I've said this on your show umpteen times, Preeti, that the road to Delhi in Lok Sabha elections in India goes via Lucknow. And if the opposition is not able to get its act together in Uttar Pradesh, which sends a solid 80 seats to the Lok Sabha, no way on earth are they going to make a dent in the BJP's total tally or muster up the requisite numbers to be able to form a government at the center. And just very quickly, because I have to respond to some allegations, I will just take 20 seconds. Somebody said that the current Maharashtra government is unconstitutional. Let people not forget that BJP-led Devendra Fadnavis got 105 seats in the last assembly elections in Maharashtra in 2019. And the Uddhav Sena got 53 or 54 odd seats, NCP an equal amount, and Congress was limited at about 44. So if anybody comes here and says that the BJP is leading an unconstitutional government, I think they need to go and educate themselves. And as far the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, what did we hear prior to the Gujarat elections, Preeti? Kejriwal saying, हमको 85-90 सीटें तो जरूर मिलेंगी. Before the Goa elections, he said, Goa तो आम आदमी पार्टी जीतने वाली है. What did Arvind Kejriwal's party win in Goa? 2 measly seats. What did they win in Gujarat? 5 measly seats. So basically, Kejriwal can do all the chest thumping he wants, trying to malign, Prime Minister Modi. But let him not forget, Manish Sisodia is behind bars, and the courts have repeatedly refused
Sanju Verma,
bail to him.
Sanju Verma, okay. Ms. Verma.
Just two polls. If you had looked at just the last one, the numbers would have smacked very differently. Number one, madam. Number two, yes, you're right when you said traditionally the road to Delhi comes through Lucknow, and UP needs to be won with 80 seats. But having said that, there are 5 states which could hold key even if you sweep UP. The likes of Karnataka, where the Congress has come to power. Maharashtra, where you maximized. Bihar, where you maximized. Madhya Pradesh, where you maximized, madam. So, it's not that it's all lost, but I like the maneuvering somewhere down the line. I want to bring in Seema Malik into this conversation from the NCP, which is the Sharad Pawar faction. And Miss Malik, are you, what is it that you have to say? Because somewhere down the line, your Maha Vikas Aghadi members, Nana Patole, made it very clear that he's quite disconcerted with the fact of the meetings going on between now Mr. Pawar's nephew, Ajit Pawar, who is with the NDA.
See, ma'am, there is nothing bad
Malik,
in
can you hear
meeting
me?
people.
Go ahead.
If there's yeah, can you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah, see, respected Pawar Sahab made it very clear, the message was very clear and loud that we are with India, and that meeting with Ajit Dada Pawarji was just a family meeting and nothing else, that there was no political this thing in that meeting, no discussion or political discussion, and see, it is very clear that we are with India, and I don't think that now the Mahavikas Aghadi people have some problem
Ms.
with
Malik,
this.
if you-
Maybe
right.
they were disturbed with the.
If you allow me, because the Congress has already raised the Congress. Ms. Malik, the Congress has already raised apprehensions. You had Nana Patole, who's come out and said not happy with these meetings, which you know, madam. Let me ask Priyanka Chaturvedi. Right.
Yeah. See, I don't blame them for this. Let me speak something if you have called me. See, the message is very clear and now that we are with India, and Pawar Sahab made it very clear that we are not with a party who is trying to disturb the social harmony of this country and the unity of this country. There is a difference of ideology and we are never going to join BJP. This I am making it very clear. And he told the people who left our party and joined the NDA, he told them also that not use his pictures on the posters, and if they do not stop doing this.
Ms. Malik, to give the benefit of doubt, Mr. Pawar also in Bid launched a massive attack on the incumbent government, saying you're not coming back in 24. But out of the three partners, madam, one of your partners has raised apprehensions. Let me ask Priyanka Chaturvedi. Priyanka Chaturvedi, is your party at peace with the bonhomie that Mr. Sharad Pawar is enjoying with his nephew?
As far as Mr. Pawar is concerned, how he handles the split in his party is a decision for him to take as the founder president of the party. As far as we are concerned, we are all committed to the cause of working together and ensuring that we ask tough questions of the government in power in the state. And as far as Mr. Sharad Pawar is concerned, he himself has clarified yesterday as to his reasons for meeting Ajit Pawar. And I can only say one thing. It is desperation moves by the Ajit Pawar faction who have realized that they do not enjoy the support of the people. The people of the state are asking them tough questions as to why, despite getting everything from a political party, they have split away from it and finding it difficult to get support. Are desperately trying to woo Mr. Sharad Pawar, but he has very categorically said in his press conference that the question of him joining the BJP.
All right, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into a quick break, but we are back with our panelists. We're also going to be joined by Rajdeep on the other side, because what's happened is, in midst of deliberating on the fissures or the crevices that have emerged where it comes down to the India alliance, what the BJP has done is, even before poll dates are announced, what they've gone ahead, they have announced candidates, not all of them, of both states, 39 if I'm not wrong, where Madhya Pradesh is concerned, and 19 where Chhattisgarh is concerned. Why have they done it? Somewhere down the line, if the India alliance hasn't even got its act together in terms of seat sharing, the BJP won ahead. A quick break, stay with us, back with that question on the other side.
Took a viral video for two people to be arrested after 77 days. How did the situation spiral out in Haryana so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Fawzia ji, I promised you ek din aapka beta aayega.
Yeah, the promise is fulfilled. Thankful to you.
Fitness certificate ke bagair bridge reopen karna, ye kiski jawabdehi sir? A three-time MLA is beaten up in Imphal almost to death.
Till today, my tears can't stop. I'm eagerly waiting for my husband's recovery.
The beating heart of every story is on News Today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. only on India Today TV.
सर, विपक्षी एकता की बात हुई,
पार्लियामेंट में बड़ा एकजुटता दिखा दिल्ली सर्विसेज बिल को लेके, लेकिन कल कांग्रेस के नेताओं के बयानबाजी के बाद आपकी तरफ से भी बयानबाजी हो रही थी, तकरार है?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि कल शाम तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का आधिकारिक बयान आया है कि कल जो कांग्रेस के कुछ नेताओं ने जो बयान दिए उनके व्यक्तिगत बयान थे, पार्टी का ये स्टैंड नहीं है और उसके बाद चीजें स्पष्ट हो गई हैं और मुझे लगता है कि सभी पार्टी के नेताओं को मुंबई की बैठक का इंतजार करना चाहिए। उससे पहले इस तरह के कोई बयान नहीं करना चाहिए कि जिससे गलतफहमी पैदा हो और मुझे उम्मीद है कि मुंबई की बैठक के बाद जो चाहे वो मैनिफेस्टो की बात हो, चाहे वो सीट शेयरिंग की बात हो, आगे के एजेंडे की बात हो, वो चीजें और स्पष्ट होंगी और मुझे लगता है कि उससे चीजें और स्मूथ होंगी।
तो फिलहाल आप गठबंधन के साथ हैं, 7 सीटों पे एकजुट होकर चुनाव लड़ने की तैयारी?
नहीं, गठबंधन में आम आदमी पार्टी और पूरे देश में अलग अलग पार्टियां इसीलिए शामिल हुई हैं उस लोकसभा चुनाव में कि सभी लोग मिल करके एक कैंडिडेट जो है वो खड़ा करें, इसी मकसद से ही गठबंधन बना है। उसका जो डिटेल है मुझे लगता है कि एक एक करके स्पष्ट हो रहा है और मुंबई की बैठक में और स्पष्ट होगा।
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप। लेकिन तेलंगाना में 10 साल में जो इंकलाब केसीआर साहब लेके आए, देश में कहीं और नहीं हुआ। तो क्यों जाना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों वोट देना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट? कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज में 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स। उनकी नानी थी, पापा थे, दादा थे, परदादा थे, सभी लोग थे। क्या हुआ? बदलाव आया? नहीं आया। फिर क्यों मौका देना है उनको?
United, they stand with the aim of taking on Narendra Modi in 2024. But they are divided by political and electoral interests. Team India may be padding up for the general elections next year, but internal differences of seat sharing appear to be the biggest sticking point. In the latest, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress are in a tug of war for 7 Delhi Lok Sabha seats. It all started with Delhi Congress leader Alka Lamba's surprise declaration.
दिल्ली 19वां राज्य था, 24 कैसे जीतना है और बिल्कुल आदेश हुआ है कि हमें 7 सीटों पर मजबूत संगठन के साथ हर नेता को आज से अभी से निकलना है। 7 महीने 7 सीटें हैं। ये बात हुई कि जिसकी दिल्ली उसका देश होता है, ये दिल्ली का इतिहास बताता है।
This set of cat among the pigeons, the Aam Aadmi Party threatened to boycott the upcoming India meet in Mumbai.
मैंने उनका वो बयान सुना और अगर कांग्रेस ने मन बना लिया है कि वो दिल्ली में अलायंस नहीं करेंगे हमारे साथ, तो इंडिया अलायंस वाली मीटिंग को अटेंड करने का कोई मतलब नहीं, अपना टाइम वेस्ट करने का कोई मतलब नहीं। हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व डिसाइड करेगा कि अगली इंडिया अलायंस की मीटिंग हम अटेंड करेंगे या नहीं।
देखिए, इस तरीके की बातें तो आती रहेंगी। जब इंडिया के सभी घटक दल बैठेंगे, सीट शेयरिंग पे चर्चा करेंगे, सब पार्टियों के राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व आमने सामने बैठ के इस पे चर्चा करेंगे, तब पता चलेगा कौन सी पार्टी को कौन सी सीटें मिलती हैं, ये तो बहुत आगे की बात है।
Both parties went into separate huddle as confusion and chaos continued.
आम आदमी पार्टी को जो है मैं समझ रहा हूं कि बहुत इमेच्योर लोग वहां बैठे हुए लगते हैं मुझको। किसी प्रकार का मीडिया के बयान से वो इतने बड़े डिसीजन लेना चाहते हैं तो शायद ईश्वर भी उसको नहीं बचा पाएंगे। जो है इफ एनीबडी इज गिविंग, हमारे कोई जो है रूटीन में जो आपकी डिबेट में आते हैं कोई प्रवक्ता है, तो आप मीडिया के साथियों को भी समझना चाहिए कि दे आर नॉट द कॉम्पिटेंट पीपल टू मेक कमेंट ऑन सच अ बिग इश्यू।
But the Aam Aadmi Party versus Congress Delhi dangle seems to be far from over. Several Delhi Congress netas are now openly snipping at Arvind Kejriwal and his party. The political drama gave BJP enough opportunity to target the India alliance.
वास्तविकता जो ये है कि जो विपक्षी एकता के नाम पे जो गठबंधन, महागठबंधन, महाठगबंधन का ये बनाया गया है वो पूरा फेल होगा और उसकी शुरुआत हो गई है। कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी के ये बयान इस बात को दर्शाते हैं कि ये गठबंधन चलने वाला नहीं है किसी भी रूप में।
All eyes are now on the Mumbai meeting. Will opposition allies be able to put their differences aside? Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, we have lots of breaking news coming in. Let's cut across to the latest news break, and it is all political. Well, the dates for elections, be it Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, have still not been announced. However, the Bharatiya Janata Party, even before the announcement of poll dates, has announced candidates for Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. To be precise, 39 candidates have been declared for Madhya Pradesh by the Bharatiya Janata Party and 21 from the state of Chhattisgarh. Is the Bharatiya Janata Party smarting, learning from what went down in Karnataka, where their candidate list was not finalized even right till the last minute? Lots of confusion there that there was. Are these lessons being learned? Is it smart or is it nervousness? Let's take it to our panelists this evening. Sanju Verma, many would suggest smart. It'll give you days ahead to prepare. On the other hand, many would say it smacks of nervousness.
Preeti, I used to get agitated earlier, but I'm amused these days when I see it's a classic case of damned if you do and damned if you don't. If the BJP announces a list well in time, people say, oh, the BJP is scared of the opposition. If we announce a list after the opposition has done so, then we are, called as tail enders. Be that as it may, I just want to say one thing. Lok Sabha 2024 will be fought on issues. It will be fought on the back of an excellent track record that Narendra Modi has showcased. And it's very important, Preeti, for me to highlight a few points because, there were some panelists who said, BJP is corrupt, blah, blah, Modi government has done nothing. And today Arvind Kejriwal used pathetic language for the Prime Minister, but that is so typical of him, one wouldn't expect any better. I just have this to tell, and in 20 seconds, this has been said ad nauseum, but your audience needs to know, from the 10th largest economy in terms of nominal GDP in 9 years to becoming the 5th largest economy in terms of nominal GDP after having overtaken the United Kingdom. And we currently stand at $3.74 trillion, the world's largest financial inclusion scheme, with more than 49 crore bank accounts. Jan Dhan Yojana happened under the aegis of Prime Minister Modi. More than 11 crore toilets built under the aegis of Prime Minister Modi, thanks to Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. The world's largest health insurance scheme with more than 24 crore Ayushman cards issued, Ayushman Bharat, under the aegis of Prime Minister Modi, and the world's largest self-employment scheme with more than 23 lakh crore worth of loans given to more than 40 crore entities, the Mudra Yojana, under the aegis of Prime Minister Modi. So before you come on television channels and start blabbering about Narendra Modi's track record, I would ask the Aam Aadmi Party in particular, Preeti, they fought on 208 out of the 224 assembly constituencies in Karnataka. They polled 0.58% votes, which was more than Nota at 0.69. So let's be very clear that Arvind Kejriwal can have gargantuan ambitions of perhaps being in the hot seat next year come 2024. But at the end of the day, his track record belies what his ambitions are, and his track record is pathetic to say the least.
You know, it seems
He's not
to be,
a national leader.
I want to bring in Sujata Paul into the... Okay. I wanted to bring Sujata Paul, but it seems to be, you know, a direct battle where the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. You've made points and Jasmine Shah wants to step in. Sujata Paul, just coming to you. Give me a minute. Jasmine Shah, please respond pointed questions raised by your panelist.
Preeti, the statement of the BJP spokesperson is very typical of the bad-mouthing and the arrogance of BJP today. When you ask them about questions regarding why is Manipur still burning, why does the CM of Manipur still stay in his seat when he's saying that hundreds of women are being gang raped, they have no answers. They have no answers when asked that why is a 18 crore per kilometer road being made in 250 rupees per kilometer as per a CAG report. They have no answers. But then they will come on your show, Preeti, and talk about tall claims. Let me burst their bubble. Just give me 30 seconds. They say that there is something massive that has happened in India because the 10th largest economy has become the 5th largest economy. Sanju Verma, you should understand the basics. We are a 1.4 billion people country. What matters is not just the size of our economy, but our per capita income. And do you know the reality? We are today 140th out of 180 countries in per capita income. Guess what? It is in Modi's years that Bangladesh's per capita income has risen above India. Today, Bangladesh is richer and India is poor. Why? Because Mr. Narendra Modi is in power. Today, look at the issue of Mangai. Do you have any answers on Mangai? Do you have any answers? Let me last point, Preeti.
Jasmine, just hold
Sanju Verma is tom-tomming about Karnataka. BJP, look at BJP's track record in Punjab and Delhi. They have been reduced. They have been reduced to single digits.
Okay, I'm going to cut it short right here. Let's not get into a slug. Okay, I'll come back to you. I want to bring in Rajdeep Sardesai, a consulting editor, into this conversation as well. And we're going to get back to what we just broke the news earlier. Rajdeep Sardesai, you know, what went down in Karnataka right till the end, the BJP very undecided, very fickle about their list, even before poll dates are announced this time. Do you see this? Learning very quick, learning very fast. We saw it in Karnataka. If a political party is able to set the narrative, then it's a big push ahead for them.
Well, Preeti, yes and no. The fact is that the BJP has been first of its blocks this time in announcing the list for the Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh elections. But Madhya Pradesh is a very big state in which the BJP has only announced a fraction of the names. So there's still a long way to go for us to say that the BJP is battle ready at the moment. Interestingly, Madhya Pradesh is seen as the state where Amit Shah has decided to take responsibility for Madhya Pradesh. What we are told is that Prime Minister Modi is likely to concentrate even more on Rajasthan this time, and there's a team of people who have been assigned Rajasthan within the BJP, while Mr. Shah is going to personally look at Madhya Pradesh, where the BJP has its biggest fight. I think what the BJP is doing is clearly after what's happened in Karnataka, wants to make sure that this time the micromanagement is much better than it was in Karnataka. Also, let's be clear, the BJP has always been far more comfortable in the Hindustan states, Madhya Pradesh being an example of one such state. So, Madhya Pradesh, the BJP will put a lot of effort. They do believe that in Rajasthan, because of what they see as anti-incumbency and historical anti-incumbency, they have the advantage. Chhattisgarh is a difficult state for them because while they may have announced a list of candidates, which interestingly includes a fair proportion of women, the fact is they haven't found a leader to perhaps replace or at least be of the same stature as a Raman Singh. and that gives Bhupesh Baghel possibly the edge in a state level contest. One more point, the fact is that while we are looking at the BJP list, the Congress has, particularly in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, got its act together, and to some extent in Rajasthan as well. Just look at the way Ashok Gehlot is pushing various welfare schemes in the last 6 months. So actually, while they may not have announced a list of candidates like the BJP, these are 3 states where the Congress organizationally is relatively strong, has faces in each of the states, Baghel, Kamal Nath and Ashok Gehlot. So let's not, I think these 3 states will see a much tougher contest, especially Madhya Pradesh, than what we've seen perhaps in other elections in North India. These are 3 of the states where, relatively speaking, the Congress may have a bit of a chance, especially Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, and possibly Rajasthan. The BJP, for example, has yet to decide what they want to do with Vasundhara Raje. What role is she going to play? So there are still a lot of question marks over the campaign of the BJP, and yes, over the Congress's decisions as well. Right. What role will a Sachin Pilot eventually play in Rajasthan continues to be a question that hasn't been fully resolved. So I think both the parties will need another month or 2 before we can say they are fully battle ready for those crucial elections of November.
But Rajdeep, to take it off from what you just said, the sheer fact that the 3 states that you named, or especially the 2 where even a fraction of the seats have been announced by the BJP, right now the perceptual edge lies with the Congress.
Well, each state is different, distinct from the other. I would say in Rajasthan, despite what Mr. Gehlot has managed to do in the last 6 months, there is every evidence points to strong local anti-incumbency against MLAs. So it's not going to be easy to arrest that. Madhya Pradesh has been a BJP fortress, at least parts of Madhya Pradesh, but reports would suggest that this is a much tougher fight. Some polls internally done by the Congress put them well ahead, but the truth of the matter is Shivraj Singh Chauhan is not an easy nut to crack. He is someone who has been around for a longest time. So while there may be an element of fatigue, he's a formidable politician on the ground, and the BJP is a formidable election machine in Madhya Pradesh. Chhattisgarh is where perhaps the BJP in recent times has lost out to the Congress, and every indication from Chhattisgarh is that this is a state where the BJP is on the back foot. So you've got 3 different states with, in a way, 3 different poll battles taking place leading up to November, December.
Appreciate you joining us, Rajdeep. Thank you there. A consulting editor giving us what is his deep dive or analysis on why possibly the BJP, even if it's a fraction, has come out and announced candidates for 2 states, Chhattisgarh and the state of Madhya Pradesh. Sujata Paul, which brings me to the question. In Karnataka, it seemed that the BJP right till the end, especially in candidate selection, was not bang on. They're seeming, at least where, perception is concerned, to get their act together even before the poll dates are announced.
Before that,
you hope to win.
Yes, before that, there is a message for the BJP spokesperson who started with a शायरी borrowed from the Prime Minister. मैं मेरा मुझ में मुझसे करते हो, 38 के साथ अकेले ही सब पर भारी बताते हो, तुम्हारे अहंकार में कोई कमी नहीं है. But the fact is that when you look at what happened in Karnataka and what the narrative building is all about, if you remember the PM speech, he mentioned 3 things, Parivarvad, but this is Vyaktivadi politics that he is doing, and he has Parivarvad also over there, but that is a narrative building. The actual problems are, when you go into elections, it is the work of the chief minister on whose work you're going to ask for votes. But here what is going to happen is, in Chhattisgarh, you know that Bhupesh Baghel has been a chief minister who has really worked, and it shows. People are talking about his work. Similarly, as far as Mr. Ashok Gehlot is concerned. But look at MP. What is happening in Madhya Pradesh? They know that this is a faction-ridden BJP, because there is a Kailash Vijayvargiya also who wants to be the chief minister. There are other people also who want to be chief ministers, but the fact remains that the BJP is very rattled over there because they brought down the government, and this time the Janta, the people, are recognizing it exactly like it happened in Karnataka when they brought the government down.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, final comments. The fact is, while all of this is swirling about, what is the commonality of India? India, your alliance is coming together with a clear anti-Modi premise. Will that work, especially where you have Congress versus Aam Aadmi Party, TMC versus Congress? In your own state, things are not quite clear.
Again, I will repeat, coming together of 26 political parties who are extremely competent, who have state governments in various states, have more vote share than Bharatiya Janata Party and its alliance of 38 other political parties, continues to run the agenda of the people. And like I said initially, every political party has a different way of difference of opinion. That does not take away from the overarching belief that we need to fight for India's democracy, electoral democracy, parliamentary democracy, constitutional work, and constitutional morality, as well as all the agencies that were formed in the hope of working independently without any fear of favoritism. So we are going to be fighting this out. We are going to fight for the people of the country. They are battling price rise. They are battling unemployment. They are battling economic, decisions that are taken, which is impacting their daily life. The farmers are impacted. The women of the city are impacted. So we will raise their voice. So there is no difference on this particular point. We all stand together. State-wise, there could be differences. However, overarching belief is that it is time for us to stand united, to be able to to speak up for the people of this country and keep the democracy and constitution above everything.
Jasmine Shah, I want to come in, for final comments there. One can blame certain leaders of the Congress, but your very own today, your chief spokesperson, Priyanka Kakkad, went on record to suggest that there is no point going into the meeting in Mumbai on the 31st if this is the language of the Congress.
Preeti, can I also rebut, because there were some very reckless allegations.
I'll come to you, ma'am. I'll come to you last. Because you are one against all, I will come to you last. Go ahead, Mr. Shah.
Preeti, if I just finish, the spokesperson of Aam Aadmi Party was only responding to the Congress spokesperson, and that was only before the Congress leadership clarified that Ms. Alka Lamba is not an authorized spokesperson and she has no authority, doesn't mean anything what she says. After which we understood, because our faith in India alliance is, as they say, a we genuinely believe that the only formation that can give a future, a vision to the country is the India alliance, and we are steadfast in terms of our contribution and our support to the India alliance.
But Jasmine Shah, if it was so attuned, then it couldn't have rested on the fact where the Congress joined you, where the Delhi Services Bill was concerned.
No, because the India Alliance is standing for a principle, Preeti, and the principle is that today we need to save Indian democracy, we need to save Indian constitution. It doesn't matter that we are fighting Congress in a state level battle. State level battle is a different case altogether. But the country needs to be saved. That today the way BJP is bulldozing the constitution, bulldozing opposition, that is why we are coming together on a very principled agenda.
The country needs to be saved, but will there be acceptable seat sharing to save the country? That's the big question. But yes, Sanju Verma, because it's practically going to be you against them. When you go ahead, you have the final word. Go ahead, madam. Lots to respond to.
Thank you, Preeti. I will just start by saying, वो हिंदी के कहावत है, which these opposition panelists should, listen to. बड़े बेआबरू होकर तेरे कूचे से हम निकले, बड़े बेआबरू होकर तेरे कूचे से हम निकले, बहुत मेरे अरमान निकले, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ कम निकले. I just want to say one thing to you, Preeti. First, as far as the Congress is concerned, in Rajasthan, Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot. In Maharashtra, Prithviraj Chavan versus Ashok Chavan and Bhai Jagtap versus Nana Patole. In Chhattisgarh, T.A. Singhdeo versus Bhupesh Baghel. So the Congress does not have its own house in order. As far as the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned, it recently lost its national party status, so irrelevant. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, the reason I'm focusing more on the Aam Aadmi Party is for the simple reason that Arvind Kejriwal has made no secret about the fact that he has prime ministerial ambitions. And I just want to correct the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson here. As per the latest IMF report, the per capita GDP of India in PPP terms is $6,284. For Bangladesh, it is $5,139. So please don't come and, faff around and give wrong numbers. Preeti, I don't want to dwell too much on this, but I just want to tell you one thing. On July 24th, 2023, a bench of Supreme Court led by Justice Sanjay Kaul and Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia said something which they have never said for any political party in India. It asked the Aam Aadmi Party, if you can spend 1100 crores on advertisements, why are you not spending money on the rapid rail project and easing the woes of Delhi? Kuch to sharam karo. You have been chastised by the Supreme Court.
Sanju Verma,
and
launch
you're giving a bhashan to the BJP.
You name the battles within the Congress. Most
You've been
of those battles have been laid to
by the
rest.
Supreme
I
Court.
apologize. I apologize. The rest of the panelists want to come in, but that's all the time that we have for right now. Thank you, all of you, for joining us. With that, it's a close. On to the point. Up next is Rahul Kamal.
Message went across that Congress is preparing itself to contest alone in 2024 elections as far as Delhi is concerned, despite they are in talk with Aam Aadmi parties as a part of India alliance. So how do you look at this, how this message percolated after this particular meeting?
Right. You ask those who percolated this message, and you ask Aam Aadmi, who jumps at every occasion. The problem with Aam Aadmi party is they neither verify truth, nor do they know the difference between total lies and truth, because they themselves have lived lies all their life. And I'm saying this openly. I mean, it's the most untrustworthy bunch of people, including their supreme leader. What is the condition? There are 7 seats in Delhi, right? Congress has to be strong in all 7. And we have to prepare for all 7. That does not mean in case there is an alliance, we fight all 7. Suppose we suddenly get new, we believe we want New Delhi and South Delhi seats, and we prepare here. In the alliance, we get Chandni Chowk and West Delhi. And if we have not prepared there, how will we fight an election? Obviously, any self-respecting party, in case there is an alliance and before details of the alliance are worked out, will try and strengthen itself in the entire state. I mean, it's absolute. I think it's a no-brainer for anybody to think that. Only people who want to distort the truth or kind of bring out things to kind of muddy the whole picture, or basically people who have no idea what truth and untruth is. Only those people will believe in these rumors.
If you look the hindsight of it, it is very clear that the Congress government in Karnataka wants to please their ally, who is part of India, the so-called India, INDIA, DMK, and they have yielded to the pressure of DMK against the interest of the people of Karnataka. This is what is going to happen if INDA comes to power. So the interest of Karnataka will be jeopardized 100%, and people of Karnataka, more so Kaveri Basin people, will fight for it.
ರೈತರು ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೀಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯ ಬೀಗ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಬೀಗ ಇದೆ. ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಾವು ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟು ಯಾರ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಈಗ ನೀರು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ ಬೇಡ.
ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಕೊರತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಇಡೀ 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈ ವರ್ಷನೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
अभी हालात कंट्रोल में हैं। जहां डैम से पानी छोड़ा गया है मैं उस जिले का कांगड़ा जिले का वैली का दौरा करने जा रहा हूं। वहां हमने कल प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों की ड्यूटी लगाई थी और हमारे चीफ सेक्रेटरी महोदय यहाँ पूरे सचिवालय में बैठ के मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं और फील्ड में जाकर मैं खुद फीडबैक भी ले रहा हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि स्थिति कंट्रोल में है।
यहाँ परिस्थिति यह है कि इस सारे एरिया में ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये बहुत सुरक्षित नहीं है, क्योंकि स्लाइडिंग जोन है ये, और स्ट्रक्चर जो बने हैं वो स्ट्रक्चर ऐसे हैं कि वो इतने मजबूत नहीं है, कभी भी इस तरह की घटना हो सकती है। मेरा तो यही है सरकार से इस बात की आग्रह कि तुरंत एक बात को लेकर के पहले प्रयास किया जाए, जो अनसेफ स्ट्रक्चर यहाँ हैं इस तरफ से उनको मुझे लगता है कि फॉर द टाइम बीइंग जो है उनको इवैक्यूएट करना चाहिए, सुरक्षित स्थान पर लोगों को ले जाना चाहिए। जिंदगी है तो सब कुछ है।
I'm sure it must be very demoralizing, and I cannot even begin to imagine the circumstances in which they live. And Salman Taseer Shaheed, he was the governor of Punjab of my province, and he raised his voice for Asia Bibi, and he had to pay the price with his life. And as you mentioned, that not many commentators or politicians vocally condemn such incidents. I think if you look at Pakistan's recent history, whether it's the murder of Shahbaz Bhatti, who was the Minister of Minorities from the Christian community, or Salman Taseer, or others who have dared to venture in this path of defending minorities, they have paid a very heavy price. And even when I speak about this issue on Indian media in particular, I try to be very careful, and even I am fearful of the reaction from certain quarters, the organizations which you mentioned. But there is another factor which I'd like to add in, is that the Pakistani population is not extreme, and it does not echo such narratives. And the proof lies in the fact that Pakistanis have never elected these extremists into power. So in the history of Pakistan, in the 70 plus decades since we have come into existence, Pakistan has never elected an extremist party into power. We have never paid heed to the ideologies of TTP or TLP, which are not representative of the Pakistani populace. So I think that these extremists, because they are loud and they are violent, they have gathered more space in our ecosystem, but they do not represent the majority, and which I think sadly the majority also now lives in fear, and the state is also wary of acting against such elements, because perhaps there is an apprehension.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies.
Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, fashion for your furniture.
Co-presented by Macho Hind, बड़े आराम से.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, her family hogi insured. Co-powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund, wealth sets you free.
As the Chandrayaan-3 completes another important milestone, all of India is counting down to the soft landing of ISRO's lunar probe. and the build-up and the changes made between Chandrayaan 2 and 3, whether that will be enough to power us to success with Chandrayaan 3, all that and more is my top focus on the news track.
Go Vikram, lander now moonbound. Vikram lander to orbit and descend. No turning back for Chandrayaan. 7-day nail-biting countdown is on. Billion cheers for Chandrayaan 3.
Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking today. Cracks appear in the India coalition. AAP and Congress quarrel over Delhi seats. TMC declares it will sweep Bengal in 2024 without the Congress. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti stokes controversy, compares India with Pakistan and Syria, claims normalcy in Kashmir is propaganda. Battle for Kaveri water boils again. BJP hits out at the Siddaramaiah government as it decides to release water to Tamil Nadu. BJP accuses the Congress of appeasing its India ally, the DMK. Big India Today investigation impact. New riots accused. Bittu Bajrangi sent to 14 days judicial custody. Cops also recover 8 swords from him. Himachal Pradesh death toll mounts to 71 after incessant rains and landslides. Indian Air Force deployed as relief and rescue operations continue. The 7-day nail-biting countdown to the Chandrayaan landing is now well and truly on. In a mega milestone, the Vikram lander today split successfully from its mothership 163 kilometers away from the lunar surface. The lander is now moon-bound and will attempt a soft landing on the south corner of the moon at 5:47 p.m. on the 23rd of August. All of India is waiting with bated breath.
It's the final countdown. In 6 days from now, India will be at the moon's south pole. In one of the most crucial maneuvers yet by Chandrayaan 3, lander Vikram separated from the mothership, the propulsion module, to set up a date with the moon. The Vikram lander, with its rover Pragyan inside, is on its journey now to the moon's south pole, expected to touch down for that historic soft landing on August the 23rd at 5:45 p.m. Our ISRO heroes have done it again. A picture-perfect launch, followed by a super smooth journey into the moon's orbit, but the true test will now come in 6 days.
So whatever the mistakes happened in the Chandrayaan 2 have been corrected in Chandrayaan 3. Also, that additional design margins have been improved. Also, that wherever the redundancy is not there, now it's put it. That way, we have more confidence on Chandrayaan 3 to be successful.
Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons each, Vikram is designed for a soft landing on the moon. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. 1 billion Indians are now rooting for Chandrayaan 3, and congratulations are pouring in for our ISRO heroes who continue to work day in and out to ensure a 100% successful mission.
No, certainly a matter of great satisfaction and a moment of pride for each one of us. Whereas the propulsion module will keep moving and keep taking pictures. So now the roles have got divided and each of the components will perform its respective roles.
It is also a symbol of India's growing capability and capacity, and I hope Chandrayaan 3 works out to be a very successful mission.
With lander Vikram making the difficult journey now to the moon's surface on its own, what happens to the propulsion module that helped Chandrayaan travel so far? Well, ISRO has confirmed that the propulsion module will continue its journey in its current orbit around the moon.
Now, the propulsion module will continue its research with the sensor, shape sensor, gathering data about cloud polarization, which can be used to find signatures on exoplanets for habitability. The lander module, after deboosting, will go ahead and in the next 5 days will start the procedure of soft landing on the moon's surface.
Vikram is on its final lap now, and a billion hopes are pinned on this 1,778 kilogram lander and rover to fulfill our Chandrama dreams. Onward and upward, Chandrayaan. With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
The Chandrayaan-3 mission blasted off for the moon on the 14th of July. In its more than month-long journey, it has successfully completed several maneuvers and is now heading towards an exciting finale. The lander will descend to a slightly lower orbit upon a deboosting, which is planned for tomorrow. Here's a look at the Chandrayaan's journey so far.
Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft and propulsion module, having spent 34 days together, parted ways and embarked on their respective journeys on 17th August. The propulsion module separated from the lander while in lunar orbit. A day before, on 16th August, the spacecraft had successfully completed a crucial firing operation, placing it into an orbit of 153 kilometers by 163 kilometers around the moon. This marked the completion of the lunar-bound maneuvers and brought the spacecraft one step closer to its ultimate goal of landing on the south pole of the moon.
It is really a vital element, because now you look at your Chandrayaan-3 mission basically consists of 3 plus 1 4 modules type of thing. First is LVM-3, which has taken the composite of Vikram lander, propulsion module and the Pragyan, the rover, to the 36,000 kilometer highly elliptical orbit. From there, using a 5 earthbound maneuvers, propulsion module has taken the composite of Vikram lander and the Pragyan to the lunar orbit. Again, the lunar orbit also, from the elliptical orbit, it has now brought to the near circular, close to the moon, around 153 kilometer orbit. It has brought 153 by 163 kilometer. So now the important thing is, final thing is softly and securely landing on the moon.
The propulsion module is a box-like structure with a large solar panel and a cylinder on top. It is responsible for carrying the lander and rover configuration until the spacecraft reaches 100 kilometers lunar orbit. The propulsion module will now continue its role as a communication relay satellite.
Now Vikram has to take its own course of action. Further, it has to separate. So even after separating, then the major event comes. The major event is 4 800 Newton thrusters. They have to fire to take it to the lower orbit. That also will be done in 2 steps, and ensuring that all the 3 systems are working properly. These 2 steps, it will go down, put 100 kilometer orbit, then from 100 to go to the 30 kilometer orbit. 100 by 30 kilometer orbit. That's a very, very vital. But when it's going very closer to the Earth, so the position of the module has to be ascertained properly.
Carrying hopes of billions of Indians, Bahubali rocket LVM-3 lifted off from Sriharikota on 14th of July, with Chandrayaan-3 aiming to land a rover on the moon's surface. The takeoff was picture perfect. More than a month later, it's now on its last leg to make history, an Indian space dream come true.
The story of Chandrayaan-2 was a tale of so near and yet so far. ISRO scientists think they've brought in the changes required, learned the right lessons to ensure that Chandrayaan 3 can make a successful soft landing on the south side of the moon. To talk about how this mission has progressed so far and what to expect in the days to come before that critical landing on the 23rd of August, I'm joined by Dr. Amitabh Ghosh, space scientist, one of the well-known researchers at NASA, was part of the Mars Exploration Rover mission. Also with us is Ramesh Kumar Kapoor. Ramesh Chandra Kapoor is an astronomer. He's been a professor at the Indian Institute of Astrophysics. Arvind Paranjpe is the director of the Nehru Center Planetarium. So thank you very much for joining us. I want to go across to Dr. Ghosh first. Looking at it from your lens and given what you've seen internationally, how significant is the Chandrayaan 3 in a global context? For India, it means the world, or everyone watching at this time, itching and wanting for Chandrayaan 3 to succeed. But in the community of space scientists, where does this stand in a global order?
Well, it's always exciting in the global community of scientists, there are no country boundaries. So it's always exciting if another country joins in and shares this marvelous exploration miracle. So why it is so important to India is if this soft landing capacity is achieved, India could go to an asteroid, India can go to Mars. So it opens up a whole new platform of opportunities. Global context, why it's important, unlike the 1960s, NASA is headed back to the moon this time to perhaps build a more permanent base. Private players are interested, like Jeff Bezos' Blue Origins. China is interested and they want to go back in 2030. So I think there's a global interest in going back to the moon and settling
What
on
is
the moon.
sparking this global interest in wanting to build more permanent structures, having missions there all the time? Because for a very long time, it seemed to have lost interest. Why is it that the moon is suddenly so much an interest in the United States, as is the case in China and elsewhere?
Very good question. So I think what happened is man went to the moon in the 60s, 70s. Then they said, let's go to Mars. And then I think over the next 20 years, we realized that Mars is very far away and very expensive. To put it in context, it's about 200 to 300 million miles away. The moon can be reached in 3 days. So if you were to try to make a technology demonstration, it makes much more sense to go to the moon. And then we had this discovery of ice at the South Pole, which makes the human mission much more realistic because ice can help with water for human use, for oxygen for human use, also oxygen for the return journey. So I think it was a back and forth. So NASA in 2003 wanted to go to the moon. In the Obama administration, they said, well, let's go to Mars. And again, with President Trump, we were back to the moon again because that was the
for the larger quest of establishing a permanent base on the south side of the moon. What role do you think Chandrayaan 3 can play in that global quest for a permanent destination? Because this, if everything goes well, lands on the south side of the moon. So what kind of exploration will Chandrayaan 3 be doing which could be useful in a global context?
Well, it could map out the distribution of ice. But then the larger hauling of how do you extract that ice into water and how do you deliver large payloads to the moon to make structures. For that, you need very large launch vehicles, which the US has and which China still doesn't have, but might have. So the Starship being built by Elon Musk can carry maybe 30 times more than the GSLV. So you need to carry huge structures to the moon. Say you're trying to build like a international space station on the moon. So there, I think the larger spaceships, the launch vehicles would be required.
Okay, Ramesh Chandra Kapoor, given your seat as a professor at the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, could you give a sense of why this mission is important for India from the perspective of India's space odyssey, the missions that we've had in the past, the lessons from Chandrayaan 2 and what's changed between 2 and 3 to ensure that the last piece which we missed out on the last time, we're able to nail this time around?
Well, today's news has been very encouraging, and so far, journey has been really good. And obviously, if we are having a science mission to the moon, so there are reasons to for that. One of the main reason is that ISRO is going to demonstrate its technical prowess, technical capability, and reaching payloads to the moon and landing them softly on the surface. Soft landing is a very, very difficult thing, and ISRO is going to demonstrate. We very much hope that it's going to happen the desired way, and it will establish ISRO's prowess. And obviously, for future programs, ISRO is already being acquired by different space agencies, and it has worked in collaboration with them, and also based satellites of many countries in low Earth orbits or even higher orbits. So, south pole of the moon, because Chandrayaan-1 actually found presence of ice in 2008, and then the whole world woke up to this, and that was a wonderful discovery, and it is also considered as one of the most important discoveries in the solar system in these few decades. So, oxygen, as Dr. Ghosh has already pointed out, that water means for human consumption and also for, as a source of oxygen and hydrogen for this travel and for, as fuel for the future.
Okay, Dr. Prishi Kumar, you've been a research scientist with NASA. You've been the group director of the ISRO Satellite Center. So you've seen both ISRO and NASA, and give our viewers a contextual comparison between the work being done at this moment at ISRO with much lesser budgets than the work that NASA does, and explain also the significance of a soft landing and how do scientists plan and practice for a soft landing on the moon without actually being able to do so.
Okay. I mean, going to the moon is no joke. It's a very challenging task. ISRO has taken this up quite seriously. The current effort, Chandrayaan-3, has taken a lot of additional precautions compared to our earlier attempt. And so there is large confidence that this actually will happen.
So spend a moment on that, delve into that, without getting too technical and getting caught in scientific jargon. What's changed between Chandrayaan 2 and 3, which makes you more confident that Chandrayaan 3 might be successful?
There was a substantial amount of time to do tests on the system. Tests of sensors, which are critical for landing, tests of sensors which are critical for guiding the system to the right spot that we want to do. Additional elements have been strengthened, like the legs of the lander. Additional fuel is available now. And so overall, better prepared with a lot of testing and repeated reviews that, making sure every stone is left unturned. And in that sense, I think much better prepared.
Explain the significance of a soft landing in comparison with a normal landing. Why is a soft landing technically much tougher to achieve?
Well, soft landing means you're landing at a rate of about 2 to 3 meters per second at the final phase of it, which means substantially cutting the velocity of this extremely fast-moving spacecraft to a level where systems on board are sustained. And something very critical in the long run, if you really want humans to land on the moon, you really have to learn to soft land on it. So soft landing is essential for lunar exploration, both for machines as well as for humans. So that is why Chandrayaan-3's achievement is going to be seen in an entirely different light if we do the soft landing as required.
Arvind Paranjpe, what's the kind of feedback that you're getting, the interest that you're seeing amongst everyone flocking to the Nehru Planetarium and elsewhere? It just seems in our newsroom and elsewhere, no matter what else is happening in Indian politics, everyone is tracking the Chandrayaan journey, stories on the Chandrayaan flying off chartbeat, where you can see how much interest there is, who's reading what on digital or on YouTube or watching on TV. It's Chandrayaan 3, which is the #1 story.
Absolutely, it is a #1 story. Excuse me. And when the launch took place, we had arranged for public viewing, and people were assembled together, and whoever came to our planetarium for that day's show. It was raining quite heavy in Mumbai, and everybody clapped, and it was some kind of a celebration without even preparing for it. So it was that. And as the visitor will come to the planetarium, they have this standing question about whatever, as you were asking other experts here, that what about Chandrayaan, whether it will land, and then people are hopeful. People actually, why hopeful? I would say people do believe that this time we are successfully going to land on the surface of the moon. And then they have associated question people generally ask. And one of the question which has been also asked as a science versus God, and that is the before the launch took place, the idol Chandrayaan model was taken to Tirupati and so on and so forth. So answer to that our question is that well, scientists and technical engineers and all that, they do believe in pure science and all that. But after all, there is some kind of a human faith involved in it. Many astronauts have been going into the space with, like we know, Sunita Williams carried Geeta with her and so on and so forth. And therefore, we had to tell them that, look, there are some people who believe in it. But as a pure scientist, when it comes to landing or see, I mean, even talking about the space mission itself, it's a very much scientific. There is no muhurt, the way we understand muhurt in our Indian context. But then people do take out the numbers based on the positions of the moon, sun, and other planets. That is the gravity part of it. And then why this at this particular time in the year that we have sent it, that is because the moon has come slightly closer to Earth. I mean, its orbit is always elliptical, as you have said right in the beginning in your promos. So it comes slightly closer, so that saves fuel. And related questions people ask, and we also plan to see that people understand everything. Probably,
Dr. Amitabh Ghosh, why is the Indian mission taking so much longer than the Russian mission? It isn't a race, of course, but you know it's generating a lot of chatter that the Russians took off after us with their Luna. Somehow they might get there one day before us, and people are wondering what's going on. They start late and they get there earlier. So what is it that the Chandrayaan is doing which is making it take more time?
So it's a very good question, and I have been asked this too. So basically, the Russian launch vehicle, I think Soyuz, or version of Soyuz, is much more powerful than the GSLV that has been used. See, the GSLV can carry maybe, I don't know, 5,000 or 7,000 kgs to low Earth orbit. I don't know what the Soyuz capacity is, but it is more. And if you think of the Apollo 11, they reached the moon in 4 days. So that was carried by the Saturn V. The capacity to low Earth orbit was probably 150,000 kg, so 30 times more than GSLV. What Elon Musk is building is 250,000 kgs, which is 50 times more powerful than GSLV. So it is to do with how powerful the launch vehicle is that you're going to go slower or faster. And if you go slower, which is absolutely valid, you just do many more orbits, and so that takes a little more time, and it's just a slower velocity. But so long you get there, it's a valid way to get there.
Dr. P. Shivakumar, do we have something in the works which is stronger, bigger, faster than the GSLV satellite launch vehicle? Dr. Shivakumar, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, I didn't hear the question. Would you repeat that?
Do we have something in the works in India which is bigger, stronger than the GSLV satellite launch vehicle?
ISRO is working on the next generation launch vehicles, and it takes many years for it to be developed. So there are various phases of development. Clearly, large lift capacity is essential for future space programs, and there is a program underway.
Okay. The other interesting thing is that apparently there's going to be a lot of collaboration between Japan and India in the next phase post Chandrayaan 3. Amitabh Ghosh, if you could explain how different countries coming together, especially friends and strategic allies like Japan, could help speed up the pace at which India's missions progress from here, and how it also helps Japan.
Right. So I'll tell you how this collaboration really happened. I think there is also some misconceptions. So when a country is saying that we are doing a mission to the moon, they set out something called announcement of opportunity. Many countries and many universities all over the world respond, and instrument that best suits their goals. And this happens for NASA, this happens for everyone. So I don't know what the specific Japan collaboration is. So the advantage of this is that, maybe NASA is going and India it contributes a mission. So it overall progresses the science. It is increasing what we call the science return for the dollar. So it helps everybody. And in this case, if Japan and India collaborate, it will not only help India and Japan, but it will help the whole world because most of the data is usually shared internationally.
Okay, let's spend a moment on the probe itself. Once the Chandrayaan lands, this lunar probe that goes out, you can see it on the images there. We're also reading about craters. And the question that comes to my mind, Arvind Paranjpe, is how do we control this? How do we ensure it doesn't get stuck somewhere? Because the surface of the moon obviously very different from the surface of the Earth. How does this get controlled? And how do we ensure we can bring it back and just move it around in the way that we need?
No, I think that the rover is going to be, it will have its autonomy. It is autonomous instrumentation which can be controlled from the station on the Earth via either orbiter or the propulsion and through radio communication. But I think it will take some decision on its own, and I think it is going to be moving about about 100 meters or so. So it will take its own decision. It will decide, but it also, as it moves around, it will take the lot of observations of the lunar soil, etc., and radiate, send it back to us, and that will give us a lot of scientific information. But having said this, I don't think it is going to come back into the thing. I mean, once it is landed on the moon, they are going to be there until someone in future goes and picks them up or something. But it is just going to be there. It is not going to come back or anything like that.
Okay, while the Chandrayaan 3 gets set to make a soft landing on the moon's south pole on the 23rd of August, Russia is also aiming for the same target. Russia's Luna 25 is expected to reach the moon's south pole a day before India's Chandrayaan 3. Here's a report.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3.
It's a race to the moon now. As Chandrayaan 3 heads to the moon and will land on August 23rd, there is another country aiming to land at the exact same place, the moon's south pole. Russia's Luna 25 took off for the moon on August 10, a whole 35 days after Chandrayaan 3 was launched into space, and yet is expected to reach the moon a day before Chandrayaan does. So Luna 25 is taking just 12 days to reach the moon, whereas Chandrayaan is taking 40 days. But why is that? While Chandrayaan 3 weighs a whopping 3,900 kgs, the Luna 25 is much, much lighter, weighing just 1,750 kgs. That has made the biggest difference for the Russian moon mission. There are several other differences as well between the two missions, including the duration of the mission, which is 1 year for Russia versus 14 days for India. But does it really matter who gets to the moon first?
It does not matter. It does not matter. And the competition is all in the mind of the media. So imagine, I think Luna 25 probably started development in 2012 or 11. And Chandrayaan started development maybe, 2-3 years ago at least. So, and on that day, do you think both the scientists on both these teams knew that the other person is also going and we are going to land the same day and we're trying to beat them? It is not possible. These things take a lot of time.
The reality is India will join an elite league of just 3 nations, which included the Soviet Union, to make a soft landing on the moon. ISRO even congratulated Luna 25 soon after their successful takeoff and quipped about having another meeting point in our space journeys. So let's be clear, Luna 25's moon mission most definitely does not take the sheen away from the Chandrayaan mission. Bureau Report, India Today.
Dr. Ghosh, if this was a race, and I know as a scientist you'll say it's not, but there is ego, there is vanity, there is pride and all of that when it comes to any such scientific achievement, where does the global space order stand at this moment, given that it's not just countries that are in this race, but now powerful tech billionaires who are also trying to be a part of this competition?
I still think there's a spirit of not competition but cooperation. I think we have societies where Indians, Japanese, everybody is a member. The Meteorological Society, for example, which Dr. Sri Kumar would be aware of. So I think still it's overwhelmingly cooperation. And just quickly answer your last question, how's the rover? You have to make the decision to drive, and it can still get into trouble. It can get stuck, and I have faced this. And if you are the mission planner and I have been in that position, you have to make the judgment call, and you are responsible.
No, so what happens, because you're sitting all this distance away, you have, what I appear is it feels like some kind of a video game type console, and you're trying to control something on the moon without really knowing what the surface looks like. How did you get stuck? What happened? What do you do?
Well, our rover got stuck. The Mars rover Spirit got stuck, and we couldn't get out. We couldn't get out in time, and it was a disaster. So, if it gets overturned, there is no way to turn it back. So every time you make a move with the rover, and I have been in this position where you have to make this judgment and you have to sign off on a particular route, you have to make that best judgment, and then ultimately there's a little.
So
bit
what
of
happened in your case? How did it get stuck?
Well, it was, we miscalculated how much sand there is. And so the wheels kept turning and it didn't go forward. And so then the winter came, and then, of course, it was not parked for the winter. So it died.
What could you have done differently in that situation, like in hindsight?
See, hindsight, there is no way. At some point, you have to take a little bit of risk. Otherwise, you're not going to move. So we had a high-rise camera on above, and we would do route planning through that. Right now, Perseverance has a helicopter or drone which helps in route planning. But ultimately, there is no roads on the moon or on Mars, right? You have to choose a route, and you don't know what.
So is the surface of the moon also sandy? Like, is it easy to navigate, or is it like a hard surface?
See, if you talk to Neil Armstrong, he would tell you the dust is very stubborn. It's electrostatic, and it sticks to the boots. What it does to the rover electronics, the wheels, would it get into, for example, the gearbox? Well, I don't know. That's all very interesting. See, that is why it is so difficult, because you're into the unknown. So that is what I think, it's not a humdrum thing. It is, there are unknowns, and there will be, for example, if you are...
but that's really complex, because I'm a student of commerce and economics, not really science, but if you make all the effort of getting to the surface of the moon, and then for some reason your rover just gets stuck as you come out, that's a lot of effort, then that just got stuck in a bunch of, in some sand.
Right. I mean, this is reality. I mean, imagine people who used to go to America maybe 200, 300 years back. You go by ship, and then you take the horse to California, and it takes many, many months. It might die, it might crash, you might die. So, I mean, this is just how things are. You're going into a new frontier. It is not defined. So at some point, you have to face that.
Dr. Srikumar, what would you be most concerned about as we count down to the 23rd of August? What would be your worry number one?
Well, not too many worries, except for completely unanticipated thing. The space always has challenges. I think this time the ISRO team is fairly well prepared with various contingencies of the landing part of it. So barring any completely unforeseen situation in which, if certain systems malfunction, way beyond the results that you've seen from tests that have been conducted, I do not see anything that actually stops ISRO from successfully landing this time.
Ramesh Chandra Kapoor, what would you be most concerned about? If you were at ISRO right now, what would be your biggest concern?
Most important thing is obviously the landing, which will be perfect as we have been sort of visualizing. Next is the functioning of the various instruments, because lander has got a few instruments, so has the rover got. Rover can do some in situ experiments, and which is a wonderful thing because it has got spectroscopes, and then laser-induced ablation is possible, and then you can try to find out the composition of the material there. So mineralogy is one of the major things, and lander also has some equipment to know about the very thin, extremely thin atmosphere of the moon, and of course the interiors in terms of the seismic activity that also is to be measured. That apart, see, there are a lot of ambitions with as these instruments are supposed to work, and communication also must work, because it's a very it's a foreign land, and space is very hostile. It doesn't spare anybody anything. So everything must work. And as it was being said, the rover has 6 wheels and it has a ground clearance of about 6 inches or so. So one is hoping that it is able to move around. Its speed is supposedly 1 centimeter per second, and it should do in next 12 days or so about 300 to 500 meters of exploration and then whatever. But main thing is that proper landing and the functioning of the various instruments.
Arvind Paranjpe, are we planning a man mission to the moon? Is that something that you think we should be investing a lot of time, energy and money on, or do you think that's not really something India should be pushing at this moment?
No, I think we should be worrying, but that will take time, isn't it? But I think what we need to understand in this discussion is that something which point we have been missing, and that is the distance between these two celestial bodies, that is Mars and Moon. So the Moon is the closest one, and our radio signal itself takes about 1.2 seconds to reach Moon and another 1.2 seconds to come back. So if there is something that is happening either on the surface of Moon with this rover, we will know only after you get to know something and then you send back the signal, and it takes more than 2.5 seconds, which is a very, very long time gap, you see. So as Shri Kumar has said, certainly, they are more worried. I can't be talking about how much worried I am. But yes, as you said, that the human mission ultimately has to be there. But then as the time progresses, we'll probably have better alternatives than sending human beings to the moon.
We also have something, Amitabh Ghosh, planned as a solar observatory next, the Aditya. Do you want to tell our viewers a bit about that? The significance of India working on the solar observatory and what it could potentially achieve?
So they're going to probably study the sun, and we fixate on one thing, but each agency does many missions, and some come into the limelight and some don't. And so there is another NISAR mission which is being developed with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So there is a lot of things that ISRO has in the pipeline, and they are, I think, trying to do a reusable launch vehicle. So there are a lot of things that ISRO is doing. And same with NASA. There's a lot, but there's some get very highlighted.
Okay, sure. So it's been a fascinating conversation. We have a lot more in the build-up to the 23rd. Roughly around 5:30, that's when this landing is expected. Massive interest in the fate of the Chandrayaan. The government and ISRO trying to keep it very low-key, not wanting to build up expectations, but such is the curiosity in the fate of this mission that people are curious regardless of what the scientists want. I also find very interesting that these are men and women of science and rationale, and yet there is an element of superstition and belief involved, because ultimately everyone is human and everyone has their own beliefs. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. I hope to have you back as we count down to the landing of Chandrayaan 3 from 2008, when the first Chandrayaan mission was launched, to 2019, when Chandrayaan 2 took to the skies, to now. Our ISRO heroes have worked super hard to ensure India's tryst with the moon is a success. As we count down to Chandrayaan 3's soft landing, here's a look at the making of the Chandrayaan mission.
3, 2, 1.
The clock ticked, and at exactly 2:43 p.m. on 22nd July 2019, India took a giant leap to the moon.
समय आप इस को देख रहे हैं 2 S-200 रॉकेट +5 सेकंड दोनों का प्रज्वलन हो गया है.
For the second time, Indian Space Research Organization created history by the successful launch of Chandrayaan 2.
L-110 engine started. अभी अनाउंस किया गया है कि L-110 जो कि हमारा दूसरा मुख्य रॉकेट है उसका इग्निशन हो गया है, उसके दोनों इंजन प्रज्वलित हो गए हैं.
This was India's second mission to the moon after the successful voyage of Chandrayaan in 2008.
Ignition sequence normal and liftoff normal.
GSLV Mk3 blasted off to space carrying a Land Rover, orbiter and a lander with a speed of 11 kilometers per second from the Satish Dhawan Space Research Center in Sriharikota.
It is the beginning of a historical journey of India towards moon and to land at a place near South Pole to carry out scientific experiments to explore unexplored.
Within minutes, Chandrayaan 2 was successfully placed into the Earth's orbit. As the space vehicle beamed back a perfect report card, Indian space scientists at Mission Control erupted with joy.
7.4 kilometers and the velocity was nearly 140. So the Vikram lander has successfully completed the rough braking phase.
The mission was expected to take 48 days in total to land its rover Pragyan on the south pole of the moon, roughly on 14th September 2019. But then, on 10th September, days before the final landing on moon, ISRO announced that it had lost contact with lander Vikram. ISRO scientists were disappointed. It was an emotional moment. Chandrayaan 2 suffered various delays and revisions a decade after the successful maiden Indian moon mission, Chandrayaan 1. In October 2008, ISRO successfully launched Chandrayaan 1. On 22nd October 2008, Chandrayaan mission with a lunar orbiter and impactor was launched using PSLV XL from Satish Dhawan Space Center at Sriharikota.
Ignition sequence normal and liftoff normal.
It was a big boost to Indian space exploration history. India researched and developed indigenous technology to explore the moon with Chandrayaan 1. 2 weeks after its launch, it was inserted into lunar orbit on 8th November 2008. On 14th November 2008, the Moon Impact Probe separated from the Chandrayaan orbiter and struck the South Pole in a controlled manner. India became the fourth country to place its flag insignia on the Moon, near the crater Shackleton. The location of impact was named Jawahar Point. Though Chandrayaan 1 was planned to survey the lunar surface for 2 years, but after a successful year of transmitting data and detecting presence of lunar water, it stopped communicating on 28 August 2009. 312 days of Chandrayaan 1 was a celebration of ISRO's hard work and indigenous technological advancement in space exploration. Nearly 7 years later, NASA, with a ground-based radar system, relocated Chandrayaan 1 in its lunar orbit. Today, its orbit varies between 150 and 270 kilometers in altitude every 2 years around the moon.
Coming up on the other side of a quick break, the battle for Kaveri water boils again. BJP hits out at the Siddaramaiah government as it decides to release water to Tamil Nadu. Details on the other side.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप। लेकिन तेलंगाना में 10 साल में जो इंकलाब केसीआर साहब लेके आए, देश में कहीं और नहीं हुआ। तो क्यों जाना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों वोट देना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट? कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज में? 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स। उनकी नानी थी, पप्पा थे, दादा थे, परदादा थे, सभी लोग थे। क्या हुआ? बदलाव आया? नहीं आया। फिर क्यों मौका देना है उनको?
The battle for the water of the Kaveri River is boiling again. The Karnataka government's decision to release water to Tamil Nadu has come under severe criticism. Farmers are up in arms and the BJP is accusing the Congress government of appeasing its Team India ally, the DMK, ahead of the 2024 elections.
Battle for Kaveri water heats up. After dithering for a long time, Karnataka is now all set to release water to Tamil Nadu.
ರೈತರು ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬೀಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಬೀಗ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಬೀಗ ಇದೆ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ.
The move comes after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin knocked on the doors of the Supreme Court demanding the state's share of water. The Karnataka BJP has upped the ante against the Siddaramaiah government, branding the decision to release water as a crime.
So, government of Karnataka has failed to protect its interest, its water interest, its interest of the farmers, its interest of the drinking water, especially Bangalore and other towns in Kaveri Basin. They are slept over. Now, in the garb of legal thing, they are trying to release water. CM said categorically they are not going to release. Yes. But Deputy CM is saying that it is compulsion. I don't see any compulsions in that. The only compulsion might be the political compulsion.
JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy called it betrayal of farmers.
Actually, today I am really surprised about the Karnataka government decision. Because the Tamil Nadu government, when they approached Supreme Court to give direction to Karnataka government to release 37 TMC of water in this month. But we are facing severe problem of water here, our farmers, even for drinking also. In future days, drinking water also, severe problem will be there for even Bangalore city.
Meanwhile, Karnataka farmers are on the warpath against release of Kaveri water, claiming there isn't sufficient water for them.
ಇವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರು ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
As the decades-old Kaveri water dispute reignites, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu are at the loggerheads once again. Bureau Report, India Today.
The state of war in Telangana has begun and the BRS has come out all guns blazing at Rahul Gandhi. MLC and Chief Minister KCR's daughter Kavita has slammed the Congress MP and his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Here's how the war of words exploded.
राहुल गांधी जी है, उन्होंने नया यात्रा निकाले, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा। मुझे क्या लग रहा मालूम, जो 1000 चूहों को मार के एक बिल्ली हज यात्रा को निकलती।
The political war is simmering ahead of the Telangana Assembly elections slated by the end of this year. Ruling BRS has launched an all-out attack against the Congress with its scathing jibe at Rahul Gandhi. Taking a massive dig at Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra, Kavita claimed that it is absolute depth of hypocrisy by the Congress.
राहुल गांधी जी है, उन्होंने नया यात्रा निकाले, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा। मुझे क्या लग रहा मालूम, जो 1000 चूहों को मार के एक बिल्ली हज यात्रा को निकलती, वैसा है राहुल गांधी जी का।
BRS MLC and daughter of Chief Minister KCR, K. Kavita questioned Congress's governance record, accusing the Gandhi family of betraying Muslims.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप। कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज में 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स। हमारे सारे
Kavita asked BRS workers to reach out to Muslims and mosques to educate the community.
साहब ने आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट किया था, आज हमारे माइनॉरिटी भाई सोचना चाहिए, घर घर आप जाओ, हर एक मौलाना को पकड़ो, हर एक मस्जिद में जाओ, आप उनको समझाओ क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट, कितने साल और मौका देते।
The attacks marked Kavita's first visit to the Nizamabad Lok Sabha constituency, where she aims to contest from in 2024. Kavita's remarks drew sharp criticism from the Congress party, which branded BRS the B team of BJP.
आप लोग BRS समझ रहे, हम लोग बीजेपी रिश्तेदार समिति बोल के राहुल जी ने साफ साफ कह दिए। जब बीजेपी रिश्तेदार समिति से इससे बेहतर कुछ स्टेटमेंट हम एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं कर सकते।
Even in Telangana, our father came into power promising 12% reservation. It is Congress who has given 4% reservation. It is Congress who has given free education, free higher education to the minorities. They haven't done anything. They only talk. They themselves, in the last few days, are very much in panic about the surveys what they are seeing. And now they are behind minority votes.
Meanwhile, BJP called Kavita Rahul Gandhi war an eyewash, branding them same sides of a coin.
Srimati Kavita's statement that the Congress has not done anything for the Muslims shows that both of them are trying to woo the Muslim votes for their group. The BRS party is going further in order to appease the minority communities more than the Congress. However, the criticism of Srimati Kavita on Congress party with regard to the minorities is only an eyewash, and both are one and the same.
With Apurva Jayachandran and Abdul Bashir, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
दिन की कस्टडी जेसी के लिए भेज दिया गया है और 148, 149, 323, 353, 395, 397 और 506, 25 आर्म्स एक्ट की जो धाराएं लगाई गई है, उसमें से 395 और 97 जो दो धाराएं हैं डाउटफुल है, क्योंकि लहराते हुए तलवार भाले वगैरह लेकर के आए, इनमें ये बनती नहीं है, क्योंकि ये धाराएं जो है रॉबरी की और डकैती की है इसलिए इनको पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन में चार्ज के टाइम पर हम इनको डिलीट कराएंगे, चाहे हमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक क्यों ना जाना पड़े।
रिकवरी दिखाई है सर?
इसमें 8 तलवारें दिखाई है रिकवरी की।
सर इनको कहाँ, कौन सी जेल में भेजा जाएगा?
अब इनको जो है नीम का जेल के लिए आदेश करे हैं कोर्ट ने, और आज इनको नीम का जेल के लिए भेज दिया है।
Sure, it must be very demoralizing, and I cannot even begin to imagine the circumstances in which they live. And Salman Taseer Shaheed, he was the governor of Punjab of my province, and he raised his voice for Asia Bibi, and he had to pay the price with his life. And as you mentioned, that not many commentators or politicians vocally condemn such incidents. I think if you look at Pakistan's recent history, whether it's the murder of Shahbaz Bhatti, who was the Minister of Minorities from the Christian community, or Salman Taseer, or others who have dared to venture in this path of defending minorities, they have paid a very heavy price. And even when I speak about this issue on Indian media in particular, I try to be very careful, and even I am fearful of the reaction from certain quarters, the organizations which you mentioned. But there is another factor which I'd like to add in, is that the Pakistani population is not extreme, and it does not echo such narratives. And the proof lies in the fact that Pakistanis have never elected these extremists into power. So in the history of Pakistan, in the 70 plus decades since we have come into existence, Pakistan has never elected an extremist party into power. We have never paid heed to the ideologies of TTP or TLP, which are not representative of the Pakistani populace. So I think that these extremists, because they are loud and they are violent, they have gathered more space in our ecosystem, but they do not represent the majority, and which I think sadly the majority also now lives in fear, and the state is also wary of acting against such elements, because perhaps there is an apprehension.
Oh, sorry.
बने हमारा यूपी के माफिया बुलडोजर से डर के मिट्टी में मिले, चैन की सब सांस लेके खुशियां झलके झलके मिले दिल मेरा तुम्हारा। मिट जाए दर्द घट जाए मरज, मुफ्त मिले सब क्या है हरज। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸੁਰ ਮਿਲੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਦਿਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਜੋ ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਹਾਲ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ।
तुम्हार सुर हमार सुर खिला होता रहे जरूर।
मिले सुर जो हमरा तुम्हारा, बना रहे गठबंधन न्यारा। मामा का है एक ही नारा, रहे ना कोई मुसीबत का मारा।
अपना इंडिया जब चले तो पूरा भारत ही जुड़े, नफरतों की बात ना हो, प्यार हो हल्के हल्के।
मेरे दिल मेरा तुम्हारा, मेरे दिल मेरा तुम्हारा, तो देश बने हमारा, तो देश बने हमारा।
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point tonight, how bad is the fight between the AAP and the Congress? How difficult will it be for the India alliance to take off with these state-level battles taking place? We'll have a talking point on that. Also, what will bring lasting peace to Manipur? We'll be joined by the state's leading human rights activist. He'll tell us what is the road ahead. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. India achieves another mega moon milestone. Chandrayaan-3 lander Vikram separates from the mothership. Moon landing now scheduled for August the 23rd. All on track. After Congress and AAP spar over Delhi seat sharing, Trinamool Congress now declares it will sweep Bengal in 2024 with or without the Congress. All eyes also on what happens next. NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar tries to quell all confusion over his next move, attacks BJP in a public rally, says BJP dividing communities and castes. The BJP, first of the block ahead of the winter state elections, releases its first candidate list for poll-bound Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Supreme Court pulls up Gujarat government of a premature remission for the convicts in the Bilkis Bano case. Top court asks why selective remission was awarded. Himachal Pradesh death toll mounts to 71 after incessant rains and landslides. IAF deployed as relief and rescue operations continue. Protests intensify in Jadavpur University in Kolkata after the death of a student over alleged ragging. BJP demands a CBI probe. Trinamool Congress claims BJP states ahead in ragging figures. Battle for Kaveri waters boils again as the Siddaramaiah government decides to release water to Tamil Nadu. BJP accuses the Congress of appeasing its India ally DMK. And India Today investigation impact, new riots, provocator Bittu Bajrangi sent to 14-day judicial custody. Police also recover 8 swords from him. But tonight's top story, just weeks after their united show, some cracks are appearing within the opposition India alliance. From the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress tug-of-war in Delhi over seat sharing to NCP versus NCP tussles in Maharashtra. And finally, the Trinamool Congress today declaring that it will sweep Bengal with or without the Congress in 2024. The big question, can the opposition rise above their own state-level differences to take on the NDA in 2024? Will the India alliance be stillborn or will it be able to take off? That's going to be our talking point. But first, our top story.
They came together with the aim of taking on Narendra Modi in 2024, but are themselves divided by political interests, from Maharashtra to Delhi to Bengal. India the alliance of opposition parties is fighting many battles within. In Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress are in a tug of war for the 7 Lok Sabha seats in the capital. The divisions became public on Wednesday after a meeting between state and central leaders of the Congress.
दिल्ली 19वां राज्य था, 24 कैसे जीतना है और बिल्कुल आदेश हुआ है कि हमें 7 सीटों पर मजबूत संगठन के साथ हर नेता को आज से अभी से निकलना है। 7 महीने 7 सीटें हैं। ये बात हुई कि जिसकी दिल्ली उसका देश होता है। ये दिल्ली का इतिहास बताता है।
Alka Lamba's declaration sparked an instant showdown, with top leaders trying to cool tempers.
There are 7 seats in Delhi, right? Congress has to be strong in all 7, and we have to prepare for all 7. That does not mean in case there is an alliance, we fight all 7. Suppose we suddenly get new, we believe we want New Delhi and South Delhi seats, and we prepare here. In the alliance, we get Chandni Chowk and West Delhi. And if we have not prepared there, how will we fight an election? Obviously, any self-respecting party, in case there is an alliance and before details of the alliance are worked out, will try and strengthen itself in the entire state.
While Congress and Aam Aadmi Party are still sniping at each other, they are clearly united in their attacks against the Modi government.
जब से मणिपुर की घटना घटी है, प्रधानमंत्री जी चुप हैं। मणिपुर के अंदर 6500 एफआईआर हो गई 190 दिन के अंदर। 3 मई से लेकर 31 जुलाई के बीच में 6500 एफआईआर हो गई। प्रधानमंत्री जी चुप रहे। मणिपुर में 4000 लोगों के घर जला दिए गए। प्रधानमंत्री जी चुप रहे।
In Maharashtra, the alliance is on tenterhooks. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar's frequent meetings with his rebel nephew and Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar have created fear among his allies that the senior leader could be planning a jump to the NDA. Pawar hasn't denied or confirmed getting ministerial offers, but insists he stays with the Vikas Agadi, while continuing to attack the BJP.
कर्नाटकचं सरकार फाडलं होतं, उद्धव ठाकरेंचं महाराष्ट्राचं सरकार फाडलं होतं, कमलनाथच्या नेतृत्वाखालचं मध्य प्रदेश इथे सरकार फाडलं होतं आणि लोकांनी निवडून दिलेली सरकार केंद्राची सत्ता वापरून उद्ध्वस्त करतात आणि सामान्य माणसाचं जीवन हे एका दृष्टीने उद्ध्वस्त करतात.
The Congress and Shiv Sena UBT, though wary of the wily Maratha leader, are putting up a brave front.
शरद पवार जी कद्दावर नेता है, वो अपने पार्टी का निर्णय खुद ले सकते हैं, लेकिन हमें विश्वास है कि वो इंडिया अलायंस के साथ रहेंगे। या हमारे अपोजिशन लीडर के पास क्या आउटपुट है वो हमें पता नहीं, लेकिन कांग्रेस की भूमिका, क्योंकि शरद पवार जी ने कहा है कि मैं इंडिया अलायंस के साथ रहूंगा.
In West Bengal, it's TMC versus Congress and CPM. Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has levelled serious allegations against the Mamata Banerjee government in the Jadavpur University fiasco, where a student died by suicide.
এই সমস্ত হোস্টেলগুলোর যারা কবজা রেখেছে তারা তৃণমূলের লোক, নাচের কি করে সম্ভব? তৃণমূলের লোক ছাড়া, সরকারি লোক ছাড়া, সরকারি ছাত্র ছাড়া আজকে কলেজে কারোর প্রভাব আছে বলুন? সে যে কোনো কলেজ যান, যে কোনো স্কুল যান, প্রাথমিক স্কুল যান, সর্বত্র তৃণমূলী রাজ চলছে।
All eyes are now on the Mumbai meeting of the India Alliance members. Will the opposition parties be able to rise above their differences to forge a united front? Bureau Report, India Today.
My first guest was Sandeep Dixit, the Congress leader, former MP from Delhi, because he really reflects why the Delhi Congress doesn't want to tie up with the Aam Aadmi Party. Listening to Sandeep Dixit और दिल्ली कांग्रेस को गुस्सा क्यों आता है? Why are they angry? Listen in. What is your view on the Aam Aadmi Party alliance? The reason I ask you is the fact is that the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress are part of this grand India alliance that was forged last month in Bengaluru. So what is your view? Do you believe that the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, is it a desirable alliance for 2024 or not?
See, as far as if you take my personal opinion, and this is not the Congress Party's official position, my personal thing is that I don't see any difference in either the secular politics or in the right-wing politics or in the economic style or in their attitude towards corruption or towards truth or towards the constitution, in which I find Aam Aadmi Party to be any different from the BJP. So as far as I am concerned, I believe that both are equally the same. And if we oppose the BJP, then there is, according to me, no reason why we should have any truck with a party like the Aam Aadmi. So maybe if the Aam Aadmi Party, however unreliable I believe they are, if they truly give indications to the contrary, if they stop being a B team of the BJP, if they stop being what BJP always wants them to be, then maybe the Congress High Command can think of an alliance.
But the fact again, Sandeep Dixit, I repeat this, is that the Aam Aadmi Party today has a government in Punjab. The Aam Aadmi Party has dominated Delhi politics, at least at the Vidhan Sabha level. The Aam Aadmi Party showed that it could grow in some areas of Gujarat as well. When they seem to be part of your India alliance, and they've made it very clear that their prime target is to fight the BJP, on what basis are you calling them the B team of the BJP, or suggesting that the Aam Aadmi Party will eventually end up destroying the Congress? I mean, that's really the question. Where is your animus against the AAP coming from when they claim they are ready to join the India alliance and take on the BJP?
Well, they claim everybody in the opposition was correct. Did any of that charge come true? So what they claim, according to me, is scrap. I mean, so don't give me the fact what they claim. They've claimed thousands of things. You know, they claim that they would have transformed Delhi. So forget that, you know. Just because they claim something, it doesn't mean it becomes the truth. While to many, you know, they may be the epitome of truth. So I don't care a damn about what they say. In Gujarat, I was there for almost the entire period. There was hardly any statement of Arvind Kejriwal or his people against the BJP. They were constantly attacking the Congress. So in BJP, in Gujarat, if you really look at it, their only target was to reduce Congress's vote, not reduce the BJP's vote. Similarly in Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh. Look at Karnataka. The day our government comes, it comes up with some reforms or you know, some subsidy issues on electricity. The very next day, the Aam Aadmi Party in Karnataka and their chief minister here attacks the Congress. So have you seen this kind of attack you know, against the BJP governments in Madhya Pradesh or against the BJP governments in other states? No. It has always been targeted, it has always been carefully done, it has always been strategized. So as far as I am concerned, their only role and only single role is to weaken and ultimately destroy the Congress wherever it is possible for the Aam Aadmi Party to do so.
Is your view a minority view? Do you believe that a majority of the Congress Party, especially at the leadership level, shares your concern? Or is Sandeep Dixit a bit of an outlier when he says, let's not have anything to do with the Aam Aadmi Party, no difference between BJP and AAP?
Okay, let me be honest, I'm not really in touch with many of the Delhi leaders and I've not been very active in Delhi Congress for a long period of time. So I can't really say with confidence. I know the leaders I have spoken to. There are only one or two who are active on the social media world and have conveyed their viewpoint that they are not for this alliance. Generally, when I speak to leaders and the leaders that I know I've been in touch with, and whenever we have our personal thing, I find, I won't even say a majority, a near unanimous belief that no, we must not have anything to do with the Aam Aadmi Party.
So, how much of this though, Sandeep Dixit, is because Arvind Kejriwal took on your late mother, Sheila Dixit, and in a way toppled her government or defeated her in elections and formed the government first in 2013 and of course then 2015 onwards. How much of this animus, if I may use the word, against Arvind Kejriwal is because of what happened in that period? We are now in 2023. Are you still living with the scars of what happened between 2013 and 15?
Well, my problem in Aam Aadmi is not the fact that they just defeated us. It's the kind of politics that they exercise. Of untruth, of wrong, of cheating, of vile words, they are really the first people who cheapened, Rashtrawadi politics and brought it onto the field. They were the first people who started using the tricolor to divide people politically. They are the first people who started using the slogan of Bharat Mata on the streets to make it a political slogan like that, the slogan of pride for all Indians. So there's hardly any wrong that is there in politics today that does not have its roots in either the India Against Corruption movement or in the way and manner in which they did so. They are the first people, many of us, I mean, I've seen sometimes some of you also saying so, that often the Prime Minister makes claims without facts. The Prime Minister derides his opponents without any merit in his things, and he makes claims to things that he is not really his. Who's really almost a kind of a grandfather of his in almost everything of this? It is Arvind Kejriwal. So if you look at the politics of Kejriwal, the style of the Aam Aadmi Party, then I think it's a very, very big problem. We cannot encourage politics of this kind. And as far as I'm concerned, obviously there will be a personal baggage also that I carry. There's a personal baggage that everybody carries. Okay? But apart from that, if you want a serious opinion, I think they are far more dangerous to India's polity than any other party or any other person is. And the kind of traditions they put on ground are going to be dangerous.
Very strong words there from Sandeep Dixit. Aam Aadmi Party says is even more dangerous than the BJP. Given these comments being made by albeit marginalized leaders within the Delhi Congress, the big questions: will the India alliance take off or not? Is overcoming state-level battles going to be the biggest challenge for this opposition India alliance? Who will hold the India alliance together? AAP versus Congress, NCP versus NCP? Can this be described as frenemy politics? Joining me now, Clyde Crasto, NCP spokesperson, Shama Mohammed, Congress spokesperson, and Jasmine Shah of the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's settle this with you, Jasmine Shah, first, because you might have heard Sandeep Dixit there lashing out at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying it is even more dangerous in some ways than the BJP. How do you respond? Can you overcome these state-level battles?
Rajdeep, actually it is not a state-level battle. I was listening to Mr. Sandeep Dixit very carefully. He himself says that I am not even active in Delhi Congress. So I think the question should be, who is Sandeep Dixit? Why should he be even heard when he is not even heard in his own party? Mind you, Rajdeep, that he was the one of a few leaders who strongly opposed the Delhi strongly supported the Delhi Ordinance and then the Delhi Services Bill. He said that an elected Chief Minister of Delhi should have no powers. Everything should be with the centre. This is even after 102 members of Parliament, including the entire opposition and stalwarts like Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, voted against the ordinance. But Mr. Sandeep Dixit continues to state what the BJP is stating today. Similarly, on the matter of India alliance, we are all together. We want to work with whoever today stands for protecting the constitution. But people like Mr. Sandeep Dixit, they are not an MP, they are not an MLA, they are not any post holder in Delhi Congress. They are marginalized people. I think we should not give much credence. We would go with, we have full faith in the Congress leadership and the leadership of all the other parties who are part of the India alliance. Our faith in what the India alliance stands for and the future it can give, a distinct future it can give to the country is intact. And we are very sure that especially in the current climate where we have such a weak Prime Minister who is unwilling to talk on the most important issues, be it Manipur, be it the incursion by China, be it the protest of women wrestlers, issue after issue, we have a weak Prime Minister who is unwilling to talk. We have a Prime Minister who is steeped in corruption. He talks about 70,000 crore of NCP corruption and then invites the leaders to join his party. He builds a national highway which was supposed to cost 18 crore rupees per kilometer, but now is costing 251 crore rupees per kilometer. So the country is really waiting for a new kind of leadership. I think there are forces which are out there to destabilize India, the India alliance, and these are forces in BJP, but also some friends of BJP like Mr. Sandeep Dixit. I would like to state only that.
Okay, you're calling him a friend of the BJP, but the fact, Shama Mohammed, is that while Sandeep Dixit may be openly speaking out, privately a number of congressmen have also expressed concern reportedly, both in Punjab and indeed in Delhi. And perhaps the fact is that this India alliance therefore has these state level contradictions. Who's going to overcome them? Who's going to take that first step? We are told Arvind Kejriwal has been trying to reach out to Rahul Gandhi, but Rahul Gandhi has not even met him yet. So who's going to take that first step to actually get this India alliance together? Who is your glue?
Okay, Rajdeep, when the opposition parties got together on July 18th in Bangalore, they all took a pledge basically to safeguard our constitution, to safeguard this democracy. We are going to come together. And that's what even Kharge ji said, that we are going to keep our differences aside to safeguard this democracy. Now, let's understand that Sandeep Dixit is, of course, hurt because a lot of things have been said against his mother, many a times by AAP leaders and the AAP government. So definitely, personally, he is hurt. And I think he clearly said that I speak for myself. He did not say that I'm speaking for the Congress party. Now, we have to understand that there are 4 states from among all these states which are in conflict. That is West Bengal, Punjab, Delhi, and Kerala. So we have other states where the Congress is in direct fight with the Bharatiya Janata Party. So we all know that even in your program on July 18th, where a colleague of yours was interviewing Sitaram Yechuri, he clearly said that we want to reduce conflicts and bring about a single voice for the opposition.
But that's not happening, ma'am. That's all very well. That's not happening. Look at what's happening on the ground. On the ground, whether it's in Bengal, whether it's here in Delhi, whether it is to some extent in Maharashtra, there are divisions. So it's all very well to sit in a 5-star hotel in Bengaluru and say we are going to come together. You've got to come together on the ground. The workers have to meet a meeting of minds.
So for that, my reply is, when we had the issue of the Delhi Ordinance Bill, everybody, all of us stood in support with the AAP government, all 26 parties. There was nothing. There was no crack over there. When the Prime Minister replied to the no confidence motion, all of us, 26 parties, walked out. There is no crack over there. Yes, there will be some issues on the ground. I agree. And I told you, these are the 4 conflict states. Even in Maharashtra, we are the Mahavikas Aghadi. We're together. There is an alliance. But in these 4 states, we do have problems. Like Yasmin said, there are certain issues. And we will sort it out because we are fighting a greater force. We have to get rid of this fascist government, which has taken complete control. Now they want to control the institutions. They want to change the constitution. That, like you see, there is internal strife. I mean, Nu on one side, Manipur on the other side. I mean, Nu is something where the Haryana and Delhi High Court said that there is ethnic cleansing there. Ethnic cleansing.
Ma'am, all of this.
What I'm saying is that.
Okay, Shama Babar, you made your point.
And we are going to sort it out.
Okay, you made your point. No, just a minute, ma'am. Ma'am, there are other participants on the program as well. I will have to lower your voice. There are other participants on the program. Jasmine Shah, it's all very well. I come back to it. That leaders are claiming that they are going to fight the Modi government. On the ground, workers have to also come together. You cannot win elections without chemistry on the ground. The truth is there is a lack of chemistry. The fact is there are scars of the past, as Sandeep Dixit admits, that there have been things said about each other in the past that are difficult to get over.
But Rajdeep, this is precisely the flaw in your analysis. You are reading too much into statements of leaders who don't have any official authority to talk on behalf of either the Delhi Congress or I do not know for what unit of Congress. Today, the Delhi Chief of Congress is very clearly saying that no, we are part of the alliance, we will fight jointly with AAP. Same is happening in other parts of the country. So it's very fine to take individuals speaking in their own individual capacity here and there. You can keep doing that for the next 7 months, Rajdeep, and keep saying that the India alliance is weakening. But the reality, like Shamma said, is that when substantive moments come, the alliance has come together. Be it the July meeting, be it the next meeting that is going to happen in Mumbai, be it on the floor of Parliament. Who thought that the highest opposition vote in the history of Rajya Sabha, I am told, for the last 52 years, 102 against 130, happened in the Delhi Ordinance or the Delhi Services Bill. So the opposition is coming together, and I said this is a very carefully drafted agenda by the BJP and friends of BJP to say that the India alliance is weak, where in fact the reality is that these are very firm partners who believe that we will set aside our individual narrow differences. Yes, we have differences at a personal level, maybe with some leaders, we differ on policy issues with the Congress, but for saving the country, for saving the constitution, to save the manner in which BJP is today bulldozing the opposition and the courts and the constitution, we have decided to come together and we will honor our commitment.
Okay, let me take that those very words to the NCP's Clyde Crasto, because Clyde Crasto, what are we seeing in Maharashtra? We are seeing confusion within the NCP ranks. For the last few weeks, they don't know whether Mr. Sharad Pawar really wants to take on Ajit Pawar, whether they are frenemies, whether they are family friends. I mean, let's get this clear. Yes, Mr. Pawar today targeted the BJP, but tomorrow he could well be seen sitting with Ajit Pawar. And therefore, there is confusion among workers. You see, elections are not won only by leaders. The workers have to come together.
So, well, Rajiv, if there's confusion in your mind, then I think you should clear it out too, because me as a worker, I have no confusion. Mr. Sharad Pawar has held 3 press conferences. He has very clearly, categorically, in many words said that I'm going to fight the BJP. He's also gone and said that, I'm the oldest member of the Pawar family, and if my nephew wants to come and meet me, I will meet him. Let me tell you one more thing. He also went on to say there are some religious functions going to happen in the family. We are going to meet again. So these things happen. The family is on one side, the political party is on the other side. We are not confused at all. In fact, Ajit Dada Pawar has gone somewhere and he's confused there. And if you're talking about, the Mahavikas Aghadi having some kind of problem, the India Alliance having some kind of problem, I don't see any problem. We are having the India meeting on the 31st of August and the 1st of September in Mumbai. There are meetings happening every day. There are preparations going on. Planning is going on. We are all together on the same page.
No, you're saying you're all together. You will recall, sir, just a few days ago, Sanjay Raut, the Shiv Sena leader,
I'm coming to
in
that,
an editorial in Samna said, Mr. Pawar must end this uncertainty.
You asking questions. There are times when people want to talk on their own. I'm answering a question before you ask me the question. I'm coming to that. A couple of days ago, Sanjay Raut said something. Mr. Nana Patole said something. Fair enough. They have the right to question because we are part of an alliance. We are together and there is free speech in our alliance. And the fact of the matter that Mr. Sharad Pawar met Mr. Ajit Pawar, so doubts will come in the minds of our partners. They have the right to have doubts, but that's what happened. Mr. Sharad Pawar went out and cleared all those doubts. And there are no questions by Mr. Sanjay Raut or Mr. Nana Patole or anybody in the last 48 hours. So these things happen. These have been cleared. But let me tell you one more thing. That is happening. There is a lot of problem within the BJP and the Eknath Shinde camp and the Ajit Pawar camp because, Eknath Shinde goes on to say that they've been checkmating me all the time. Okay, there are leaders from ministers from the Eknath Shinde camp saying that, I wanted to be minister, but somebody else said that I'll commit suicide or my family will leave me. So they were made ministers first. And let me give you some kind of news now, right now. I don't know if you read right now, but as of now, while we are speaking, there is a dinner that has been organized by Mr. Eknath Shinde, a get-together that has been organized by Mr. Eknath Shinde. And guess what? Ajit Dada Pawar, being in Mumbai, a couple of kilometers away from where the get-together is going on, he has decided not to attend that dinner. He has no other engagement, but he's decided not to attend that dinner. So there's a lot of crack, a lot of chink in the armor of the, so-called these 3 people that BJP, Eknath Shinde camp. So, you can't attribute to the others always. We are doing very well. We are all together, we are doing fine.
You've made your point. Shama Mohammed, net, the question I asked, who's going to bring all this together? You see, all these, there is a meeting on the 31st of August and the 1st of September in Mumbai. But who's actually going to bring all these warring parties together? Is there one leader who has the stature at the moment within your India alliance who can actually put a halt to these various statements being made at the local level? Is there that leader who can, in a way, drive this alliance forward?
See, I don't know what you mean by warring parties. I fail to understand. Yes, our party, what was said by one of my colleagues is that there are 7 seats in Delhi and we have to prepare. So because we have not yet done the seat sharing. So even if that seat goes to AAP, for example, we also need to prepare there itself. No, it's a coalition. So we can't just leave them alone. We would support our Congress workers and our Congress leaders would support AAP in that particular seat, and they would do that in our seat.
So you don't agree with Sandeep Dixit when he says that Aam Aadmi Party is as dangerous as the Congress? You think that's his personal view? The party rejects it.
See, Sandeep Dixit clearly said today, when I heard the interview, I heard it, and he said, these are my words and my views. You know, Congress party has always been a party with a lot of democratic views. We don't have something called Anushasan or discipline, which I really would like, you know, they should be more disciplined. But he said clearly these are his words because the High Command, President Kharge, Rahul Gandhi ji, Sonia Gandhi ji have all taken a call that we are going to fight this election together and we need to get rid of Mr.
So you're saying the alliance is on track, you will fight the election together. Those are the words. Jasmine Shah, are you equally confident that the election will be fought as one unit? Are you equally confident that Arvind Kejriwal will be able to work out? We will see Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi on the same platform a few months down the line?
Absolutely, Rajdeep, and there is a reason for that. It is their unflinching love for the country, the constitution and their idea of India, where democracy should trump not personal ambitions or personal agenda of political parties, which unfortunately this is what BJP has made it. Today, BJP's dream is of an opposition-free India. The way the ED has been unleashed, CBI has been unleashed, the way laws are being changed, reversing Supreme Court judgments never happens. I am sure Supreme Court will finally deliver a good verdict on the Delhi Services Bill also. But wherever you cannot win elections, you will destabilize the governments. You will buy their MP MLAs. So I think today the country is facing an existential crisis. And this is what will make all the leaders, these are all very mature leaders. Many of them are sitting chief ministers.
Is it the country or opposition parties that are facing an existential crisis?
No, it is the Rajdeep after 2014.
If governors start ruling states, Rajdeep, you should answer.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, is the country or political parties facing an existential crisis? Jasmine, quick response, 30 seconds.
Rajdeep, today we are seeing multiple examples, be it Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Punjab or Delhi, where governors have taken over the administration, where the governors are overruling the chief ministers, as never happened in the history of this country. We are seeing today, for the first time in Indian history, where ED and CBI, 95% of the cases that they are fighting are on opposition parties. And whenever those leaders join BJP, the cases suddenly drop.
Okay.
So we are seeing a very perverse trend in this country today, and we are saying it is not about us. It is about saving the constitution and democracy as it was intended, and that is the reason we have come together.
Okay, we leave it there. We leave it there. Time completely, I've run out completely out of time. Yes, Clyde Castro, you were putting your finger up the longest. You've had the least time. I'll give you 30 seconds.
No, I'll tell you in 30 seconds. You know, why is the BJP so rattled? They are a self-proclaimed invincibles. They say they can win all the elections. Then why are they worried about an opposition? In a democracy, the opposition's role, if it comes through, why are they worried about? I mean, they have put the NDA in the cold storage and suddenly brought them out and held a meeting after so many years. So if there's anyone who's rattled and who's worried about the 2024 elections, I think it's the BJP, because they don't think they'll get
your
the
time is up.
That they want.
Okay, 30 seconds up. All of you have had equal amount of time. I appreciate all of you joining me here on the news today. We'll wait and see whether the opposition can overcome these differences in the weeks ahead, leading to their big meeting at the end of August. Now let's turn from there to our ground report tonight, which comes from Himachal Pradesh. Rain battered, grappling with incessant landslides, which has led to the death toll mounting to now over 70. The Indian Air Force has joined the rescue and relief operations. Chief Minister Sukhwinder Sukhu warning it will take the hill state another year to rebuild its infrastructure.
Crumbling houses, blocked roads, inundated villages, residents wading through flooded stretches. Himachal Pradesh is battling the worst deluge in recent times. Dozens of villages submerged, people left stranded after water was released from the Pong Dam. At least 70 people have died in the past few days in Himachal alone.
Incessant rains have caused a huge loss to the public and private property in Himachal Pradesh. Over 170 incidents of landslides, rock slides and flash floods have been reported. Caused huge damage to this national highway, which has been blocked at various places up to Pandor Dam, close to the Mandi. As far as the data is concerned, over 900 roads are still blocked, including this national highway. This has cost dear to the state's tourism industry, also the life of the common people, which has been thrown out of gear.
Excessive rains have triggered landslides in several districts, including Shimla, blocking over 800 key roads in the state, impacting relief and rescue work.
हम अभी अपने रिलेटिव के पास जा रहे हैं, अभी सामान रखेंगे, जब तक कमरा नहीं मिलेगा फिलहाल तो उनके पास रखेंगे हम। बाकी तो हमारे हाल देख लो, बेल्टें लगा दी है, हम सामान उठाया नहीं जा रहा है। अब बिल्डिंग जो ऊपर है वो खतरे में ऐसे लटकी हुई है, हमने सामान निकाला, हम जानते कि हमने सामान कैसे निकाला हुआ है।
अभी जब तक घर का, पहले तो घर का, बच्चों का स्कूल का तो बाद में देखा जाएगा जी। पहले सबसे पहले है कि घर का, अगर घर होगा तो आगे बच्चे स्कूल भी जा पाएंगे।
Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu said reconstruction work will take at least a year.
अभी थोड़ा थोड़ा मौसम खुलना स्टार्ट हुआ है और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन भी चल रहा है। सेना लगी है, आईटीबीपी लगी है, हिमाचल पुलिस लगी है, प्रशासन लगा है। जो डेड बॉडी है उनको निकालने का काम शिप बॉडी का, जिसमें उम्मीद है कि कुछ और शव हो सकते हैं, वो चल रहा है। जैसे जैसे धूप निकलती जाएगी हमारा काम तेज होता जाएगा।
The Army, Air Force, National Disaster Response Force and State Disaster Response Force are engaged in the evacuation of people from the flood-affected areas. The Met Department has predicted heavy to very heavy rainfall in the next 24 hours in several parts of Himachal Pradesh. With Satyendra Chauhan in Shimla and Manjeet Sehgal in Mandi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let's turn to our other big story today. Kuki tribal groups are now ramping up their demand once again for a separate administration. Just 2 days after Prime Minister Modi in his Independence Day address claimed that peace was returning, Kuki Zo group staged another protest in the national capital to reiterate their separate administration demand to bring a peaceful resolution to strife-torn Manipur. 10 Kuki Zomi MLAs from the northeastern states, including BJP MLAs, have now written to Prime Minister Modi outlining their demands for creating high-ranking government posts and financial aid just for the Kuki areas, including a DGP separate for the hill areas. The Kuki Zomi leaders are demanding a sanction of 500 crore rupees also from the Prime Minister's Relief Fund to rehabilitate victims.
See, the reason why we tribal women we have come together is because, you know, we believe that women, we have the power in our hands to change the world. And one of the demands that we have always had right from the start is that, you know, violence should stop. Violence have not really stopped. For any peace to prevail, there has to be a sense of calm. So we believe that women, in our capacity to, you know, as caregivers, as givers of love and affection, we are appealing to the central government that there should be a form of government, you know, a form of administration where the tribal ethos will be taken care of, where the tribal sentiments also will matter, and where, you know, this politics which is based on ethnicity, you know, it should be curbed and there should be equal representation, because the Constitution of India guarantees us equality.
So what is the road ahead? Is peace really possible in Manipur at a time like this? Joining me now is the state's leading human rights activist. Bablu Loitongbam is from the Manipur Human Rights Alert Group that has done remarkable work over the years. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Loitongbam. I want to start by asking you, the Prime Minister in his Independence Day address a couple of days ago suggested that peace is returning to Manipur. Do you go along with that view? Do you believe that the worst is over and what we will now see is peace on the ground? Or do you believe the ethnic divide is still very sharp between Kuki and Meitei groups, despite the fact that no major instances of violence have been reported in recent days and weeks?
Well, I think the tension in the peripheral areas are still very high.
I think it cannot be said we have come back to normalcy as of yet. I do hope that what the Prime Minister is saying is true, but unfortunately, the ground reality is quite different. The divide between the people are still very much there. The buffer zones are still maintained, and we still have more than 60,000 people in the IDP camps. So we can't call it a normalcy returning unless and until people can move from the valley to the hill and from hill to the valley, and some kind of restitution of the life of these people whose life are completely destroyed is put into place. So I think peace is still a far cry in Manipur, and we need concerted effort to make it happen.
So what you're telling me that you believe that it is still very difficult from someone from the valley to move to the hills. Metes who are stuck in the valley who are stuck in the hills can't move to the valleys, and vice versa. Kukis can't move to Imphal. You're telling me you believe the geographical separateness is almost complete in Manipur, and that's the big worry. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
So what is the solution then? Given that you use that word there, absolutely, what is the solution that can bridge this gaping divide, this ethnic divide? Kukis assembled in Delhi today calling for a separate administration, removal of Chief Minister Biren Singh. Do you believe the removal of the Chief Minister is a precondition for genuine reconciliation?
I think, Rajdeep, we have to, first of all, it is the silencing of the gun in the periphery. And secondly, providing some platform where people can dialogue, speak to each other. Unless and until these two fundamental things happen, we cannot say we have made any significant move. Again, the hurdle is that the Kuki groups are quite adamant that so long as Biren Singh is there, they are not going to involve in talk. There was already a peace committee officially created, as you remember, consisting about 51 people, but it was a stillborn. It never could have a sitting. So now I think what we need is either the Kuki agree to meet with Biren Singh, or Biren Singh is replaced by a fresh person, which could very well be from BJP, when one is not talking about the president's rule, but there has to be a new face on the Manipur government side. If otherwise, without a dialogue process, without sitting together and trying to thrash out, I mean, whatever political arrangement that has to be made out by sitting across a table. And how do you set the table? Who are around the table, I think, is the critical question that is there. And I think either the Kuki agree to sit with the Biren, or someone else rather than Biren has to be there. Otherwise, this will be a non-starter.
You know, I'm saying this because there are reports that the Modi government is now engaging through the Home Ministry in back-channel talks with Kuki militant groups and others from the Kuki community. Some of them have met Home Ministry officials. Are you saying those talks can't go forward without the Chief Minister being replaced, that a dialogue is not possible, a healthy dialogue based on trust is not possible until Biren Singh goes?
Well, I do not want to jump to that conclusion, but no matter what is the debate and the discussion and the back channel communication that is happening in Delhi, ultimately the peace has to be built in Manipur, and it has to be the Meitei and the Kuki community who are fighting now on the front line that needs calming effect. If Delhi can play the interlocutor between the two, very good. But simply speaking to Delhi is not going to solve the problem. I think it has to be the Manipur government have to be involved, and the Manipur civil society, the groups who are right now at the forefront has to be the primary stakeholders. So it's very good, I mean, that there is dialogue happening in Delhi, but it should result in speaking to the stakeholders on the ground. Otherwise, peace cannot be just imposed, from Delhi.
Peace cannot be imposed from Delhi, but the fact that there are so many guns out there, you mentioned silencing of the guns. There are those blaming Kuki militant groups, others are blaming radical Meitei groups like the Meitei Lipun, Arambal Tangol, others are questioning the role of the Manipur police. When you have groups now engaged in eyeball to eyeball conflict, how are you going to who is going to play the role of this reconciliator? That's the question. How do you silence the guns that you spoke about?
Rajdeep, I mean, all the guns which are smoking at the moment has to be silenced if we have to move forward for a peace process. There are multiple actors, as you have rightly pointed out, but any negotiation can happen when there is a certain level of calmness. When people are going and killing people who are sleeping in their houses, as happened in Kwakta a couple of days back, no matter what dialogue happens, it will always fall. It will always collapse. Dialogues will collapse so long as smoking guns are there in the field. So I mean all the stakeholders who are now indulging in violence have to find a way to at least have a ceasefire and then have serious, sensible dialogue where you listen to each other, try to get the sense from each other, and you try to find and work out. That process have to be worked out. Otherwise, the stalemate will continue.
The scale of the human rights violations, I want a first-hand account from you. The FIRs have been filed of gang rapes, torture and killing. More than 150 people reported dead. There are many who believe justice has not been done because in many cases FIRs are just being filed against unknown persons. It required a viral video of women being stripped naked and paraded before arrests were made. Do you believe that an important precondition is justice and the government must act in an unbiased manner?
Absolutely. I completely agree. The problem is, as was pointed out by the Chief Justice himself, that there is complete breakdown of the constitutional order in Manipur today. The institutions are not functioning the way it ought to function in a democratic country. So I think we have stooped down so low now in terms of brutalizing the other and dehumanizing the other. I think we have reached the rock bottom. We can only, I think, ascend from this. So it is important that violence is reduced and accountability is established. At the moment, we are trying to document as much as possible what is happening, but the institutions which are supposed to do this, I think the question of investigating all this huge number of FIR is still at large. So I think we need some very massive effort. Business as usual is not going to address the need of in the ground. There are, 60,000 at least people whose houses are burned down and they are living in IDP camps. So simply registering an FIR is not enough. It has to be followed by proper investigation, assessing how much loss each one has suffered, and it's going to take a long time to actually restitute the lives which were destroyed in this mindless violence.
Bablu, I appreciate you joining us and giving us a sense of why it will be a long road ahead still in Manipur. Thank you very much for joining me. And you can catch that entire interview. It's a much longer interview on our digital platforms later today. Okay, let's turn from there to our other ground story, and it comes from Jadavpur. Bengal's Jadavpur University is in turmoil ever since a student died by suicide over alleged ragging. While the UGC has pulled up the university, politics has taken center stage with the BJP and TMC locked in a blame game. Take a look.
It was a day of protests at Kolkata's Jadavpur University campus. hundreds of SFI activists converged near the main gate of the university on Friday. The protesters held the university authorities responsible for the death of the 17-year-old graduate student who was allegedly a victim of ragging. The SFI protesters were stopped by the police from proceeding towards the spot where a sit-in was on by Trinamool Congress Chhatra Parishad on the same issue. Students have been demanding an end to ragging in hostels.
আমাদের চিরকালই আপনি ব্যানারগুলো দেখবেন, পোস্টারগুলো দেখবেন ফেসবুকে 4 নম্বর গেটে সভা করার কথা ছিল এসএফআই এর আজকের বাম ছাত্র সংগঠনের যে মিছিল আছে সেখানেই সভা করার কথা ছিল, সেটাই আমরা করছি। পুলিশ যদি মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের অনুপ্রেরণায় ব্যারিকেড দিতে আসে, বাম ছাত্র সংগঠনরা জানে ব্যারিকেড কিভাবে ভাঙতে হয়।
আজকে যখন ছাত্ররা এসএফআই থেকে শুরু করে বিভিন্ন যত সব বাম সংগঠন সব একসাথে এসে আমরা যখন যাচ্ছি, আমরা প্রোটেস্ট এসেছি, পুলিশ ব্যারিকেড দেওয়ার মানেটা কি? তার মানে পরিষ্কারভাবে বোঝা যাচ্ছে যে পুলিশ তৃণমূলের দল, পরিষ্কার তো হয়ে গেল।
Students of Jadavpur University say that they do not support the installation of CCTVs inside campus.
CCTV is not something that can control crime. You can only identify a criminal with the help of a CCTV. Tell me something, if today a third-year student or any senior takes a junior inside a bathroom and rags them, is it possible that we will get CCTVs in the bathroom as well? Absolutely not.
The opposition to CCTVs comes after university registrar announced that an ID card will be made mandatory for entry onto campus and that CCTVs will be installed at different strategic points. The BJP's Yuva Morcha too staged a dharna near the university gate demanding justice for the ragging victim. Meanwhile, politics has taken center stage in the matter. Leader of opposition Shuvendu Adhikari blamed Mamata Banerjee for the unfortunate death of the student.
তন্ময় ঘোষ তিনি এখন বড় নেতা, সরকারি পোস্টে আছেন, তাকে মমতা ব্যানার্জি বেতন দেওয়ার, গাড়ি দেওয়ার, সিকিউরিটি দেওয়ার ব্যবস্থা করেছেন। এদের একজন শামিনুল, তাকে রাজ্যসভায় পাঠানো হয়েছে। এরা হচ্ছে মমতা ব্যানার্জির বি টিম, মমতা ব্যানার্জির ফান্ডেড অর্গানাইজেশন।
The Trinamool has slammed the Saffron Party and gone on to say that BJP states are leading in ragging cases.
বিজেপি শাসিত রাজ্যগুলির সরকারি যে সমস্ত মেডিকেল কলেজ রয়েছে, উত্তরপ্রদেশ, মধ্যপ্রদেশ, সেখানে সবথেকে বেশি র্যাগিং হয়েছে। আর এখানে শুভেন্দু অধিকারী আর বিজেপি নাটক করতে যাচ্ছে, এসব দ্বিচারিতা।
So far, 6 people, including present and former students who were present in hostel on the night of August 9th, have been arrested. With Suryagni Roy in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
Scenes there from Jadavpur University. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll turn to the good news story of the day. The mega moon milestone is within reach. Chandrayaan-3's lander Vikram separates from the mothership. We'll tell you more on the other side.
From the biggest conflict zones,
we are at the Hostel Air Base and this is
to the biggest international moments, a reporter with India's flag on his sleeve and an unrelenting eye on terror, defense and national security, on the road, up the heights, in the trenches. He brings you stories that must unite us, because when it's national interest, it's India first. Monday to Friday 10 p.m. only on India Today TV.
Welcome back. Let's turn to our good news today story. The 7-day nail-biting countdown to Chandrayaan's landing is now on. In a mega milestone, the Vikram lander split successfully from its mothership 163 kilometers off the lunar surface. The lander is now moonbound and will attempt a soft landing on 23rd August at 5:47 p.m. So fingers crossed, all should be well. It's our good news today story. Small reason for ISRO to celebrate the big celebrations, hopefully just under a week from now. We leave you with that story. Stay well, stay safe. Good night. Shubhratri. Jai Chandrayaan. Jai Hind. Bye for now.
It's the final countdown. In 6 days from now, India will be at the moon's south pole. In one of the most crucial maneuvers yet by Chandrayaan 3, lander Vikram separated from the mothership, the propulsion module, to set up a date with the moon. The Vikram lander, with its rover Pragyan inside, is on its journey now to the moon's south pole, expected to touch down for that historic soft landing on August the 23rd at 5:45 p.m. Our ISRO heroes have done it again. A picture-perfect launch, followed by a super smooth journey into the moon's orbit, but the true test will now come in 6 days.
So whatever that mistakes happened in the Chandrayaan 2 have been corrected in Chandrayaan 3. Also, the additional design margins have been improved. Also, that wherever the redundancy is not there, now it's put it. That way, we have more confidence on Chandrayaan 3 to be successful.
Equipped with 4 landing legs and 4 landing thrusters of 800 newtons each, Vikram is designed for a soft landing on the moon. It carries within it a rover named Pragyan. 1 billion Indians are now rooting for Chandrayaan 3, and congratulations are pouring in for our ISRO heroes who continue to work day in and out to ensure a 100% successful mission.
No, certainly a matter of great satisfaction and a moment of pride for each one of us. Whereas the propulsion module will keep moving and keep taking pictures. So now the roles have got divided and each of the components will perform its respective roles.
It is also a symbol of India's growing capability and capacity, and I hope Chandrayaan 3 works out to be a very successful mission.
With lander Vikram making the difficult journey now to the moon's surface on its own, what happens to the propulsion module that helped Chandrayaan travel so far? Well, ISRO has confirmed that the propulsion module will continue its journey in its current orbit around the moon.
Now the propulsion module will continue its research with the shape sensor, gathering data about cloud polarization, which can be used to find signatures on exoplanets for habitability. The lander module, after deboosting, will go ahead and in the next 5 days will start the procedure of soft landing on the moon's surface.
Vikram is on its final lap now, and 1 billion hopes are pinned on this 1,778 kilogram lander and rover to fulfill our Chandrama dreams. Onward and upward, Chandrayaan. With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Viewers, let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 46. Mumbai is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 49. Panji is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 30. Ahmedabad is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 50. Bhopal is at 29 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 67. Jaipur is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 127. Delhi is at 37 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 138. Srinagar is at 30 degrees Celsius with AQI being 43. Lucknow is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 126. Patna is at 34 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 99. Kolkata is at 30 degrees with an AQI of 122. Hyderabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 43. Bangalore is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 24. Chennai is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 34. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me AI Sana all through the day.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, her family hogi insured. Extra safe, Polycab Green Wire.
No Muslim in Kashmir 600 years ago. Ghulam Nabi Azad sparks off a furious debate.
कश्मीर में कौन था 600 साल पहले मुसलमान? सब कश्मीरी पंडित थे, सब वही इस्लाम कर गए.
Azad goes a step ahead, says everyone in India was Hindu.
इस्लाम तो आया ही है 1500 साल पहले. हिंदू धर्म बहुत पुराना है. बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में.
Mehbooba Mufti hits right back.
He should say that कि हमारे जो पूर्वज थे वो बंदर थे. We should go back to the Stone Age and find out what his forefathers were.
Reality bites over reality check. Political wars over India's history is our top focus on India First.
There is no ambiguity in the statement of former Chief Minister of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. Who was Muslim in Kashmir 600 years ago? He asks. Everyone was Hindu. They converted to Islam and became Muslims. In fact, several Muslims in Kashmir still retain their original Hindu surnames, whether it's Pandit or Bhatt and many others. Ghulam Nabi Azad even said before Islam came to India, everyone was Hindu. There are angry reactions. Comparison to why just stop at everyone was Hindu? Why not talk about ancestors who were monkeys, says Mehbooba Mufti. But why? Why not accept the truth? We explore. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. India achieves the mega moon milestone. Chandrayaan-3 lander Vikram separates from mothership. Moon landing scheduled for the 23rd of August evening. After Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party spar over Delhi seat sharing, TMC now declares it will sweep Bengal in 2024 with or without the Congress. The BJP, first of the block ahead of winter state elections, releases the first list of candidates for poll-bound Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Battle for Kaveri water boils again. BJP hits out at the Siddaramaiah government as it decides to release water to Tamil Nadu. BJP accuses the Congress of appeasing its opposition India ally DMK. Big India Today investigation impact. Noor riots provocator Bittu Bajrangi remanded to 14 days in judicial custody. The police also recover 8 swords from him. Ghulam Nabi Azad is a veteran political leader, former chief minister of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, former union minister, former leader of opposition, then in the Congress party in Rajya Sabha. Now speaking in Doda in Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Nabi Azad said everyone in India was Hindu. Statement of fact. Why has it riled some political leaders? Why is Mehbooba Mufti so upset? Is a carefully crafted narrative of over 7 decades in Jammu and Kashmir coming apart brick by brick from within Jammu and Kashmir? Are some extremely upset because the cabal is no longer able to set the narrative? Several questions we shall explore during the course of the broadcast, but first, this report.
बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में और उसकी मिसाल हमारी कश्मीर में.
This comment of the former chief minister of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ghulam Nabi Azad, has set the cat among pigeons. Speaking at Doda in Jammu and Kashmir, Azad sparked off a new debate with his comment that everybody in India had been Hindu. In fact, in Jammu and Kashmir, everyone was a Pandit before Islam came.
हमारे हिंदुस्तान में इस्लाम सिर्फ वैसे ही पूरा इस्लाम तो आया ही है 1500 साल पहले. हिंदू धर्म बहुत पुराना है. तो बाहर से आए होंगे 10-20 वो जब मुगलों के वक्त में उनकी फौज में थे. बाकी तो सब हिंदू से ही कन्वर्ट हुए हैं मुसलमान हिंदुस्तान में.
While some hailed Ghulam Nabi Azad's comments, the Congress was clearly upset.
कश्मीर के अंदर तो पहले कश्मीरी पंडित ही थे. ये कन्वर्शन हुई है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है. हम खुद कह रहे हैं कि साहब धर्म को सियासत के साथ मत जोड़िए. आपसी भाईचारा जो है वही इस देश को आगे ले जाएगा.
वो बात ये कहते हैं कि भाईचारा होना चाहिए, तो उसी तरह उनको काम करना चाहिए कि जो लोग भाईचारे को खराब कर रहे हैं उनकी डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट मदद ना हो.
आप समझते हैं गुलाम नबी आजाद प्रत्यक्ष अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से बीजेपी को फायदा पहुंचा रहे हैं? क्या आपके कहने का ये अर्थ?
देखिए, लगता तो ऐसे ही है. उनकी राजनीति से वो विभाजन पैदा करेंगे. जो भाईचारे को खराब कर रही है ताकतें, उनके खिलाफ सबको अपने मन से डट के लड़ना चाहिए.
National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah hit out at Azad, insisting he was trying to appease powers that be.
आजाद साहब ने किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कहा, क्यों कहा, किसको खुश करने के लिए कहा, ये तो आजाद साहब ही कह सकते हैं ना, मैं नहीं कह सकता हूं.
PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti came out with a shocker in an exclusive conversation with India Today.
He should say that कि हमारे जो पूर्वज थे वो बंदर थे.
You should say he should go back.
He should go back there
to the Stone Age.
Yeah, he should go back to the Stone Age and find out what his forefathers were. I mean, I don't believe in the theory that हमारे forefather बंदर थे. Maybe he believes.
The BJP came out all guns blazing, attacking Mehbooba Mufti.
हालात देश के नहीं खराब, हालात उनके खराब है. उनको कभी नजर नहीं आएगा कि कश्मीर के हालात सुधरे हैं. पत्थरबाजों का समर्थन करने वाले लोग आज उनको नजर नहीं आता कि आम आदमी बिना किसी डर के वहां घूमता है.
Will Ghulam Nabi Azad's comments rekindle the flame of brotherhood and Kashmiriyat, or will vested political interests light up fresh fires to divide people once again remains to be seen.
Ghulam Nabi Azad is not the first politician from Jammu and Kashmir to talk about the Hindu ancestry of the Muslim community. Earlier, it was none other than Dr. Farooq Abdullah who had said that his ancestors were Kashmiri Pandits. But the comments of Ghulam Nabi Azad have drawn sharp reactions from certain quarters. The fear is that his comments could be exploited by certain vested interests to stoke communal passions in the society. This is Sunil Bhatt reporting from Jammu for India Today.
We'll explore some of these aspects. When did Islam come to India? What religions originated in India? In fact, before Islam came to India from the Middle East, followers of the Hindu Dharma, the Sanatan Dharma, Buddhists and Jains lived in India. In fact, is it not a fact that 4 religions have originated in this land? The Sanatan Dharma, the Hindu Dharma, Buddhism, Jainism and Sikhi. Let me now take you back around 1500 years, as Ghulam Nabi Azad said. A book published in the 1930s, A Short History of Muslim Rule in India. Now, this is a book by Ishwari Prasad, M.A. D.Lit, LLB, reader in history in the University of Allahabad then. This book claims in 636, when followers of Islam first set foot in India, trade brought more people from the Middle East by sea, as did a series of invasions from the north. The book claims by 1200 CE, there were about 4 lakh Muslims in India. 200 years later, by 1400, the number had shot up to about 32 lakh. By 1535, remember, Babur invaded India in 1526. By 1535, Mughals, after they'd invaded India, the Muslim population had gone up to about 1 crore 28 lakhs. Now, let's now come to modern times. Let's talk about what was happening around 1800s. The population then was about 5 crore. In 1951, this is after the partition, the figure went down to about 3.5 crore, and today it's believed we have about 20 crore Muslims in India. So is there merit in what Ghulam Nabi Azad is saying? Because after all, not 20 crore came from overseas. Varis Pathan, spokesperson of the AIMIM, joins me on the broadcast. Shubrasta is a respected political analyst, as is Saira Shah Halim. Both of them join me on the show. But I want to begin by asking you, Varis Pathan, कश्मीर में कौन था मुसलमान? Asks Ghulam Nabi Azad. 600 साल पहले सब हिंदू थे. Everyone was a pandit. How do you view the statement, sir?
Well, Gaurav, I think Ghulam Saab has got a wrong perception about Islam. He is ignorant about Islam. What I and billions of Muslims practicing Islam have been taught since the beginning, since we were born, is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had sent Hazrat Adam alayhi salam on the planet Earth. He was the first person. And whosoever is born, we are all children of Hazrat Adam, which he does not know properly, or he is trying to show that the true colors which he wants to now follow of the RSS. Second thing which I want to bring it to your notice, Gaurav, is he was earlier with the Congress, he was secular. Today also he claims to be secular. When Nuh in Mewat was burning 750 Muslim homes, their medical shops, their restaurants.
Sir, you're diverting. My only request is today my statement is on...
Did he ever speak a single word? No, allow me, Gaurav, I am coming on that.
But my question is about Kashmir. Everybody was Hindu. Everyone in India was Hindu before Islam came to India. That's the point.
Very clear.
Sir, when Islam did not, when did Islam come to India? I'm quoting from books, and books not written today, books that were written in 1930. But let me bring in Shubrasta, because I want to go by knowledge that comes from books.
Allow me to make
Shubh Rasta, why should anyone be upset
So what
with a
knowledge do I have?
statement of fact? Is this not a fact that, you know, when did Islam come to India? Before Islam came to India, what were religions that were practiced in our country? Ghulam Nabi Azad says in Kashmir, everyone was Hindu. What's wrong with that statement?
Gaurav, even I fail to understand why are some of the political leaders so riled up. It's a simple matter of fact statement. It's a statement which has bearings in evolutionary biology. Unless they have some other evolutionary theory to float here, I don't understand why we should even take politicians very seriously in this regard. I want to ask, what is the counterfactual that either Shaira or Waris Pathan has to say? There's a statement by Ghulam Nabi Azad. So what is the counter statement that AIMIM or the Communist Party has on that? Unless we have a
Saira Shah Halim, Ghulam Nabi Azad's statement should actually compel people to read history. And let's talk about Jammu and Kashmir for the moment. Read the Vedic history of Kashmir, the Shaivite culture of Kashmir. Kashmir, the land of Rishi Kashyap. There were wave after wave of forced conversion by Islamic invaders, including in 1990. In 1990, resulting in the exodus of the Kashmiri Hindus that remained in the valley, madam.
So, good evening, Gaurav. We are absolutely right, because this is how, cultural currents moves across territories. If you look at the Indian civilization, what were we? We were the Indus Valley civilization, right? And the rural was generally the tribal population. Now, if you move down south, who were the original habitats? It was the Dravidians that were the original inhabitants. And then the Aryans came in, then it was the Aryan influence,
Ma'am, the Aryans came in is a theory which was floated by some people.
Gaurav, I'm agreeing with you. If you could just, I would request you to kindly let me complete it. Yeah. So now, if you look at the Vedic culture, okay, it went from India to Burma, it went to Southeast Asia, and went on to Cambodia, right? Now, similarly, if you look at Islam, so Islam, if you look at it, it took the route like from Persia, it went to Afghanistan. Earlier, people in Persia were, of course, Parsis, and then it became predominant in India. And this is how civilizations move. It is a part of the evolutionary process. That is the way cultural waves come and go. Now, similarly, if you look at languages,
I want to stay on Jammu and Kashmir for the moment, because, there are many in our country who don't realize this hard reality. Kashmir was 100% Hindu. I want people to realize, when they say Kashmir, only Muslim majority state, only Muslim majority sees itself more with Pakistan and sees itself more with the Middle East, they need to know who their ancestors were. And I'm not sure if they believe in the Mehbooba Mufti theory, but I want to bring in Waris Pathan once again. Sir, is this not time for a reality check? Because reality bites. I want to come back to 1990 because perhaps one generation will relate to what happened in 1990. I'm not talking about, Sikandar Butchikan right now. I'm talking about 1990. Your time and my time, when mosque loudspeakers were used to rant, Raliv, Galiv, ya Chalev, convert, leave, die, or leave your women behind. Sir, this was perhaps the last attack by Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamists in Kashmir, radicalizing the local population there to throw out Hindus from the place of their birth, sir. It happened in 1990s like it had happened in 1300s.
Well, Gaurav, I have made my point. I say and reiterate that Adam alayhi salam was the first to land on the
planet.
Sir,
I'm talking about 1990. You were born in 1990, you were grown up in 1990.
I am speaking about...
Sir, 1990, when Hindus were thrown out of their place of birth by those who were chanting from mosque loudspeakers, Raliv,
Why
Galiv,
don't
ya
you talk
Chalev.
about 2023?
Sir, I'm talking about 1990 for the moment.
No. Sir, you want to go back. Why don't you talk about 2023?
We have done many debates on 2023 and you have joined me on those debates.
Why is it not
You have joined me on debates on
vigilantes in the name
Sir,
of
every debate cannot be about what you want, sir. We've done those debates. We've done those debates.
I am debating about Ghulam Nabi Azad's statement.
I'm debating Ghulam Nabi Azad on Jammu and Kashmir.
Ghulam Nabi Azad's statement. Why are you worried about...
Why are you not worried about Jammu and Kashmir?
The reality. Why are you shying away from the reality?
I am not. You
Why
are.
are you shying? I am
Sir,
worried about
you
the whole
are.
country. I
Varis
am worried
Pathan.
about my India.
Varis Pathan.
I am worried about
I'm
the
glad you said
constitution.
my India.
I am worried about the innocent Muslims and Dalits who are being
Sir,
lynched.
you're only worried about Muslims. You're not
Why?
worried
Of course,
about all
yes. Why
Indians.
should-
You're
No,
not
I don't
worried
need
about
that
the lakhs of
certificate.
Hindus who were thrown out of Kashmir.
I am worried. Who said so?
I'm asking you.
This is all false propaganda and
No,
perception.
there is no false propaganda. You said you're worried about
spreading
Muslims.
lies. No, I'm worried
asking
about
you,
my India.
are you not concerned about
all
Hindus?
all Indians are my brothers and sisters.
Let me bring
Why
in
should
Shubrasta.
I said they are my Hindu brothers.
Sir,
Why do you want to divide my country?
एक
I
बार
am
तो
not
सच बाहर आने दो ना, sir.
interested in division
एक
of my
बार-
country.
एक
I
बार
take
तो
everybody
सच-
along with me.
एक बार तो
I
सच
say all
सामने
my
आने दो.
140 crore brothers and sisters.
Were you worried?
तो
Were you
सच है ना,
worried?
सर?
Were you
सच ये है
worried
कि I
when mosque
consider
loudspeakers were used to
140
chant
crore
Ralif
people as my
Galif Ya
brothers and
Salif?
sisters? But there are certain people in the country. There are certain people
Sir,
in the
you
country
indulge in
who just
whataboutery,
wants
the
to
same
run the
whataboutery
nation
that you've
by
accused
spreading
others
hate.
of. But let me bring in Shubrasta into this conversation. This conversion,
I'm bringing a fact before you
Shubrasta.
which you don't want the nation
No,
to know.
sir, we have debated
You don't
those
want the
facts.
people to
Sir,
know
we
what I'm bringing a
at
fact.
India Today. No, sir, you are keeping
Why
quiet
not
about
today?
Kashmir
Why
because
let
we
the
have
nation
discussed
know?
many times on
I'm
this show.
talking
You are
Kashmir
But let
or
me bring in
Kerala, Gujarat,
Shubrasta.
Maharashtra, they are all part of our country.
I'm glad you
they
think
are all
so.
part of
I'm
my
glad
India.
you think so. But I will not let you
see that
divert the
Kashmir-
debate. I'm
it
sorry.
is
I want to bring in Shubrasta. Shubrasta, that conversion that started even earlier. That conversion didn't just happen in 1990s when mosque loudspeakers ranted Ralif Galif Ya Salif. It started in the times of Shah Mir, the times of 1370s, where people were, our people today must know in our country who was Sayyid Ali Hamdani or Mir Muhammad or Sikandar Butt Shikan, the destroyer of idols, Shubrasta.
Yes, Gaurav, you're absolutely right. If we just have to look at different districts in Jammu and Kashmir and look at the kind of temples that one had, temple worship that was prominent till, as you rightly said, till the 13th, 14th centuries, and then what happened thereafter, it is a story in its own right and it's a historical fact. I don't understand why Varis Pathan is running away from a historical fact. Saying what Ghulam Nabi Azad said today and agreeing on a very primal factual statement that he made does not make anyone less of a Muslim. It just shows that you have your bearings in history. It just shows that you know your history correct. You know, I don't understand what is the, as I asked in the beginning itself, Gaurav, I don't understand the counterfactual that's coming from Varis Pathan. What is it that he's trying to say? If he negates the theory that Ghulam Nabi Azad, propounded, which is a factual statement, by the way, factual statement seeped in evolutionary biology. What is the other theory that that Varis Pathan has in his mind? It's a simple question. And whatever he's trying to do politically is not going to take away the kind of repression that Kashmir, especially Kashmir, has gone through in terms of religious persecution, in terms of mass conversions and forced conversions for that matter. As kids of 1990s, we all know what happened.
Saira Shah Halim, we all know what happened in the 1990s in Kashmir.
Absolutely.
You know, wasn't that same thing that happened in the times of Sikandar Butt Shikan? Sikandar Butt Shikan, as the name suggests, was killing Hindus, destroying temples, destroying education, radicalizing society. Madam, isn't the same thing happened by these radical Islamists in 1990s? Is it not the time once again to come back to Kashmir, the land of Martanda Surya Mandir?
So, Gaurav, yes, if you could just allow me a minute. Definitely all the exiled Hindu Pandits should come back to the valley. Now, again, I'd like to iterate once again. I feel Ghulam Nabi Azad Sahab is just cherry picking because here it seems like a well-coordinated plan to drive out the Muslim community out of North India. And it seems that Kashmir is the next target.
20 crore Indians are Muslims. Drive out Muslims from India? What are you talking?
Who is he? No. I'm talking. We know what is happening in the north states of India. There's a proper exodus going on. And
exodus to where?
We've seen it. We've seen it in several.
From where to where? Okay, Shubrasta wants to come in.
Again, I want to know who is Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad.
Please don't peddle lies on national television.
Look at his political history.
Exodus from which
Look at his
states to
political
where?
history. He was the leader
Saira,
of the
please stop
opposition
peddling.
for a
This is
couple
a
of years,
typical,
right?
this is a typical propaganda of
He founded
communists.
his own
They would
party.
make a
Now
statement, would
he's trying to
continue to make that
replace the
statement,
Bharat
would not
Janata
even
Party.
allow the other point of view to emerge, wouldn't even allow questions to be asked on statements that are being made. A simple question that you asked and I am asking is, which state from the Northeast India is witnessing exodus right now, and from where to where? It's a simple question. She has a theory to propound. Let her explain that.
Okay, Saira, last 30 seconds to you, ma'am. Exodus from where to where, ma'am?
We have seen how in Haryana, how the malls were torched, how the shops have been
Western
torched.
India, ma'am.
The houses have been earmarked. It is all there in the national media. I'm not cooking it up. You can research it.
Where has the exodus taken place? Where has the exodus taken place? Where are people going from
if you're going to apprehend a community, if you're going to demonize a community, and you will tell people to pack off,
so you're not even willing to talk about victimization. You know, this is how divided, you know, Varish Pathan, I've run out of time on this part of the show, but we must ponder that what's happened. You're not unwilling to even accept what Ghulam Nabi Azad is saying, and then there are theories that are being propounded. We leave our viewers to decide. We don't take sides on this. We leave our viewers to decide, but we will track the story very, very closely. For joining me here on India Today, many thanks. Abha Bakaya comes up next with Business Today. Stay with us.
A viral video for two people to be arrested after 77 days. How did the situation spiral out in Haryana so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Fawzia ji, I promised you ek din aapka beta aayega.
Yeah, the promise is fulfilled. Thankful to you.
Fitness certificate ke bagair bridge reopen karna, ye kiski jawabdehi, sir? A three-time MLA is beaten up in Imphal almost to death.
Till today, my tears can't stop. I'm eagerly waiting for my husband's recovery.
The beating heart of every story is on News Today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. only on India Today TV.
सन्नी पाजी के साथ it was amazing working with him. He becomes a different person जब we start camera action. मैं बोलता हूँ आपको धाड़ एक तरफ बाकी सब एक तरफ ले. ऐसा यूज किया कि यूज भी नहीं किया, यूज भी कर दिया. शायद वेडनेसडे को जाके देखूंगा.
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
Hello, नमस्कार जी.
Firstly, very good morning आपको. Thank you हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए आज.
Thank you, it is my pleasure. आप लोग.
आज स्पेशली हम मिले हैं बहुत सारी चीज़ों के बारे में बात करने के लिए आपसे. So first, let me begin by asking you. It's been 43 years for you. हमने वो छोटा सा आपका क्लिप भी देखा ऑनलाइन जो आपने डाला था, and it really touched me. So I want to start by asking, how has been your journey this 43 years? What were the highlights of this journey?
मतलब ऐसा मैं देखूं तो सिर्फ एक ही बोल सकता हूं, भगवान का जितना शुक्रिया अदा करूं कम है. क्योंकि 43 इयर्स पहले जब भी मैं गांव से आके पहले 1 साल जॉब किया, जॉब में कुछ नहीं कर पाया, तो फिर मैं स्टंटमैन बना, तो मेरे को मालूम नहीं था जर्नी कहाँ पे लेके जाएगी. मैं तो सर्वाइवल के लिए स्टंटमैन बन गया था, पैसे मिलेंगे, रोटी मिलेगी, तो रहने की कोई जगह नहीं थी. पर आगे ऐसे जैसा भगवान ने डेस्टिनी चाहा तो अच्छे लोग मिलते गए, रास्ता दिखता गया, थोड़ा सीखने को मिला. फिर करते करते 90 में एक्शन डायरेक्टर बन गया, फिर अच्छे लोग मिले, अच्छे लोगों के साथ काम करने का मौका मिला, सीखने का मौका मिला.
1990 में आपने पहली साउथ मलयालम फिल्म
की थी,
उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए. एंड देन नाउ यू स्टिल कंटिन्यू डूइंग साउथ फिल्म्स, जैसे अभी रिसेंटली पोनी सेल्वन भी आपने किया था, 1 and 2 बोथ आई थिंक. तो प्लीज उसके बारे में बताइए, वो साउथ जर्नी आपकी.
जैसे मैं डेस्टिनी पे बहुत विश्वास करता हूँ कि ना, जैसा मैं स्टंटमैन भी बना, इट वाज डेस्टिनी. कुछ लोग जहाँ पे पेइंग गेस्ट रहता था मिल गए, लड़के पंजाबी, उन्होंने स्टंटमैन बना दिया. फिर ये एक्शन डायरेक्टर भी 90 में, मैं तो एज ए स्टंटमैन शूटिंग कर रहा था एक दिन, तो एक प्रोडक्शन मैनेजर थे, पहचानते थे, फिर फ़ोन होते नहीं थे. मैं उधर चौल में रहता था, आदर्श नगर में, तो वहाँ पे मेरे घर पे जाके मालूम किया मैं कहाँ पे शूटिंग कर रहा हूँ. तो फिल्मस्तान में था, तो रात को तंबी का ना, हम डायरेक्टर जो थे इंद्रजालम के, उनको लेके आ गए मेरे पास. तो उनको क्या था, उनके एक्शन डायरेक्टर आने वाले थे केरला से, वो बीमार पड़ गए, तो उनको नेक्स्ट डे एक्शन शूट करना था। तो तंबी कनथम जी क्या थे, उनको मलयाली यूनिट था, तो उनको हिंदी नहीं आती थी, उनको चाहिए था जो आदमी इंग्लिश जिसको आती हो। तो मेरी उस टाइम पहली बार पढ़ाई काम आई कि मैं इंग्लिश लिटरेचर में MA किया था। तो
British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak wears his Hindu faith with pride. He did so again when he attended a Ram Katha by Morari Bapu at Cambridge. Sunak declared that his Hindu faith guides him and gives him courage to do his best.
Jai Sri Ram.
UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visited the renowned Hindu spiritual leader Morari Bapu in Cambridge on Tuesday.
It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here.
Sunak said he was not there as a Prime Minister but as a proud Hindu.
It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Morari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
The event was to mark Morari Bapu's 921st recital titled Manas Vishwavidyalaya.
इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है ये उसका बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
Sunak addressed a gathering of people of Indian origin. He said his faith guides him in every aspect of his life.
He's very humble, apart from serving prasad and speaking to everybody, was the fact that he went and said hello to, and greeted every musician that has come with Bapu from India. Yeah. He sort of went to the front of the stage and he met all of them individually, which was really nice of him, and I think it says a lot about him.
At Morari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University.
Although Sunak rarely speaks about his faith publicly, he has never shied away from declaring his Hindu identity.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
After the 2017 general elections, he swore his oath to Parliament upon the sacred Hindu text, the Bhagavad Gita. As per British media reports, Sunak always keeps an idol of Sri Ganesh on his table. He earlier made an appeal to give up eating beef and claimed he has consumed it. Sunak was also seen performing Gau Puja in London. The video, which went viral, was shot when the 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshita Murthy, the daughter of Infosys founder N.R. Narayana Murthy, a practitioner of Hinduism and the first British Prime Minister of Indian descent. Sunak is not leaving his culture and values behind. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Sweeping measures against cyber fraud and spam calls. Bulk supply of SIM cards halted. Dealers to undergo police verification and registration. Government ramping up its fight against retail inflation. Reports say the centre likely to deploy a war chest of $12 billion to cool down surging prices. Cut in tax on petrol and diesel also under consideration. Markets fall again after a two-day rise. Weak global cues weigh heavy as US Fed minutes suggest that one more rate hike may be necessary soon. Worsening Chinese indicators also spooked the markets. China's housing crisis may be worse than expected. Another big developer is unable to service its loans. Market reports say the fall in property prices over the past 3 years is much more than the official numbers. Bata in tie-up talks with Adidas for the Indian market. Reports say Adidas likely to use Bata's huge retail network to boost its presence in the country. Bata zooms 5.5% in trade. In one of the biggest actions till date against cyber fraud and user protection, the government has announced sweeping changes in the way SIM cards for mobile phone connections are issued and verified. The system of issuing SIM cards in bulk has been stopped with immediate effect, and police verification and registration of dealers has been made mandatory.
In a big move against spam calls and cyber fraud, the government has made police verification of SIM card dealers mandatory and discontinued the provision of bulk connections. Announcing major reforms, the telecom minister said that the dealers had been found complicit in the illegal issue of SIM cards and will now have to be registered compulsorily as well as verified by the police. A penalty of 10 lakh rupees will be imposed on dealers found flouting norms.
अभी तक का जो डेटा और जो एविडेंस देखी उससे ये समझ में आया कि बहुत बड़ी कॉम्प्लिसिटी है डीलर की। जो पॉइंट ऑफ सेल होता है, जो सिम बेचता है, उसकी बहुत बड़ी कॉम्प्लिसिटी होती है। वो एक्चुअल जितना चेक करना चाहिए, जो कानून के हिसाब से जो वेरिफिकेशन एक्चुअल में करना चाहिए, वो वेरिफिकेशन नहीं करते हैं। किसी न किसी तरीके से उस वेरिफिकेशन प्रोसेस को शॉर्ट सर्किट करके सिम बेचने में उनका फोकस रहता है। ये आप देखोगे कुछ ही महीनों के अंदर अंदर फ्रॉडुलेंट सिम बेचने की संख्या में एक सिग्निफिकेंट कमी आएगी।
The government has also decided to discontinue the bulk issue of SIM cards. Businesses, though, will be able to procure multiple SIMs with proper documentation. Businesses will also have to depute a point person with proper KYC to whom the SIM cards will be issued. The minister explained how bulk connections were being misused.
बल्क कनेक्शन के नाम पे खूब सारे सिम ले लिए और एक डिवाइस होता है सिम बॉक्स। सिम बॉक्स के अंदर एक साथ खूब सारे सिम डाले जाते हैं और उस एक सिम बॉक्स के जरिए से फिर बहुत सारे ऑटोमेटेड कॉल्स होते थे। पहला ये मिसयूज़ होता था और दूसरा मिसयूज़ ये होता था कि एक साथ बल्क में ले लिए और उसके बाद में आज 5 सिम लिए, 5 सिम से फ्रॉडुलेंट कॉल किए, उन 5 सिम को डीएक्टिवेट किया, कल और 5 सिम से फ्रॉडुलेंट कॉल्स किए, डीएक्टिवेट किया, फेंका। फिर ऐसे करके एक तरीके से एक फ्रॉडुलेंट कॉल्स की, साइबर फ्रॉड्स की एक कड़ी बन जाती थी।
The government has also announced that digital KYC will be mandatory for all new connections soon. According to data released by the ministry, steps taken to curb cyber fraud include disconnecting 52 lakh mobile connections, blacklisting 67,000 dealers, filing of 300 FIRs against SIM card dealers since May 2023, and blocking around 66,000 WhatsApp accounts that were involved in fraudulent activities.
If you are an individual, you can obviously go get your KYC done and buy a SIM card. Apart from that, FIRs will also be lodged on all those people who will now be giving out SIMs. Just in case there is a SIM that has been purchased, now data analytics will be used to make sure that if the person who is indulging in any kind of cybercrime, if he is caught, then there will be a penalty which will be levied. The dealers will now have to be accountable for the SIM cards that they give out to the people. This is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for Business Today with camera person Sanjeev Kumar.
The government is reportedly considering a 1 lakh crore rupee plan to contain the surge in inflation seen in July. According to agency reports, the allocation will be made from the budgets of various ministries without burdening the exchequer. The report added that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will take a decision in coming weeks. Among the steps being considered is lowering taxes on petrol and diesel and easing import tariffs on cooking oil and wheat. The Prime Minister had in fact vowed to fight inflation in his Independence Day speech earlier this week, just a day after retail inflation surged to a 15-month high of 7.44% in July. Meanwhile, Finance Ministry has said the current spike in the consumer inflation is likely to rapidly cool off by September end. Let's go across to Karishma for more on this. Karishma, take us through all the latest.
Well, Abha, it's very important for us to understand that the Finance Ministry, of course, is looking to intensify its measures in the long run if inflation continues. But as per top sources in Finance Ministry, the government is also confident of the fact that for few months, until at least for the next 2 to 3 months, they'd like to see how the situation turns out and then decide. But however, inflation is a topic of concern from a macro and micro point of macroeconomic point of view for the government, and they will be looking into certain measures. Now, in the long run, they do want to consider certain restrictions on exports and provisions on imports if inflation continues to be on a high note. In fact, I'm also being told that the government may discuss with RBI in the long run on certain selective credit control measures, which could be non-interest based measures, which will also benefit in controlling inflation. Besides, of course, government's monetary policy of hiking rates, where the centre does not really have a say in it.
Thanks for that, Karishma. Equity markets today ended lower. It was the weekly expiry session as well. Feeble global cues coupled with selling in index heavyweights dragged the markets lower for the day. Rising global uncertainties have resulted in a risk-off mood on Dalal Street. The Sensex was down close to 400 points today. Nifty down 100 points, ending at 19,365. That's 0.5% lower. On the gainers list today, Adani Ports, Titan, Adani Enterprises, SBI, Bajaj Auto, some of these names holding out. The top laggards, however, ITC, LTI Mindtree, Power Grid, Reliance and Larsen & Toubro. Sales of consumer electronics, durables and FMCG products took off this Independence Day, according to reports. While sales surged up to 30% over last year, footfalls in malls were also up in double figures. This sentiment also found reflection in the stock market, with related stocks turning investor favourites. My colleague Sakshi Batra spoke to Sunny Agarwal of XPI Securities about this trend. Listen in.
How do you look at PVR Inox? You know, the stock in the last 5 days is up by about 5% odd already. And of course, we are looking at very, very encouraging trends that are emerging in terms of the earnings that some of these movies have already grossed in the first weekend or 3 or 4 days of weekend plus the Independence Day. How does PVR Inox really look to you at this point in time?
Yeah, definitely look very positive, especially after a first quarter, which was a total tryout kind of quarter from a content perspective. A good content led people flocking back to cinemas to watch the movies. The second, anyways, in the festive season will kick off from the next month. So we will see ad spend increasing. So ad revenue is something which PVR Inox will definitely see an uptick over the next 2-3 quarters. And the benefits of merger, the synergy, all those things will be seen over the next 2 to 3 quarters, and we feel that gradually the company will come back to the in the profit, and it's definitely one of our top pick in the entertainment and media space.
What about the electronic space as well? You know, stocks like Reliance Industries are in focus because Reliance Retail, for example, Reliance Digital, they have reported sharp bump up over the last year. The kind of sales that they have seen already in these last 3 or 4 days, about 20% odd surge over the last year is what the reports are suggesting. You know, Crompton Greaves, Polycab, Havells and Voltas, Whirlpool, these are the stocks that are in focus suddenly.
Polycab has reported a robust set of number during the first quarter. At the same time, they have retained the guidance of 20,000 crore top line by 2026, which I believe is the kind of understatement. They may revise their guidance in the next quarter. So Polycab is one of the story which we like at the current juncture.
Polycab is your preferred stock. So, which sector would more appeal more to you at this point in time? Would it be aviation? Would it be the hotels basket or the tours and travels? And how should one really play this theme going forward in the second half?
Yeah, so the entire sector is in strong demand uptrend. So what within this all this sector what we like is an hotel sector. With the reason being that the ongoing G20 summit is leading to a demand for a premium room category. At the same time, there is a cricket World Cup, which is lined up in the month of October. So what we feel is that the hotel sector is well placed for next 2 to 3 quarters. And our top pick is definitely Indian Hotel, in that one of the market leader in Indian hospitality space.
Independence Day sales, of course, ongoing, and we have seen the trends emerging. But this is just the beginning, because the festive season has just started, and this time around it's going to be a long, festive season as well. What does that talk about the consumption as a theme for investors out there who may be wanting to tap this over the next, 6 months or 5 months or so?
Obviously, festive season brings in a lot of a positive momentum as far as demand is concerned across the product categories, whether it is consumer staple, consumer discretionary, eating out, dining out, hospitality segment, retail, fashion, jewelry. You name the segment, and there is a positive tailwind, we can say, for this entire sector.
The housing crisis in China could be much worse than expected. In the past 1 week, one of the largest builders in the country missed interest payments and trading in its bonds, which are now worth pennies, and was suspended on Monday. Then there is also the fall in property prices, which Chinese officials have denied. According to market reports, the decline in prices have wiped out more than a fourth in valuations in several big cities.
Households across China have been thrown into panic over the past week. The company building their flats, Country Garden, missed $22.5 million in interest payments last week. Now the company, one of the world's largest home builders, has until early September to make the payments or follow hundreds of other developers into default and restructuring. Local officials across China are watching the developments closely. Country Garden is renowned for building huge projects in China's second and third tier cities. Though its debts are smaller than those of Evergrande, a Chinese construction giant that defaulted in 2021, Country Garden was building 4 times more homes than Evergrande was before it defaulted. At the rate it was delivering them in the first half of 2022, at least 144,000 buyers will not receive keys to homes they were promised by the end of this year. Further troubles would leave even more families out in the cold. Ironically, Country Garden is one of the developers declared healthy late last year by Chinese authorities to make investors feel safe about the housing sector. And it is not debt which has brought the company down, but loss of confidence among buyers, a sign of deeper trouble in China's property market. Sales among the 100 biggest developers fell by 33% in July compared with a year earlier. The domino effect this created has hit material suppliers along with engineering and construction firms, bringing the housing sector, which contributes as much as 30% to China's economy, close to the precipice. Also online are Chinese banks, which have lent a whopping $5.6 trillion as housing loans. The other bad news is that housing prices are dropping. Chinese officials have kept this under tight wraps, stating that fall in property prices since COVID has been negligible. Market reports state otherwise. Existing home prices have fallen at least 15% in prime neighborhoods of major metropolitan areas like Shanghai and Shenzhen, as well as in more than half of China's Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. In Lianyang, a downtown area popular with expats and financiers in Shanghai, residential prices have slid 15% to 20% from record highs in mid-2021. Homes near Alibaba Group Holdings headquarters in Hangzhou have dropped about 25% from the 2021 highs. Prices of existing homes in at least 5 popular districts of Shenzhen, China's least affordable housing market, have slumped 15% in the past 3 years. The Chinese House of Cards is also collapsing for another reason. The Chinese government intervenes on prices directly with local authorities, setting minimum rates for housing in cities, Only these rates are now much higher than market prices. This intervention has also ensured that buyers are staying away from the market. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Let's take a break. When we return, what does the government's big push for generic medicine mean for the industry and for you?
The thinking seems to be, at least within a section of your leadership, that AAP plus Congress would pose a formidable challenge to what the Congress seems to believe is their prime goal in 2024, ousting the Modi-led BJP. Now you are saying you see no difference between AAP and BJP, and that is where the problem lies. Who is the Congress's enemy number one at the moment? What is your target number one? Removing Prime Minister Modi, fighting against him as a joint alliance, or in your view, strengthening the Congress party? The fact is, Sandeep Dixit, in recent elections, the AAP has done much better than the Congress in Delhi.
So what? It doesn't mean you sleep with the enemy. If you remember in the year 1977, when everybody wanted to forge an alliance against Mrs. Gandhi, that is when the then Janata Party gave a kind of legitimacy to the BJP, then Jan Sangh. The Jan Sangh, which was supposed to be, I'm sorry, I don't want to use this word. It's not a, very nice word, but almost like an untouchable party for many, became one. The people came into prominence, and you gave a place to a party which should never have got a national position. So, according to me, are we doing something like that to a party that in the future will become dangerous to India's polity and its constitution? That's my biggest worry. I mean, otherwise, you can always say that in any case, 5 or 6 or 7 seats of Delhi, ultimately, if it's a matter of 2 or 3 seats in election, even these seats would matter. But my firm conviction is that in this kind of a thing, if we compromise in a state like Delhi with the Aam Aadmi Party, we may be doing a long-term damage, in fact, more damage to the Congress than would otherwise happen. This party has consciously, its leader has consciously, very clearly damaged the Congress and its reputation. The kind of filth and vile allegations, and remember, not a single one, forget being proved, is even been taken to the courts for investigation, or even an investigation has been put against them. The vile number of allegations Kejriwal put against thousands and hundreds of our leaders, not single one. So for a person who's come from a background like this, should we succumb to the fact that immediately we may need him in a marginal position somewhere? I personally don't think so.
क्या करें आप गरीबों के लिए? गरीबी हटाओ बोल के बोलते रहे, गरीबों को हटाए, गरीबी नहीं हटाए आप. लेकिन तेलंगाना में 10 साल में जो इंकलाब केसीआर साहब लेके आए, देश में कहीं और नहीं हुआ. तो क्यों जाना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों वोट देना है कांग्रेस के साथ? क्यों देना है भाई कांग्रेस को वोट? कितने साल और मौका देते? नहीं थे क्या राज में? 62 इयर्स नहीं थे? तेलंगाना में भी थे 62 इयर्स. उनकी नानी थी, पप्पा थे, दादा थे, परदादा थे, सभी लोग थे. क्या हुआ? बदलाव आया? नहीं आया. फिर क्यों मौका देना है उनको?
Welcome back. The new guidelines by the National Medical Commission asking doctors to prescribe only generic medicine has been met with a backlash. Both doctors and the pharmaceutical industry are united in and with the Indian Medical Association, stating that the step was like running trains without tracks. According to doctors, this directive shifts the decision-making power from the physician to whoever is manning the chemist shop at the time of sale. Business Today TV's managing editor Siddharth Zarabi spoke to a panel of experts to find out where the balance actually lies.
What about the choice of patients? Is choice being taken away from everyone and just being left in the hands of certain bureaucrats who are taking this decision?
See, this question has been discussed so many times. I had been in Central Health Services for almost 30-40 years, and also in Medical Council of India for 5 years, and then National Medical Commission now. I'll share with you that this is all the effort is very good, intent is very good, and it is in the interest of the public. But are we getting the benefit translated to public? Is it only doctor who will be prescribing, and then the rest of the things? Three things we are missing. That you doctor prescribe everywhere. The patient is not that literate or that approachable that he will be going to Jan Aushadhi or Amrut or Ayushman centers. But when the patient goes in rural India, which is majority, or any other places, they will go to a chemist, and chemist will give whatever he wants to give. So I'm not talking about the big pharmacy which Anmol was mentioning, but I'm talking about that what quality the patient is ultimately getting. The patient is not getting the right quality mostly. He may be getting good quality in Jan Aushadhi or Amrut if he reaches. There are 3,000 medicines and we are talking about 600-700 medicines. What about which are very, very costly medicines, life-saving medicines, which when the patient reaches the chemist, he will go whatever he wants to give. I'll tell you that we have taken up in IMA level also, Indian Medical Association and Delhi Medical Association, where also I am representing. I'm in Drug Controller General Office also as a member in CDSCO and FDA. The problem is how many the brands which a chemist is giving, are they PK studies done? They are tested? Or the samples like food samples are picked up? Are the samples picked up? We are living when the brand is there. Then we have some surety that what is the quality. These studies have been done many times. But yes, when the approvals are given, the prices are to be regulated at that level. What I believe. I have always said that prices are to be controlled at that level, and by opting for the easier route, that doctor cannot write, that doctor will write generic, and then chemist can give anything.
Is everything that is generic necessarily of poor quality, or is this just a misnomer?
No, not at all. Everything that's generic is not poor quality, and the fact is that, see, drugs are typically measured on two counts. One is safety and second is efficacy. And that is the standard most of the drug applications have to pass with every global regulator. India ought to be no different. So if there is a generic substitute available, then it ought to be of the same quality. Otherwise, you don't prescribe the generic. That's the rule for societies where generic penetration is significantly higher than in India. So I think the laws, the protocols for this are fairly well established globally. You just have to copy them and not apply yourself. What is, however, what is very different in the Indian context is, and I think there's not a lot of attention which is paid to that, is that what is the median insurance penetration? Because see, at the end of the day, this is a fairly institutional dialogue between the payer and the producer. And while India doesn't have universal healthcare, there is a part of the market which is being addressed, but the conversation essentially ought to be institutional between the payer and the consumer. The consumer ought to be represented by the insurance companies. Now, sadly, where we are in our terms of insurance penetration, I think OTC drugs are not covered by insurance. I think that's an idea which would make a lot more sense at this point in time. Even the government insurance, I think that is something which needs to develop guidelines. There is a need to put a lot of flesh around the bare bones of this desire to provide quality healthcare, because at the end of the day, someone has to pay for it.
So if there is so much detailing that has gone into even that kind of a template for a prescription, why are these other issues that Dr. Sood and Anmol have raised here, why do you think they are being missed, Dr. Bhardwaj? Because this knowledge is available and this debate has been going on for decades now.
I feel that it's going to be just another law which will definitely need a lot of change. The intent is very good. When you showed the figure, intent is excellent of figure costing, but it is not being thought through. The chemists and most importantly the manufacturers, the ban before being on doctors should have been on manufacturers for producing branded drugs. They should immediately stop this very minute. Na rahegi baas, na bajegi bansuri. Why blame the doctors all the time? We cannot have a set template of prescription. In fact, in private practice, let me tell you, I was trained abroad in Germany. Senior doctors wrote the diagnosis of the disease differently than what everybody else did. I'm talking about the world's topmost doctors, only so that the patient cannot take a second opinion also and doesn't really understand. The doctors made their own diagnosis. I think it is a kala, it is a skill which is very, very old and ancient in India. We are very, very famous in our medicine, and we should not downgrade our doctors.
That's all we have time for on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
दिन की कस्टडी जेसी के लिए भेज दिया गया है और 148, 149, 323, 353, 395, 397 और 506, 25 आर्म्स एक्ट की जो धाराएं लगाई गई है, उसमें से 395 और 97 जो दो धाराएं हैं डाउटफुल है, क्योंकि लहराते हुए तलवार भाले वगैरह लेकर के आए। इनमें ये बनती नहीं है, क्योंकि ये धाराएं जो है रॉबरी की और डकैती की है। इसलिए इनको पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन में चार्ज के टाइम पर हम इसको डिलीट कराएंगे, चाहे हमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक क्यों ना जाना पड़े।
रिकवरी दिखाई है सर?
इसमें 8 तलवारें दिखाई है रिकवरी।
सर इनको कहाँ, कौन सी जेल में भेजा जाएगा?
अब इनको जो है नीम का जेल के लिए आदेश करे हैं कोर्ट ने, और आज इनको नीम का जेल के लिए भेज दिया है।
I'm sure it must be very demoralizing, and I cannot even begin to imagine the circumstances in which they live. And Salman Taseer Shaheed, he was the governor of Punjab of my province, and he raised his voice for Asia Bibi, and he had to pay the price with his life. And as you mentioned, that not many commentators or politicians vocally condemn such incidents. I think if you look at Pakistan's recent history, whether it's the murder of Shahbaz Bhatti, who was the Minister of Minorities from the Christian community, or Salman Taseer, or others who have dared to venture in this path of defending minorities, they have paid a very heavy price. And even when I speak about this issue on Indian media in particular, I try to be very careful, and even I am fearful of the reaction from certain quarters, the organizations which you mentioned. But there is another factor which I'd like to add in, is that the Pakistani population is not extreme, and it does not echo such narratives. And the proof lies in the fact that Pakistanis have never elected these extremists into power. So in the history of Pakistan, in the 70 plus decades since we have come into existence, Pakistan has never elected an extremist party into power. We have never paid heed to the ideologies of TTP or TLP, which are not representative of the Pakistani populace. So I think that these extremists, because they are loud and they are violent, they have gathered more space in our ecosystem, but they do not represent the majority, and which I think sadly the majority also now lives in fear, and the state is also wary of acting against such elements, because perhaps there is an apprehension.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I am Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. India achieves mega moon milestone. Chandrayaan-3 lander Vikram separates from the mothership. Moon landing scheduled for the 23rd of August. After the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party spar over Delhi's seat steering formula, the TMC now declares it will sweep Bengal elections in the year 2024 with or without the Congress party. BJP comes out with the first list ahead of the winter state elections, releases the first candidate list for the poll-bound states of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Battle for Kaveri water boils once again. BJP hits out at Siddaramaiah government for its decision to release the water to the state of Tamil Nadu. BJP is accusing the Congress of appeasing its India ally, the DMK. A big India Today investigation impact. New rights provocator Bittu Bajrangi has been sent to 14 days judicial custody. The police have also recovered 8 swords from him. Now, just weeks after their United show, some of the cracks have started to appear within the India alliance. Now, from the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress tug of war that is taking